Good morning, members of the council and public. We will be starting our discussion this morning, continuing on with our agenda C3 item. So I think we have Dr. Steve Barbeau with us to go over the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team Report. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Steve Barbeau with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, co-chair of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Plan Team, Groundfish Plan Team meeting. I'm going to give you a quick report on our meeting from November, starting with just a quick overview. We held the meeting November 13th through 17th. It was in person. We had about 30 people in person, but we also had virtual, about 50 people online that watched the meeting. Leaders were myself, Clay Shotwell, Cindy Trebuzio, and Deanna Stram. Normal group of characters for our plan team group, but we also had one additional person, Lucas DeFilippo, who was originally from the survey group, so he added his expertise to our team. This year we had 26 assessments, stocks, complexes. There were 3 that were full, 5 that were update, 10 harvest projections, 5 catch reports, 2 ecosystem reports, and then 1 none, which was Grenadier. And this year we have that change in our stock assessments where we have full, which is like the normal benchmark full stock assessment, update, which is just if we have the same models, just moving that forward again. Harvest projections, which is what we used to call a partial, which is simply taking last year's catch, updating it, and projecting this year's catch and just running the projection harvest forward one. And catch report used to be nothing. We used to not get any report on these stocks because they were between years. This year, we actually had a report of the catch. Then the ecosystem components, of course, for the ecosystem report. We had a total of 23 models, including tier 5 and 6 methods, 8 base models, 15 additional models and methods. The team agreed with the author's recommendation regarding preferred models and methods and harvest specifications in all but 1 stock, the Aleutian Islands Pacific cod. We had 2 new reductions for maximum permissible ABC recommended of the 5 total. Of the 15 stock complexes in tier 1 and 3, only 1 is sub-tier B, which was EBS Pacific cod. There are no stock complexes subjected to overfishing in 2022, and no tier 1 or 3 stock complexes are overfished or approaching as of 2023. There are 19 team recommendations. Most of them were technical or bookkeeping in nature, so I'm not going to go over those in a lot of detail. This is the big picture in tiny font, something that Grant always showed. And what we have here is the 5 stock assessments full or update that we are going to be reporting on are in pink, and also the ecosystem report files. You can see that the 5 stocks that we did have reductions for maximum ABC were Eastern Bering Sea pollock, Aleutian Islands Pacific cod, northern rock sole, rough-eye and black-spotted rockfish, and sharks. Going over the risk table scoring, remember we have that new 3-level system with no categories or stock. We had no categories or stocks with extreme concern. 2 of the 5 recommendations for maximum reductions from maximum permissible ABC were from this year's deliberations. 3 of the 5 reductions were carried over from 2022. And in this figure, you can see that for the most part, we're looking at no concerns, some slight concerns for assessment, population, time, and environment, no concerns over the fishery for any of the stocks. Getting into the general description for total biomass, again, Eastern Bering Sea is the winner with the largest total biomass of all the tier 1, 3, and 5 that we're reviewing. Yellowfin sole comes in a distant second, and then northern rock sole after that, and kind of tapers down for all the rest of the stocks. But again, Eastern Bering Sea pollock is the largest component of what we assess. Looking at spawning biomass, similarly, Eastern Bering Sea pollock makes up a large proportion, but if we look at changes, we have a large increase in Eastern Bering Sea pollock, a decrease in northern rock sole, arrowtooth flounder, and again, across the board, looking at Pacific Ocean perch, Pacific cod, and Atka mackerel increasing, northern rock fish having a decrease as well. But if we look at that percentage change from last year, there's just a slight change. Eastern Bering Sea pollock moving from 57% to 53%, basically, and the yellowfin sole from 12 to 13%. So small changes from last year to this year. Looking at where we're at as far as reference points, all of them are above B40 except for Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod. We look at air-toothed flounder, which is the highest at 96% of unfished spawning biomass, and flathead sole also being fairly high at 81%. So looking good across the board. Looking at ABCs, again, we had a slight increase this year up to 3.4 million tons. So a 10% increase from 2023. A lot of that was from Eastern Bering Sea pollock. So that large increase in the Eastern Bering Sea pollock, but fairly the same across the board, decrease in yellowfin sole. And looking at that more in detail, we have that increase in pollock and decrease in yellowfin sole. But again, it's fairly similar to last year where we have 61% of the ABC projection being from Eastern Bering Sea pollock for 2023. And this year, looking at about 67% of it being composed of Eastern Bering Sea pollock. This is the picture last year, looking at whether we're overfished or overfishing. We can see that everything's in the green, looking pretty good last year. And this year, pretty much the same. We're looking at everything being in the green, so looking really good across the board for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands for those tier 1 and tier 3 stocks. We had a short economic introduction for this year. And again, this only goes through 2022. I think you're going to see a more thorough report in February. Is that true? Yeah, a more thorough report in February. So this is just a quick view. And what we saw from 2021 to 2022 is an increase in the ex-vessel value, and also for most of our stocks, a net effect in first wholesale revenue positive, and that's made up of both price effect and quantity effect. Looking at it, so pollock, we can see here where we had a large increase in price, but a decrease in quantity last year, but the net was positive. Pacific cod, looking at a price effect, those increase and the quantity effect increase, resulting in an increase in net effect. But you'll see that more in detail in February. So we're going to jump right into the gaddids. So looking at cod, there are 3 stocks that were assessed this year with full or partial assessments, all 3 full, were Eastern Bering Sea pollock, Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod. And we're going to go in more detail for each of these stocks. We're going to start out with a report from Dr. Jimmy Anelli on Eastern Bering Sea walleye pollock. He's going to switch over to his machine. Yeah.
Morning, Chair, members of the council. Jimmy Anelli, just to give you a quick overview of the stock assessment chapter from our SAFE on pollock. In the first section of the document, we provide evidence of stock structure based on genetics. The axis of this figure is less important, but it's basically the way of separating out samples from Japan, Aleutian Islands, Gulf of Alaska, and the Bering Sea, and evidence that the Bering Sea is quite distinct from the other regions. We use the observer data extensively and encourage members of the public and council to be aware of the large program that NOAA puts in place in the observer manual. And just a quick shout out to all that data that we really appreciate getting every year. This is the time series of catch, just average since 77 of slightly over 1.2 million tons. And each year we look at the fishery conditions. Here this year I broke it out by just basically the catcher processors on top, catcher vessels delivering shoreside, and then motherships on the bottom, and split out by season, just to point out that this has been quite a good year of fishing for the fleet. It's the history of it. In the ESR, there's a section in there on fishing discards, and this is from that section. And it just shows the discard rate of other species in the pollock fishery compared to some of the other gear types in the Bering Sea. And then we can also look at that in absolute terms. Since it is a large fishery, it's important to know the total removals, and it's still as a fleet very low bycatch levels of other species. From the observer program, we can draw maps. You saw in B reports lots of this, and this is just another way of looking at that. The distribution of the catch this year compared to the two most recent years. And then there's another figure showing it slightly a different way, going all the way back to 2015 by season. It also in the ecosystem status report, you heard a fairly extensive presentation on the condition factor that we've seen this year. And this is another application of observer data, here showing the frequency of the mean weight of pollock in individual toes. And so this is just showing winter and summer, and it drawn a vertical line at 500 grams. These are 50-gram intervals of the mean weight frequency, showing that the B season was a bit smaller fish than you might expect after having seen the A season and some new fish. We can break the B season into finer resolution by week, and you can see some patterns. For example, in 2020, some small fish towards the end of the season, and this year, what was a little bit surprising is that those fish weren't seen to be growing, and we think that was because of the spatial location of where the fishery took place. It was more towards the north of the Pribs in the western part. A little bit of focus here now on that fish condition. Dr. Sidden yesterday showed the fish condition for the survey, but this is for the 2023 fishery. And so fish condition is another way of saying how skinny they are relative to their length. And I've standardized that for each length category. And something I've been showing for a number of years, and this year was lower than most others. And this is just comparing that with the figure you saw yesterday from Dr. Sidden for 25-centimeter fish and bigger. Again, a low condition. This is from the survey. The other figure was from fishery data. And then those are used indirectly, but what's directly used is the body weight at age, the somatic weight by by age. And so this, what I'm showing on the left is kind of how I've highlighted the 2018 year class, which started out being quite big for their age, but now has subsequently gotten more towards average, and indications are that it's going to be below average by 2020 this year and beyond. That's the left-hand figure. If we look at the right-hand figure, these are basically anomalies from the way we predict mean weighted age. You'll see that this is important to account for moving forward. So for 2025, we're actually predicting the mean weighted age of 7 and 8 year olds, given the available data. So that's one way to look at it. We can also break it out by region and season. So we have A season is the left column here. B season in the Northwest is on the middle, and then the Southeast on the right, where typically we do see the biggest fish for weighted age in the B season in the Southeast. These in the assessment get converted or applied to the abundance at age. And here, this is fishery catch at age. And I've just highlighted a few of the columns. So the vertical scale here isn't important other than to say it's relative to the other years, but it is a measure of the total catch at age that we've seen in the fishery. And the green columns here represent the 2018 year class. And you can see how it compares to some of the other strong year classes that we've been fortunate to have in the stock. Moving into the survey data that are used in the assessment, those are the two boats, and this is the distribution of where the survey saw pollock, and the height of the bars here again represent the amount of fish biomass that they've saw per unit area in the survey trawl nets. You can see 2023 is a bit lower on average than what we saw last year. And then you could how again, the stars here, the green stars mean tows that took place with no pollock. And so just a figure of that. Another way of looking at the survey data is through the length distribution. Here, the vertical scale again is absolute, but the absolute value you can compare across years. And this year we saw a fair amount of fish in the 15 centimeter range, which we think are primarily 1-year-olds, and that'll show up in the next figure here, highlighting that for the survey data. Now we do process this year's survey age compositions. And so that's very important from our survey group. They bring the samples back right away after the survey is completed, and they're processed, and we generate age compositions. And this is extremely important to give us ideas for what the numbers at age will look like next year. And just highlighting the ages that are important. Another component of our data input are from the acoustic trawl survey conducted by our NOAA ships. And this is just showing a map of the standard area outlined in gold here, and last year's transects. That was the most recent. The age data from these were updated this year, so there was a little bit of new component. But I'm highlighting this effort because our survey group also made a huge effort that we presented at the October council meeting to the SSC to develop a new index, and I'll touch on that. Basically, we're looking at the survey stations are on 20 nautical mile grid stations, and in between transiting those trawl survey locations, they now collect acoustics, or they have since 2006, and our acoustics group processes these. Well, this year they expanded the extent of those data to cover more area of the Bering Sea, and that resulted in a better fit relative to the acoustic trawl survey done by the Oscar Dyson. And it also, from a assessment perspective, covered a broader area so that they weren't just looking at where pollock always are. They expanded the area. Anyway, long story short, that's kind of what the acoustic return from this additional opportunistic data looks like. The series is there, the new value, and I've got a whole time series of all the years of by those grid cells, which here plotted just equal to the ADF&G areas. Moving on to the model fits, we look at the age composition. So all those data are collected. Really lucky to have those. We tune the model up by ages from the fishery, and the survey shown here. The dots represent the model prediction, and the bars represent the data that were used in the fitting on the right-hand side, and then left is just the survey index compared to the model fit with the lines. That was the bottom trawl survey. Here's the acoustic trawl survey, with this being the updated information that was used. Just all of that goes into our estimates of recruitment, which is also critical for where we think we are in stock assessment or in stock projection terms. This is last year's estimate, which is noted was highly uncertain. The additional data added this year confirmed a lot of that level. It's still early in the game. Takes a few years to lock these high recruitment values in as estimates. So there's still a fair amount of uncertainty going forward. And then that brings us to the risk table. It's just reminding you that the environmental ecosystem, they raised to a major concern, and that was the impetus for reducing from the maximum permissible. But in the document, I also point to this decision table where one of the pages shows what the rows mean, kind of to describe and why it might be important for the council to consider. Always looking for feedback on things that might be useful to look at. And then when you actually do this out, I across the top here, these are different scenarios of thousands of tons of catch for 2024. So just really quickly, for example, if it's 1.3 million tons, that would be this column here. These are kind of the expectation of future conditions, near term and further in the future conditions. So that was provided. I also added a little bit of a description here of what projections look like. The council's always obviously constrained by the 2 million ton TAC, but this is a depiction where if after 2025, the council magically erased the 2 million ton constraint. If you went with a tier 3 maximum permissible, the catch would jump up to something like 2.3 million tons in that year, but you would have pretty quick declines in spawning biomass. And just to highlight, a reference point, that you get a lot of years where the stock would be well below kind of the target, and you'd have a lot of catches that drop below 1 million tons. Each of these are just scenarios. They're not actual means or anything or expectations. But if you, as a contrast, if you just instead said, well, what if we just fish kind of at the average fishing mortality rate that we've been conducting or pursuing, you would still get a fairly high level of catch, and in some instances it would still exceed the 2 million ton cap individually as a species, but you get relatively low occurrences of cases where the spawning biomass would drop below. So just a lot more stability, and catches don't drop as far below as you might get with a more variable TAC specification. Last slide here. This is just the summary table to try to focus in on what the values are for this year, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. I wanted to go back when you were going through the risk tables and decision tables, and I just, it's basically just a request to repeat what you said. You said you're always looking for feedback on, can you please help me with the rest?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yeah, the elements of the things to look at, kind of in a very stock specific case, I guess, not, what things should we be worried about? And I think it's changed a bit over time, but these are values like the one thing that you've heard about sablefish assessment is the lack of diversity in the spawning biomass. We don't have any absolute quantitative analysis on the impact of that, but it is something that is always a concern. What if the spawning biomass, and this happens in pollock too, that the spawning biomass can go from being lots of old fish to being basically mostly all one year class. And it's a concern. As assessment scientists, we don't know how much of a concern. The analyses that have been done to date on that type of thing is pretty limited. And you need a fairly long time series to be able to say something conclusive about that. That said, for other stocks like Pacific hake, they're also characterized by strong year classes, and those types of things happen a lot. But it's just a way of, from a biological perspective, how much that affects things. One of the elements here is the probability that, say, in 2026, the stock will drop below B 20%, and B 20% is a sea lion reference thing. Those sorts of things. Sorry for the long answer, Chair, but I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. On the last slide, I was following everything up to the last slide, and I have read the plan team report as well on Eastern Bering Sea pollock, but that last, I can't see it here, but the very last slide that you put up that indicated that I think I'm getting ready to ask a question that's probably apparent to a lot of other people, but I think people are kind of used to that from me now. So the here you have it listed as a tier 1A, but really it's the ABC that we're getting is a tier 3 with an 18% buffer. And I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Is that we're still using tier 1A? I thought we'd gone to tier 3 on Eastern Bering Sea pollock a few years ago, and then we applied the buffer to that. And then a second question, which I'll ask you at the same time. The buffer to me seems kind of arbitrary. Like it seems like kind of like it's hard. I haven't ever heard anybody really explain like how that buffer seems to kind of be all over the board. Is it just a number that we pick or a number that you decide that that the plan team decides, I should say, that is kind of matches a little bit about how far things are going to go up?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Down. Those are excellent questions. First one is that I believe the SSC this year also, so it is very confusing. We haven't changed from being in tier 1, and I don't think the SSC recommended changing it again. So it's still tier 1A. It's unfortunate, sorry, to use the word buffer because tier 1 has a built-in buffer. Okay, so the buffer that we usually speak about is the OFL to ABC, maximum permissible. So this is one buffer this is basically fishing at FMSY, and the maximum ABC under our FMP is adjusted by an uncertainty buffer in the case of tier 1. So that's one use of the word buffer. And then kind of more standard FMP Amendment 56 kind of thing. That's the scientific buffer for ACL considerations. The buffer that we're talking about, the 18%, is they elevated the concern about the stock condition. And so once they do that, we've tried to make it a little bit more systematic on it. Should we reduce from the maximum permissible? And so that's still tier 1A. And what they did was use tier 3 as the reduction. And the buffer that they use between those two just turns out to be 18% this year. It'll be different. And the SSC highlighted this quite a bit about it's differed. The range between the tier 1 maximum permissible and what they actually recommend for VC changes each year. And as far as the question about whether I agree it's arbitrary, it is something that is consistent with other assessments, and it's familiar, and it just seems precautionary. But I think as an analyst, I've fallen short on presenting something that would be more quantitative and applicable. It's in the plan this year to continue to focus on what is what a scientific buffer might be for management purposes. So sorry for the long answer again.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Iannelli, I following up on Mr. Down's question and your response. As I think about, and this is a little awkward because we haven't heard the SSC report yet, but I don't think we'll have a chance to hear from you after we've heard from the SSC report. So I guess I'm going to put you in a time capsule at the moment and ask you to fast forward a bit. What I heard in the SSC discussion about this issue, to me, sounded like kind of some thinking about how we transition from a real single species management approach to pollock further down the road towards an ecosystem based management approach to pollock. And I heard at least some SSC members thinking that maybe that's better accomplished through thinking about the harvest control rule curve from an ecosystem-based perspective instead of a single species perspective. And then obviously there's the expectation just that we're going to be taking a harder look at harvest control rule curves after the National SSC workshop on this next year, blah, blah, blah. What's your perspective on that discussion?
Thank you. Through the chair. Really happy you asked that question because I was going to preface it with, this is my perspective. So, in 2008, a little bit of history, we had begun to see and hear from the industry that fishing conditions had really dropped off. Fishing was very unusual, and we had a period of poor recruitment from early 2000s to like 5 years of really well below average recruitment, and that we were slightly above BMSY that year. And the next year we were like, I'm going to guess, or approximate something like 20% below BMSY, which is fine. We should be above and below about half the time. However, what happens in our control rule is that as soon as you drop below, we already start adjusting our harvest rate. So we have a pattern where you could be very high values in 1 year, and then just by fiat, when you drop below that, everything kicks in. And in 2009, 2010, we dropped from 1.4 million tons down to 800,000 for a couple of years. And fortunately, our recruit recovered as expected it would. But it was a scary time. And I personally think that there's more that could be done to avoid that kind of volatility in the quota. And I think it would still be, still achieve the conservation goals in the pollock fishery. And to expand a little bit, my approach to that would be to evaluate future conditions under climate change and see how different harvest policies separate from this might respond. So I'm a little hesitant to say, oh, next year we expect the temperature to be 1 degree below or whatever average. Therefore, we're going to use a different control rule. What I think we should be aiming towards, and again, my personal opinion, we should be aiming towards something that's more transparent to follow, but it's been fully tested against those types of problems. Like we don't know where the pollock fleet's going to fish next year. Might be more north, might be more south. That's one of the uncertainties we face. All of those things, and I think the best way to go about that is through something like a dynamic management procedure that embraces what the industry wants and what the conservation goals are.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. That spurred another question from me. Is that approach that you're talking about then incorporating those kinds of scenarios into a new harvest control rule or somewhere in the assessment? And the difference from what I'm reading from the SSC was a lot of focus on, not using tier 3 for ABC and instead contemplating some sort of constant buffer that accommodates for, the one example was ecosystem function, that would be outside of the assessment and outside of the risk table. So there's a couple of questions in there. If you could try to attempt to answer what you intended to do, and then maybe a thought on this constant buffer idea that the SSC wants to explore.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I probably should have said that part of the reason I included this as a recommended thing was that the history of having the SSC say, well, it's tier 1 where there's uncertainty. Let's use tier 3 as the reduction from the maximum permissible, not calling it tier 3 yet. And my sense of the SSC was that frustration. And so they did look at historical reductions, I won't say buffer, reductions from maximum permissible. And they talked about that. And I think, I think the conclusion was that that's also somewhat arbitrary. And I think there should be more analyses on that. To the first part of your question, I think it was something about the harvest. How would you embed that with the assessment within like the annual process spec setting? Well, I think we've heard in some scenarios that, assessments will often do research models to evaluate the uncertainty, and then they'll do the one that the council's familiar with and should be relatively transparent. You'll hear from Steve on the way he's gone with PCOD, to make it simple and something that's robust enough to the kind of uncertainty. Try to wrap up what I think where we should be headed is we have, and this happens in the we have kind of our standard way of specifying the catch recommendations for the next year. But we're looking at is everything on track? Are there exceptional circumstances that we should deviate from? And if so, then that would put it in another analytical ballpark. It's like, what do we do about it? We've been doing multi-species assessments in the Bering Sea for over a decade, I think, and presented that. And I treat those as kind of another way of looking back as well. What we see in the trophic interaction model with cod and arrowtooth included, does that give you concern about what our single species models are doing? And to date, they seem to be more on the positive side than a conservation concern on that side. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your presentations. I think Dr. Stram is going to come back up.
Through the chair, I can continue with Pollock. So moving forward, looking at, you're going to see this figure for a number of species, which we call the quad plot, which has total catch, total biomass, H1 recruitment, and spawning biomass. And this basically just gives a quick overview, looking at what Dr. Iannelli just spoke about, looking at that total catch dropping off, in the mid 2000s, looking at where we're at with total biomass being well above the mean. That large 2018 recruitment, you can see here, compared to the lower recruitments around it. And then looking at spawning biomass increasing, the most recent. You're also going to see this table quite a bit, and you've seen this over the years. It was originally developed by Dr. Grant Thompson. And if you look across the rows, which have a blank, so the second column is the last assessment numbers. The next column is this assessment, and then the percent change is on the final. If you look across row, if you look at a row that doesn't have a value in it, that percent change is the change from last year's number versus this year's number. And if you look across the row with a value in this assessment, that is last year's projection for this year, and then this year's assessment. You can see for Pollock, we've changed from last year's ABC, we have an increase of 21%. But if you look at the projection from last year, it's increase of just 2%. So you can look at it across that way. But for this stock, the team agreed with the author's recommendation on the assessment model and reduction from maximum permissible ABC. The ABCs were, as we just spoke about, reduced by 18% from tier 1 maximum permissible based on the risk table assessment. And this was in the environment, and we're looking at multiple indicators of primary and secondary productivity, which show adverse signals borne out in continuing declining trends in juvenile and adult fish condition. Our discussion at the team centered around a number of areas. The first was looking at how we project forward selectivity, and we kind of addressed, we wanted the author to kind of look at that and look at assumptions about that projection of selectivity into the future. We also discussed the difference between the MLE and the Bayesian estimates and which was most appropriate for that decision table that you saw. And there's just a difference in distribution, particularly in the tails, and we kind of had a discussion about that. And that's what we had for Pollock for this year. If there's no questions, I'll move on to COD.
Ms. Kimball.
I have a question. It may be for Dr. Yanelli. I don't know. And sorry to pursue this, but it seems important. I'm trying to track. There's so much uncertainty already accounted for in the tier system and in this assessment. And I'm trying to track these new, kind of, for lack of a better word, just components of uncertainty that are scattered throughout the SSC report and that Dr. Yanelli mentioned a few times. And so I want to know where they go, to be frank. If we're talking about adverse signals in the ecosystem that we're seeing through fish condition, does that level of uncertainty go in the risk table? That's my first question. If we're talking about ecosystem function of pollock, is that a separate set of uncertainty that we're not quite sure what to do with yet? And if we're talking about uncertainty in the stock recruitment relationship, is that uncertainty that we put in the assessment so it doesn't get double counted in other places? And I can repeat those three buckets if you wish, but sorry I didn't catch you before this, but it's kind of important.
Yeah, thanks. And, the tier one buffer, the FMP buffer from OFL, was based on an analysis. So this is the first one component of the uncertainty. It was based on basically a decision theoretic analysis that said, if, we want to be risk averse and stable, it'll have this much buffer. And I won't go into how the calculations are done, but it's kind of what you would do if this was just your fishery. It's like how you would fish, kind of is the way I think about it. And like, how do you decide things? When you actually crank through and apply these methods that, you've seen a lot of talk over the years about how I project mean weighted age, because that's uncertain. We don't know what that's going to be next year. There's lots of components. Bottom line is that FMP buffer between OFL and maximum ABC for yellowfin sole, northern rock sole, and pollock are all quite small. The buffer, compared to the kind of thing you saw with crab and some of those other ways of looking at buffers, but that was a formal risk averse way of based on a formal risk averse analysis. And so I think there was kind of a gut uncomfortableness with that small buffer. And way back when this was first being implemented, you saw a bigger buffer with the tier 3. And so the SSC struggled, and we did too. It's like, how these fish move a lot. They grow differently every period. And there's lots of sources of uncertainty from the ecosystem side. So I think that was one of the parts of the uncertainty. As far as how the risk table feeds in, I think another kind of historical point was years ago, we actually did come up with reasons why we might go below the maximum permissible for pollock. Sea lions was one of them, that was used as a concern. And from that, rather than have, my list of things I worry about every year, the risk table was meant to formalize that. And that's why it's there. But yeah, I don't know if that's helpful.
Thanks. We can maybe pursue it offline, but thank you.
I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Excellent. Through the chair. Next, we're going to talk about Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, and I'm the author on this particular stock. So we'll be talking from an author's perspective, and later I'll change hats and do the plan team perspective. This is a full assessment this year, tier 3B, 3 new models that I presented. The risk table was pretty flat, no concerns across the board. We also saw an ESP for this stock done by Clay Shotwell and provided by Clay Shotwell. You've seen a lot of these things already in the ESR, but these are specific to Pacific cod. One of the things that we do look at is sea ice advance and retreat, which was below average this year. Surface temperatures were average and bottom temperatures were slightly below average. General calmer, cooler conditions. The spring bloom timing was average, but matched with the hatch depends on spawning and movement of Pacific cod. The conditions of juveniles were above average, adults below average, suggesting sufficient prey, but the population continues to move southeast. And the population continues to move southeast and spread and a bit more spread out. One thing that we are looking at is arrowtooth biomass, which has steadily increased over time, and it's near its peak value. Economically, the excess value increased, but still below average. Price and revenue effort increased to an average in 2022. This is based on 22, not 2023. Modeling summary, looking at what's important for this stock, we found one potential covariate for recruitment, which is the summer bottom temperatures from the ROMS NPC model for 1985 through 2019 year class. And when we're looking at the multi-species model, we did see an update, and we see the age 1 natural mortality decreased and remains below the mean, and total biomass consumed was above average. The ration decreased, but is still above average. So kind of mostly average conditions for Pacific cod across the board for these things that were looked at. Moving specifically into the stock assessment for
Dr.
2020.
Dr. Bartolome, I think we have a question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Balbo, you mentioned earlier we'll get the full, I think, economic save or ecosystem economic profiles in February, but do you know if it will include 2023 data? I just, these things change so much. This year is a really great example. We're getting, and I didn't mention it when we saw it the first time on a previous slide, X vessel value only through 2022, or showing the price effect when you look at quantity of fish versus value and what the overall net effect is on value. It's almost irrelevant given the changes that happened so quickly to almost every species across Alaska in 2023. So I'm just wondering if 2023 is included in our February group, or how useful is this information if we can't keep up to date with things like markets that are changing all the time, and this past year changed very quickly in a very poor direction?
Through the chair, we've had this discussion. It won't be through 2023. It'll just be through 2022. And there's a lag because they're looking at all these indices from national, international economic databases that don't come in until fairly late in the year. So there's always going to be that kind of lag in there. I'm sure the economists are interested in getting more up to date, but it's very difficult getting these data in real time, unfortunately.
If I could just add, I think one of the benefits of the ESPs, they are trying to be more current with the indices that they can do real time. So they're still limited by the economic data that's available at that time. So when you look at the ESPs, which won't be reviewed in February, those are only part of the assessment at this point. Some of the indices are up to date to 2023 where possible, but the ones that are not are because of the lag in the data availability.
Thank you. And thank you for that response. I don't mean it as a critique. I just maybe mean it as a need to continue to caveat those types of data. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair. And moving on to the stock assessment. Looking at the fishery data in 2023, we had an ABC of 145,000 tons. Catch as of December 5th was about 140,000 tons. So a lot of the catch was had. Longline is the highest proportion of that fishery. If you look down to the figure to the right, you can see the blue being longline, orange being trawl, green being the pot fishery, all of it dropping down in the most recent years. What we can see in the fishery is this shift to the south for the fishery. We had little observed fishing north of St. Matthews Island in 2023, similar in 2022, versus where we had that large fishery in 2020 and 2021 that's farther north. Because of that cooling, we kind of shifted that fishery down to the south. If we look at our CPU indexes that we've looked at in the stock assessment, we have two. One is the vast longline winter CPU index. That's just the winter fishery, longline fishery looked at. We see a downward trend overall with a 16% drop from 2022. If we look at an all year naive CPU index, which is looking across the entire year, we see that sharp downward trend to near average since an all-time high in 2020. So in 2020, we were at an all-time high, and that naive index, we're down to about average now in 2023. Looking at the bottom trawl survey, we have a little bit of discrepancy. We have an increase in abundance of 12%, but a decline in biomass of 4%. And that indicates that there's more small fish in the system. We see again in the survey that southeastern shift in distribution, just like the fishery with that cold weather, but also that kind of a spreading out of the distribution as well. So on the figures to the top right, we see 2022 versus 2023 and slight shift down to the south for that stock. One of the things I looked at new this year was a conditional age at length. And this kind of looks at each of these lines with these bubbles is the age of the fish by the length of the fish. You can see how quickly cod grow. And like many fish have this asymptotic growth, cod don't. They just keep growing straight up. It doesn't really, there's no L max in that fish. But what we can see when we look at this data by age, we can see this increase in growth recently. So since about 2010, 2007, we see this increasing growth in these larger fish. So the fish are larger, longer at age in the most recent part of the time series. We are also able to get fishery, and we appreciate the state providing fishery from the Dutch Harbor sub-area fishery, which was really great to look at. We hadn't had that data previously. The state fishery, the GHL, is about 12% of the BSAI ABC. 98% of that was harvested this year so far. It's mostly or is all pot and jig fishery. It's ADF&G port sampling, where both length and weight of cod catch were provided from the February-April fishery. If we look at this and compare this with the federal fishery at the same time period with the same gear types, we see this slight shift in distribution. So they're actually catching slightly smaller fish in the state fishery than what we're seeing in the federal fishery. Of course, this is just 1 year of data. We're hoping to get more of that data and kind of continue to compare the two fisheries, but also start including this data into the stock assessment. It wasn't this year, but hopefully next year, or once we get more data, we can start including that in the stock assessment. So looking at our models this year. So previously we worked on a 4-model ensemble. This year we provided those models as well. Same models and weighting as 2022 ensemble with updated data, but we also provided 3 new single models. Model 23.1A, which is a simplified model. So we took one of the models from the ensemble and simplified it. Made it simple, took out all the time varying parts of it and fixed some things. Then we started adding some complexity to that model and trying to look at what was the best model for this stock. All of these data and all of the analyses are available on a GitHub site, and that's what that QR code is up there. If you go there, you can actually pull down all of the models, all of the results. Anybody that knows stock synthesis can run these models. So it's very public, very open. And people can actually look at these things. And then model 23.2 or D added annually varying growth and selectivity. And 23.2 looked at that conditional age at length data that I showed you just a bit through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tway, you have a question?
I was just wondering, Dr. Barbeau, are you going to be offering like an evening seminar or something and how to make your QR codes look like that?
So I can give you that right now. You just go to Google and you'll left click.
Oh, don't give away your secrets that easily.
Yeah, so that's all available up on a GitHub site, which is makes it pretty open public. If we look forward, we did an evaluation of that ensemble models, and really they didn't work very well. What we had was a Dirichlet multinomial log theta, which is this thing that specifies sample size, and it really had to be set at a bound for the models to actually converge. In 2022, ensemble models consistently failed jitter tests. That's when you change the variables around a bit, and it didn't converge to the same point every time. These models are extremely sensitive, and they weren't very well behaved. And to get them to behave, you have to put a lot of hours into it. And really, it tells me that the models aren't well behaved. So in the author's opinion, the failure of the ensemble models to consistently converge at the maximum likelihood estimate is enough to disqualify them for consideration for use in management. So getting rid of the ensemble and going to these single models that we looked at, model 23.10D had the best overall performance. So we're looking across retrospective bias, which is the Mohns row. You want to be near 0. So that model was the best behaved. Looking at the effective N, tells you want a high value for that. That tells you that the model's better fit across the board for those particular components. Looking at mean absolute squared error has the best predictive skill for those particular components. And the residual runs test looks at the residuals and looks at autocorrelation within these residuals. And it says that our model, model 23.D was best across the board. So across all 3 of those models that we looked at, D was the better performer. So moving forward with that particular model.
Dr. Barbeau.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Another question, Mr. Tway.
and this one's a touch more serious, Dr. Barbeau. So is this kind of the end of the era then for ensemble modeling approaches for PCOD I'm not at all challenging your conclusion for this year. I'm just trying to figure out where it leads you as a stock assessment author and maybe more largely as the stock assessment author community thinks about the use and the value of ensemble modeling. I'm trying to figure out where what's the deeper significance to that.
Through the chair, I have a very long answer for that. I think when we did the ensembles, we had a lot of uncertainty about this stock. We had a lot of uncertainty about the Northern Bering Sea. And I think the ensembles, the way that we treated them, was a great way of dealing with that uncertainty. Unfortunately, the models that we chose had some issues that made them extremely sensitive to some of our assumptions. And the specific models that we had, I don't think were diverse enough to address our current issues with uncertainty in this stock. And I think that there is a place for ensembles, but I think it needs to be a much more diverse set of models. So if we take the multi-species model, we take a random effects model, potentially we take these stock assessment models, and that type of ensemble would be very useful to address our uncertainties in these models. But what we need to do first is come up with a way of weighting those. That's something that what we did previously was we counted on a CIE review to come up with these weighting factors based on grants evaluation of what to do with those weights. I think there needs to be a process provided that determines these weights and not rely on the stock assessment author, because the stock assessment author has biases. I think any one person has biases as far as which models they think are best that go into these models and address our concerns. So I think if we're going to move forward with an ensemble approach, I think the weighting needs to be taken more seriously, and that we need to have potentially a group or a working group set up to determine those weights on an annual or basis. When the models change, we need to have a reassessment of those weights. We did not have that in place for the ensemble models that we had previously. So there's several difficulties that we had. We also need to have a team effort. Having one stock assessment author do 8 to 10 models a year for the assessment is not healthy. I mean, what you're dealing with is models that need very detailed scrutiny. And when you have that many models, you're not able to scrutinize that many models in a year. And I think it's not possible unless you have a team effort. So looking at that, our Model D versus the ensemble, they're very close. If you look at the spawning stock biomass trends here in orange is the ensemble, in blue is the individual model that we chose. It's similar, but it does have higher peaks and lower troughs. And one of those issues is because the natural mortality has changed in that model. So we're getting these higher troughs and higher peaks. If we look at age 0 recruitment, again, very similar across the board, some slight differences in troughs. There is some similarities in the F, but there is some differences as well. We're looking at higher Fs in 1991 through 2015 in our new model and lower Fs in 2016 through 2021. Going forward, again, here's that 4 plot that we've seen before. Again, you can see that catch that really peaked in the teens and kind of dropped off in the most recent years when we took the ensemble models, kind of dropped off. Total biomass is below the mean. If you look at recruitment, we have that just Pollock, we have that large 2018 year class that's in the system that's kind of moving through, low recruitment on either side, coming up to the mean, but that mean is based on average recruitment. So we're looking at 2021, 2022, or 2022, 2023. Really, those two blues are average recruitment because that's what we've said in the model. Spawning biomass is coming down, but it's still above BMSY in this year. So for switching hats now to the plan team, we move forward with the ensemble single model approach. The team agreed with the author's recommendation of use of model 23.1D. We have no reduction for max ABC. One of the discussions that was around the sensitivity of M and Q in the model, since in this model version, M is fixed. The team recommended expanding discussion of uncertainty around M in the risk table, for example, an interplay between M and Q, and what may elevate the risk to a level 2 categorization. When we have that much uncertainty on M, should it have been actually a level 2 in the stock assessment risk table versus a level 1 where I said it? They wanted more discussion of that for next year's assessment. So in the end, we end up with a higher ABC this year of 168,000 tons, about a 20% increase from last year. 16% increase from last year's actual ABC. I think that is where we ended up with cod. Okay. Next, we're moving on to Aleutian Island specific cod. This is a tier 5 assessment. The authors did put forward 2 or 3 tier 3 assessments, but they weren't accepted by the plan team. So we're going forward with the tier 5 approach still. In the risk table, the author has a level 2 increased concern for the population dynamics since it's on a down curve, and for the environment since we've been in a heat wave, as you've seen in the presentation previously in the SR. So if we look at the survey, we can see this sharp, long decline in Pacific cod since the 1990s. 1991 dropping down to a very low estimate in 2022, which was our last survey. We can also look at CPUE in the fishery. This fishery CPUE has been declining consistently in both sides in the trawl fishery for small boats and large boats to a very low CPUE estimate for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Down.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Werbo. On the CPUE, I'm just thinking about this last year out in the Aleutians. There was very little fishing data available because nobody, I mean, as far as I know, I think a lot of the historical participants, the trawl fleet didn't have a place to deliver, nor was there mothership activity. I don't believe in the federal fishery and for the hook and line freezer longliners that have participated out there. I think there was very little to no activity as well. So when you're looking at that, it would lead me to think as an author that you would desire more data. And so there's a state water fishery. I'm just curious if you've had any conversations on it looked like the state water fishery took a good portion of their deal. I think they were at this report that we received a report earlier from the state of Alaska showing that I think there were 9 vessels that participated in that fishery. That would seem like that would be nice to capture that data, because I don't know that the future is going to look much different for the next few years. So there you go. That's my question.
Yeah. Through the chair, Mr. Down. Yes, the author is working with the state to get those data. The state has provided data for our Dutch Harbor area. We're also hoping that they'll get data for the Aleutian Islands. There was an additional discussion with industry in that the fishery that did occur out there was at a different season. And so the CPUE might be slightly lower simply because they're in a different season as well. So there's some uncertainty around this estimate of CPUE, but it does look like over the long term it is on that downward trend, which kind of matches what we're seeing in the survey as well. And that, as you saw in the ESRs, that we've been on this continued heat wave in the Aleutians, which we know from the Gulf, our experience in the Gulf, that's not good for cod. The work by Ben Laurel et al. Looking at egg hatch rates and survival of larvae makes it difficult. So in summary, the team did not recommend the author's tier 3 model, but recommended management continue under tier 5. It wasn't because the models weren't positive improvements. It's that these models were new from September and the team didn't have enough time to actually review it properly. So hopefully we'll be seeing those next year. Due to risk table concerns, the team did recommend an 8% reduction for maximum ABC for this stock from the tier 5 estimate. Okay. Moving on, we're going to look at flatfish now, changing from the gattids. We only had one stock that was an update, yellowfin sole, and I'll be going into more detail for that stock here. It's a tier 1A. It's an update assessment with one new model. The risk table has a 2 for both the population dynamics and for the environment. What we saw in this bottom trawl survey was a large decrease of 46% in the 2023 bottom trawl survey biomass estimate. You can see here both for the vast, and this does include the northern Bering Sea portion of the stock. We started including that last year. And so we see that sharp drop from 2022 to 2023. What we did see and what happens in the stock assessment is a substantial reduction of 2017 and surrounding year classes from previous assessments. So that new survey did not really have these large 2017 year class. So on the left is last year's assessment, which shows that huge 2017 year class and also some large recruitments surrounding that 2017 year class. In the 2023 assessment, although 2017 year class is still above average, it's quite a bit lower than what we had estimated it previously. What this equates to is a large reduction in total biomass, about 62% from 2022. Similar female spawning biomass drop of 2%. So a much larger decrease in those younger fish reduces that larger total biomass, dropping down considerably more than the spawning stock biomass because these are younger fish. Again, looking at that quad plot, we can see catch has been relatively stable over time, dropping more recently. Total biomass is about near the average, slightly above the average. Spawning biomass is well above BMSY. So fishery catches a large portion of younger or immature fish. So yellowfin sole females are about 82% selected into the fishery by the age 10, whereas they have been found to be only 40% mature at this age. This is why we had that large reduction in ABC when we didn't have a large reduction in spawning stock biomass, because a large portion of those fish are being selected into the fishery, those smaller fish. So what we see is a 30% reduction from last year's ABC or a 43% reduction from last year's projected ABC from 2024. So we're looking at 266,000 tons this year for the ABC. So the team accepted the author's recommended, including no reduction from maximum ABC. The team recommended that the author conduct a model sensitivity analysis to evaluate the current approach and the effect of estimating M and the effect it has on model performance and results. So M is estimated separately for males and females, and we wanted her to look and fixed for females, estimated for males. We wanted her to look at estimating M for females and how that impacts the model, the technical increase. Next, I move on to rockfish. There's no questions. So this year we had one stock in the rockfish category, northern rockfish, which was an update. The rest were either harvest projections or catch reports. Looking at northern rockfish, it's a tier 3A update assessment. There were no new models. This was just updating the data. We do have issues with both the stock assessment and population dynamics. One of the big issues with this stock is the retrospective pattern. So this is when you pull data out of the model by year and look at how the model behaves. And this tends to end up with a lower value. So you have a negative Mohs row bias. So it tells us that the model isn't really fitting the data properly. In the fishery, we have continued development of a target fishery. So in this figure to the right, the dotted line is the fishery. And we see that sharp increase in the fishery in most recent years. And the solid lines, that's the survey and the fit to the survey. So we have this rapidly increasing catch in northern rockfish, which the author was concerned about. The SSC did ask for an update on stock structure, and we did see a presentation in September from Dr. Wes Larson looking at genetics. And this stock has both spatial patterns and growth and spatial genetic structure. If you look to the left, these are just the growth parameters, and you can see that there's differences depending on Western Aleutians, Central Aleutians, Eastern Aleutians, and Southern Bering Sea. We have some large differences in those parameters for growth. So both L infinity and the K, bond brittle land free K, you see differences. So there is both genetic structure and growth structure spatially in this for this stock. The issues that the author had with this for the was the mismatch between spatial scale of management and spatial population structure. For the risk tables, we did not recommend any reductions for max ABC simply because catch is really a lot lower than the ABC. So we don't tend to catch the ABC in this stock. So we weren't particularly concerned about that, but we do want to monitor stock and fishery closely since we do have this spatial structure and do worry about local depletion of these stocks. Again, we can look at that for quad plot, you can see that catch, we see that ramping up of catch in recent years of northern rockfish, but total biomass is still well above the mean, and the spawning biomass is still well above BMSY. So the team agreed with the author's recommendation and stayed with the base model, and no additional recommendations for this stock. So we're looking at a slight increase of 6% from last year's projection, or 3% from last year's ABC. Next, we'll be moving on to the other species. There were two that we saw for this component. We saw an update for skates and an update for octopus. For skates, it's split between 3A and 5s. Alaska skate are a tier 3 stock where we do have a stock assessment model, and the rest of the other skates are tier 5 where they're lumped together as a single tier 5 model. We did have one risk table element above no concern, which was 2, which was for the Alaska skate, which was because of the retrospective bias in this stock assessment model. So for the tier 3A, update to catch and survey data, the authors migrated from an older version of stock synthesis to the newer version. There wasn't much change in that, and the model continues to have poor retrospective bias, but we can see that skates are still doing fairly well. We had a slight reduction of the ABC from last year of 27,950 tons. So about 3% reduction from what we projected, 9% reduction from the actual ABC. Again, we can look at that quad plot for these. We see that increase in catch recently, but falling off. Total biomass is still above the mean, slightly above the mean, and quite a bit above the BMSY. Moving to the tier 5 skates, I think there are 13 species in this group. They simply updated to the survey biomass estimates and a new REMA model run, so random effects model, moving forward for all the stocks. We can see that slight decline in Aleutian Islands, increase in the Eastern Bering Sea shelf, and then the EBS slope is not really well informed since we haven't had a survey since 2016. But again, overall, when we look at this, we have a 23% increase in the ABC for that component of this stock. And if we look at it in tandem, putting them both together, overall, we have about a 3% increase in the ABC. So the team accepted the recommended models with no reduction from maximum ABC. The team recommends the author examine using a catchability that is tuned to temperature, since there seems to be some indication that the biomass of skates kind of changes with that temperature. And it'd be good to look at that. The team also applauded the approach that the authors took to doing this as a new author, and they really took a careful approach of looking at how to redo the data and redo the models, and really take a close look at this stock before moving forward with any new models. So we applauded that approach. Next, for octopus, this is a tier 6. It uses a consumption model, which was last updated in 2011. For this year, the authors added 13,614 additional Pacific cod stomach samples collected from 2012 to 2013 and 2016 through 2022 for 2023 added for this year's update. And it increased the estimate from 3576 to 4560, so about a 28% increase in that ABC. The team accepted the author's recommendation with no reductions for maximum ABC for this stock as well. Next, we're done with all of the stock assessments. We're looking at ecosystem component and report by forage fish. Cody Sawalski did a really great job of bringing this forward this year. He has if you haven't had the opportunity, go in and look at the maps. He's made some really nice maps in there of the distribution of these forage fish in the Bering Sea. Overall, from the bottom trawl survey, we're looking at a drop in capelin and eulachon. Herring and shrimp were up in 2023, and the basis survey looking at things were down. In the fisheries, we're looking at squid and herring catches were up in the Bering Sea. All other catches were down. For future outlook, he's looking at spatial temporal models with environmental linkages to kind of address issues that we have with modeling this stock, and looking at some synthetic indices of forage for the ESRs, and kind of including those into the ESR. And that is all that we had for models that we looked at in tandem. We did have both Chris Lunsford and Melissa Helchuk provide us harvest projection summaries for stocks that weren't addressed this year. This is kind of a list of those stocks. And at this point, the authors had an opportunity to come forward if they had any concerns. There weren't any concerns for any of these species except for Greenland turbot, which I was going to go into more detail. So the team was concerned about the status of Greenland turbot and recommended an operational full assessment. It's supposed to be a full assessment next year, but we wanted it to be addressed due to concerns with continued long-term declines in the survey indices, as well as the inability of the model to fit these indices. So Greenland turbot can continue to be a species of concern. It seems to be on a long-term drop. And then in addition to that, we had catch reports. Usually this would be a none. We wouldn't be seeing anything, but these are kind of like bookmarks for these stocks. And we did see, just forward of those catch. And so there wouldn't be any changes in ABC or OFL for these stocks. And that is it. If there's any questions.
Thank you for the report. We'll see if there are any questions before Dr. Stram takes over. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of slides to go through the actions in front of the council with respect to specifications at this meeting. So the first actions, as you know, are setting TAC levels for 2024 and 2025. I just highlighted here, there's only one change, as I believe Dr. Barbeau noted, and you'll hear in your SSC report from the planting recommendations, and that's for Aleutian Islands cod. That's important because you do have to take into account the GHL for the state waters fisheries. So in setting the TACs for both cod and sablefish, you do have to take into account the GHL that is specified for the state of Alaska. So for the Bering Sea, that's specified at 12% of the ABC plus an additional 45 tons to the jig fishery in Area O. I will note that because, as you heard in your state report as well as this morning, because the state GHL is assumed to be, it will probably be 100% taken in this year as well as in last year, the state is then allocated an additional 1%. So our calculations for 2025 assume a 13% to the state of Alaska plus the 45 tons. In the Aleutian Islands, then the GHL is 35% of the ABC. So, and you always reduce your ABC. So the maximum TAC is the ABC reduced by the amount to the state waters GHL. For sablefish, then the state waters GHL is set at 5% of the combined BS and AI ABC for 2024 and 2025. In 2023, as well as in 2022, the GHL fishery, most of the catch occurred in state waters that are adjacent to the Bering Sea subarea. So you may consider recommending that all come out of that area, or you could take it equivalently out of both. Sorry. You also set ABC reserves for the flathead sole, rock sole, and yellowfin sole, recalling that your ABC reserve is looking at the surplus. So the ABC surplus is the difference between ABC and TAC for all three species. That gives you a surplus, and then you consider whether or not you want to designate the entire surplus as your ABC reserve, or if you have any concerns where you'd wish to set a discretionary buffer, which means that you would reduce that surplus before you set your ABC reserve for those species. Next, I'm just going to walk through, these are tables that are all in your, posted to your agenda, tables 14 through 18, and these are your PSC limits and fishery apportionments for crab species, and as well as herring and halibut. This is table 14. This gives you all of the overall and then the allocated by trawl, CDQ, and non-trawl for halibut, herring, red king crab, snow crab, and tanner crab. I'm going to focus first on halibut. There are a couple of changes. You heard this in your in-season management report. The Amendment 123 for halibut established a PSC limit for Amendment 80 that's based on the combined assessment of the Bering Sea Trawl Survey as well as the IPHC Setline Survey. That has resulted in a PSC limit for the Amendment 80 sector for 2024 at 1396. So that's a change from the fixed level that you had before. And then the box to your lower left is part of the changes that are due to Amendment 122 for the trawl PCTC. The table gives you the trawl limits and the reductions that are part of the PCTC allocation. So the reductions that are in place for 2024 and then further for the subsequent year. Herring, I'm going to spend just a couple minutes on. Your herring PSC limit is set at 1% of the total estimated Bering Sea herring biomass. The biomass estimate for Togiak is substantially reduced in 2024 from the previous years where you're looking at an increase for a number of years. I just wanted to note this there. This is in the letter posted to your e-agenda from the state of Alaska explaining that there was a change in methodology for assessing the Togiak herring stock in 2024. In 2023, there was no directed fishery. So the herring biomass estimate for the Togiak stock is done with a statistical catch at age model, and that depends on age and weight data from the directed fishery in that year. So with no directed fishery in 2023, they did not have the fishery dependent age and weight data to inform the assessment model. Therefore, the state decided to use aerial survey data only. So they look over a 10-year mean, but they have to discount years which they find not applicable for the mean. So the estimate ends up being based on, I think, 6 out of the 10 years of their mean, and results in a substantially lower estimate in this year. So the PSC limit for 2024 is 22,535 tons, and that's down from 3,444 tons in 2023. If there is a directed fishery in 2024, the assumption is that the state will return to the statistical catch at age model to estimate the Togiak stock. And if you look at those tables, Togiak is the only one that's really annually assessed. The rest of those numbers haven't changed in a number of years. Moving on to crab then, you set PSC limits for Bristol Bay Red King crab, Tanner crab, and snow crab. And those are the overall numbers. And then one of the actions in front of the council in conjunction with PSC limits, there are fixed limits, but then you also have the ability to recommend fishery allowances for herring. And so if you look at table 15, you have fishery categories and you can move those categories around. The National Marine Fisheries Service provides us this based on the way your allowances were in 2023. But that is a discretionary action in front of the council at this meeting to modify those. I would also note that because the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery is open in 2023-24, you do now have a specified limit for the Red King crab savings area. So the 10 nautical mile strip, that is closed and does not have a limit in years in which the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery does not open. But in this year, because it is open, you do have a specific PSC limit specified for that area. And then finally, your discard mortality rates. You were presented these in October. There is no change. These are the recommended Pacific halibut discard mortality rates by gear type and sector for the 2024-2025 fishery. Madam Chair, that's all I have in terms of your overall actions. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none.
Thank you. That would conclude our staff report.
Great. Before we go into, I think up next is our SSC report, but before we transition to Dr. Dressel, I'd like to give council members about 15 minutes to review the report that was posted online this morning. So we'll come back at 9:45 and take up our SSC report. Thank you.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me there?
Can you guys, oh, yes, we can hear you perfectly in the room.
Okay, so I'm good. You'll just
Council members, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think we're ready to take up our SSC report if Dr. Dressel is available.
Good morning, Chair and members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel. I am co-chair of the SSC. And online, I believe that Franz Muter is on, and he is the other co-chair to help with any questions. So this section, we're going to cover general stock assessment comments that actually apply to both GOA and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. So in the first one we took up was general comments on risk tables. In 2021, the SSC recommended that categories be revised from 4 categories to 3, where 3 is normal, increased, extreme. And the SSC appreciated the changes that authors and plan teams made this year. One of the details was in this year's assessments, the 4th category, A category, was dropped. They dropped level 2, but by leaving the descriptions of the other levels the same, it didn't quite cover the full range. And because of that, the SSC requests that category descriptions be revised to cover the range outlined in the original table. And since the wording is different and authors try to match the wording, we hope that this will provide a more sort of continuous scale for us to work on. Additional recommendations that we had is that we reiterated that the fishery performance indicators, we reiterated that the risk table should only include fishery performance indicators that provide information on the biology of the stock. That's population dynamics, or creatively spelled, changes to stock spatial distribution and other things like that. The SSC also requested just a brief justification of risk table scores, even if the score indicates no elevated risk. And the SSC recommends that risk tables consider future risks if these can be anticipated, like things that you heard about for the El Nino conditions in 2024. That's what
Dr. Dressel, I think we have a couple of questions before you move on. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Are we doing, this is the end of the risk table section? So, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Dressel. I just had two questions. One was on the very last bullet there on recommending the risk tables consider future risks when these can be anticipated, like El Nino. And we did hear a lot about that in our ESR presentations, but then we also heard the caveat that a couple times but yet we don't know what, we have lists of vulnerable stocks, potentially and list of stocks that might benefit from those conditions, but we weren't quite sure how that was going to pan out. And so I just wondered if there was any additional discussion on like kind of how much certainty or burden of proof is there on trying to determine something like that. We know there's an El Nino and El Nino conditions, but translating that to a level of risk at a stock specific level, we seem to be cautioned a bit about that in our ESR report. And so I wondered if the SSC got into any more detail on that.
We did not discuss what that meant in terms of those future risks. I can see slight differences that we could make. This was not discussed in the meeting. I think that some predictions, like you said, there's more uncertainty, more unknown for future things. I think that one way that it may be able to be considered and be a little bit more sure is in cases where, say, conditions have been a certain way. So like in the Aleutian Islands, there has been warmed conditions for a number of years in a row. With the El Nino coming, if that would bring, say, warmed conditions for some reason in the Aleutians, we may have some sense that that may not change in the future. But like you said, there is more uncertainty with that. So I think that it would be used with more caution in risk table setting than information on things that we've already seen.
And then my second question is just, I appreciated that I was able to listen to some of the SSC discussion throughout on and a lot of the discussion about the use of the risk tables. And I'm wondering if this is a correct assessment that you're not asking for any changes through these bullets, with the exception of revising the category descriptions, but it's more clarifications on how we continue to use the risk tables, and it may be more directed at the plan teams for the coming year. And if that's it, if it is clarifications on how they should be used and what's helpful to the SSC, how do you propose kind of getting this message to the plan teams? How do we translate SSC minutes on, remember, this is how to use the risk tables, to the actual use of them kind of almost a year from now? Did the SSC discuss ideas for that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the SSC did not discuss that more online. I will say that I have had informal discussions. Risk tables, in order to use risk tables and other things, you need to have a common understanding. And you know that there is gray area. And so you're sort of trying to align this common understanding with lots of people, and that takes time. And so I actually have had discussions where with AFSC staff, with council staff, on ways that we can enhance that. And so, and one way would be for communication, say for council staff and an SSC member or to talk to stock assessment authors, to answer questions, to see if we're on the same page, to see if we're coming up with different things, why are we coming up with different things? So this wasn't addressed in the SSC meeting, but as SSC co-chair, I've had discussions like this on how do we enhance a common understanding and a common usage. And that actually has been talked about just within the last month or so of ways that we might be able to do that. The next section is we had some detailed assessment comments. We heard in the Gulf Pollock presentation use of one step ahead residuals, and this is sort of an up and coming statistical modeling procedure, and the SSC asked a number of questions and welcomes a presentation on their use and interpretation. The SSC also recommends the plan teams, and this has been a recommendation by the SSC for a few years now. We recommend the plan team consider a common method across assessments for projecting harvest for catch at the end of the calendar year, and trying to make that, we've asked in the past, please give us justification for the way that you've done it. Authors have done that. That's great. We have realized that the methods vary And so we've asked for the last couple of years for the plan teams to consider common approaches, but yet allow exceptions if there are fishery specific considerations by stock. And then modeling request is that when Bayesian model output is reported, we ask for appropriate conversions diagnostics to be presented as well. The next section was we received information on the ESRs, and then we received information on the ecological socioeconomic profiles for under 4 different stocks at this meeting. And so these are some common stock assessment comments. You'll hear slight references as we go through, but we gathered our recommendations together at the beginning. The SSC does recognize and encourage continued efforts to improve social, economic, and community indicators that are monitored and needed at different resolutions for council decision-making. And these include species level metrics of social, economic, and community information within the ESPs. It includes ecosystem level metrics of those same types of information within the ESRs. And then we also have said that this will complement the FMP level information on social, economic, and communities in the Econ Safe and the aggregated species level information that is considered at a community level in the ASEPO. The SSC strongly recommends that additional coordination among AFSC, NIMS AKRO, regional office, council staff, plan team representatives, SSC representatives be undertaken readily and soon to ensure the best scientific information available is being applied in support of national standards 1, 2, 4, 6, and 8. And there were a couple of points we made on what this coordination, the topics of the coordination could include. And one of them is to take a look at all the council decision informing sources of social, economic, and community information, where they are in these documents, and how we can have them at different scales of the resolution so that the council can use them effectively in your decision making. The second thing was we can talk about the timing of council decision informing information, how often we get it, how do you, one of the criteria for under National Standards 2 is the timing of information. And so that's another topic that would be valuable to discuss. The SSC discussed that there've been individual conversations, but it really seems that we need multiple people from multiple groups in the same room to sort out some of these issues. And so the SSC reiterated that convening a working group or workshop to develop species level, ecosystem level indicators that are appropriate for ESRs and ESPs, that would be one way to get people together to figure out these community indicators for, and those would complement ASEPO and Economic Safe. There were questions from the plan team, through the ESPs this year, there was a request to the SSC on what indicators would be necessary. And the SSC had a couple of suggestions, but said this really needs to be a broader discussion rather than a suggestion by a single person. And so we emphasize the process with that. And that's why we did not feel we were able to just on the spot name indicators without having more people and information together.
Ms. Baker. Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And I appreciate that explanation. And I'm just going to ask you, I did read the SSC report on this particular topic. And based on this slide, in terms of the SSC recommendation to convene a working group or a workshop to develop those community indicators. I'm getting the sense that as you described in your presentation, getting the right people in the room and setting aside some time to kind of maybe hammer out some of what's available and then what would be useful. I'm not reading the SSC report to say we need necessarily an ongoing working group or a standing working group, except for maybe after this one time, hammering out the details and then everybody getting on the same page to maybe have a small, set of folks that could continue tracking that as we improve. Is that a fair way to characterize what the SSC is recommending?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, I think it is. A little bit, this statement was up further in our minutes. If you go down a little bit further, I think that it's one of the bullets that says, it actually suggested, like you said, I think what the SSC is asking is that we need to have a bunch of people together to make some initial decisions. Also, that it may take more than just one meeting, like you said, to follow through and make decisions based on the direction of a broader group over time. And so we did say a workshop and working group, but we really didn't want to get into, like we did at the last meeting, we didn't want to tell you as the council how we needed to do that. We recognize that's your role, but we did know that there's a need for broad participation and continued continued work, however the council wishes to arrange that.
And Ms. Kimball, and then.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On these recommendations and in the SSC report, it seems, focused around providing the best available information, economic and community information relative to tax setting. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that was a large part of our focus for this meeting, because we have information, because we currently don't have species, economic, social, community information at the species level. That is one of the places that we don't have it. And that's what we ended up focusing on in this meeting.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair, is I'm on your slide 5, and I appreciate trying to boil it down for us from the narrative in the report. I understand that request to get species level socioeconomic community information in the ESPs. That there's a lot of acronyms in this one, the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. And I see how review of that by the SSC makes sense to ensure the council has that information for tax setting. What I don't quite understand is the next bullet on what the SSC envisioned as ecosystem level metrics of economic information within the ecosystem status reports. What kind of community or economic information at the ecosystem level would be helpful in the ESRs? I ask in part because I think the ESRs have been mainly used to support risk table and reducing from max ABC, which is an SSC role, not a council role. And also because I can't envision what an ecosystem level metric might be. So did you have discussion about that? I think we're trying to get to a point where we're using all of the information and not just producing information for information's sake. Sorry, that's a long question, but this was a lot. There's a lot of treatment of this issue in the report.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't believe that we had a detailed discussion on what you're asking, what the indicators would be at an ecosystem level. I was glad that we actually got on the record a bit more specificity on what the levels are, because I think that there has been some, I don't think that we've conveyed that. I think there's been confusion over that in the past. So I do recognize, so what we did talk about was that species specific level and ecosystem level are different, impacts are different, and information at those levels is also different. We didn't we did not get into identifying specific ecosystem level metrics. And that was actually one of the points for the group to get together. And so I think, so I don't have an answer on what those metrics would be, because I think that that would be in the future. But I think that part of the discussion in the future can also be what information is needed, is it needed, and is it needed at that level and why? I'm not an expert in that field, so I can't really give you that right now. But I think that that could be future discussion, and you may get a clearer answer from other members of the SSC than from me.
Mr. Down?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question is on the same thing as the last couple council members have asked for. And I've read the report and I'm looking at these 2 bullet points that relate to the slides that you've had up. I think Ms. Kimball asked my question, but when I listened to your answer, I still was a little unclear. So I'm just going to tell you what my takeaway from this is and see if that's correct. So when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the first bullet point, and I take that to mean that that the SSC is limited in its ability to what to do with this, because you're looking at the stock specific biology, and that's where you would apply these things. And if it applies outside of that, then in bullet number 2, that would be the council's job. The council would be using that information when setting TAC, and your recommendation is, because there's some cloudiness there and there's a lot of confusion, I think, on how that would all work, to include particularly the second bullet point on setting the council setting TAC and using this information in that regard, that the SSC is recommending that we, and I think the word you used was strongly recommended, that we put a working group together to sort some of this stuff out. Is that a good takeaway for me as a council member?
Yes, if I sorry, through the chair, Mr. Down. Yes, if I understood the question, I do agree that the SSC named that this information can impact ABCs if it affects the biology of the stock. It can also impact tax. And I think, and the reason for the working group, I believe, is what you said. It would be identifying what information is available, how can it be compiled in ways that people can use it well, and what information is useful, as Ms. Kimball noted as well, because I don't believe that the SSC wants information for information's sake, and so that also would be a critical question. The SSC then, we received the ecosystem status reports, which you did as well. And I've got comments on all 3 of them here, even though I'm not bringing you Gulf Specs SSC comments at the moment. And I arranged this a little bit differently, as I'll describe as we go on. I'm hoping it may be a little bit more helpful for the council than past SSC reports to you. So general comments across all 3. Like you, we receive presentations and we thank the authors. There's a lot of work that goes into these for their continued process. We acknowledge the continued value, the graphics in each report, the in-briefs, in order to find different ways to translate how information is incorporated in the council process for broad audiences. The SSC found no major ecosystem concerns in 2023, but there were a number of noteworthy topics which you've heard about, including low productivity in the Bering Sea, continued warm conditions in the Western Aleutian Islands, and there's mixed recovery from recent heat waves in the Gulf. And then we just mentioned also the potential effects of El Nino in 2024. So for each, the Eastern Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf, there's a lot of information in our report that's feedback for the authors. There's also general information that we received that influenced our discussions. However, what I decided to put into the presentation for you right now and I welcome feedback on how this, if it's helpful or not in the future, is looking at how information from each ESR impacted the risk tables and whether or not that resulted in an ABC reduction this year. And that is trying to hone it in specifically on management and scientific decisions that were made at this meeting. So in the Eastern Bering Sea, there were multiple indicators of primary production. So chlorophyll, phytoplankton, as well as secondary production, which is zooplankton, that indicate there's poor prey conditions for some fish species in the Eastern Bering Sea. This showed up in the risk tables for pollock and for yellowfin sole. So for pollock, it was noted that there's poor body condition of age 0, juvenile and adult pollock. And because of that, there was an elevated ecosystem concern in the risk table. And partly based on this, the SSC supported an ABC reduction. The second one is that it was noted that there's declining and below average body condition of yellowfin sole in the Northern Bering Sea. This resulted in an elevated ecosystem level for yellowfin in the risk table, but the SSC did not feel that this was impactful enough at this point to warrant an ABC reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Dressel, I appreciated your description of how you ended up presenting the individual area sort of bullets. One of the things then that it, and I get that, and I think that's useful, but one of the questions that leaves hanging, at least in my mind, is some of these cross area issues, and in particular, the ESRs this year, more than at least I'd noticed previously, were painting this picture of declining trend across all three major ecosystems in chlorophyll A levels. When we had some report from the individual authors for each of those ESRs, there was some acknowledgement that while it's clear the indices are declining, that we're really not sure at all about what that necessarily means, or even if it's the indice is truly an accurate representation of what's really going on out there. But I just wondered if the SSC had some discussion about that we are observing that in three indices that we've chosen, and whether some additional focus should be cross ecosystem focus should be devoted to figuring out what that means in terms of either whether it is really reflecting what's going on, and if it is at the ecosystem level, what's the signal there? What are the consequences? I couldn't find that in the minutes, and I'm definitely not seeing it in your bullets. So,
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, as far as your question on the resolution, is this really happening? Is this what it really means? The SSC did have discussions on that. And so there are some notes in our minutes on validating these indices, questioning, have these indices been validated? To what level could they be validated further? As far as looking across all the FMPs or the entire ecosystem and looking at what that means, I don't recall us discussing that, but I believe that Dr. Muter is online, and I'm going to ask if he recalls that. Franz, can you hear me?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Franz Muter here, the other co-chair. Yeah, we didn't specifically discuss how to include that in the report here, for example, but we certainly typically discuss issues across those different areas, like the issue with declining chlorophyll A concentrations across all three ecosystems, and we had some questions about that in a general context in terms of the methodology of how to best present indices and combine multiple indices. We had some general comments on that, and we could certainly, in the report here, we would highlight things that we discuss across ecosystems. I don't think we have a specific bullet on this this time because concerns that we highlighted here in the Bering Sea and the Gulf and the Aleutians were mostly region specific, including, for example, the to some extent the El Nino, because that's expected to have a strong impact in the Gulf, but perhaps less so, or at least less certain in the Aleutians and in the Bering Sea. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Meter.
For the Aleutian Islands ecosystem status report, we noted that there was a multi-year pattern of unusually warm conditions since 2013 and 14 that are existing more in the Aleutian Islands than in the other regions, and these are associated with lower productivity. That observation in the ESR ties in with the fact that Pacific cod body condition also declined. Pacific cod are actually particularly sensitive to increased temperatures due to energetic demands and diet. And this was evident in the Gulf of Alaska during the 2014 to 16 heat wave. And we had an elevated level 2 ecosystem concern for Aleutian Island Pacific cod. And it was partly due to this continued warming in the Aleutian Islands and the fact that when there was, and there also happened to be no survey, it was an off year. And when we had similar conditions in the Gulf, some of those conditions were similar. There was a decline in Gulf cod. And because of that, it was not only in the risk table, but it was also included by the SSC as an ABC reduction.
It's Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Dressel, for the Aleutians, the SSC report itself devotes a fair amount of attention to an issue that doesn't get picked up here because it didn't affect the risk table, but that's the issue of the fairly abrupt and now apparently persistent change in the abundance of East Kamchatka pink salmon in the particularly, well, in the Aleutians ecosystem in particular. And the point that at that magnitude, that there's a fairly large amount of energy that's probably moving out of the system. And then the SSC sort of made the point that we don't understand that very well, in part because totally inadvertently, our survey pattern completely misses, because of the even odd pattern of pink abundance, totally misses the opportunity to get some more insight into those dynamics. Was the SSC actually recommending a change in survey? There was sort of an observation that it's problematic because of that survey pattern, but was the SSC actually recommending that this is kind of a big enough deal, potentially a big enough deal, that we should actually consider changing the survey pattern to get some more insight into the potential ecosystem level dynamics of that much higher abundance of Kamchatka pinks?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. We did have a lot of discussion of that, and it was presented, and we actually had a bunch of discussion on that last year in December as well. And so in our minutes here, we had a short comment that we said at this meeting, and then I also referred to last year's minutes because there's a more complete description last year based on what we said in last year's meeting. And so the point was that we recognize, because of this alternating pattern, you can't observe and pinks alternate every other year. You don't have observations for that in the current or comparisons based on the current Aleutian Islands survey. We did note that if there was any possibility to get an off-year survey or surveys, that might help understanding. However, we also acknowledge at last year's meeting that we did not discuss this in the context of survey prioritization. And because of that, we didn't have that bigger comment. And so we just said, if it's available, an additional survey would be helpful. if the council wished to know the SSC's recommendations on what that would be relative to surveys in the Northern Bering Sea, that would have to be a broader discussion. And so in last year's minutes, we also mentioned that if surveys are not an option, because we're limited in survey funds and we recognize that. If it's not an option, one other somewhat creative idea was to look at, I think it was scales and otoliths of species in the Aleutian Islands, because you might be able to look at growth patterns of species that are there every year. And on the scale or otolith, you can actually look at every year. You don't miss ones because of surveys. And if you see differences in growth of some groundfish species, you might be able to infer that there was less nutrients, whatever it is, in the water column that affected their diet. And then without a survey, you might be able to get similar information. So we kind of bounded it both ways.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks. I asked him partly because I didn't remember last December's discussion very well. And so appreciate the reminder on that. But I also asked because, for instance, in the lower 48, it's recently become clear that even steelhead produced out of the Snake River in Idaho show an even odd pattern. It's possible that the ecosystem level effects of this really ripple broadly across the North Pacific. It's equally possible that there's a lot of data sets to look at to get at that second approach that you described. So the follow-up question I have based on all that is, so this gets mentioned 2 years in a row in SSC reports. Yeah. Did you get was there any dialogue from folks at Alaska Fishery Science Center or others who might have some resources to bring to bear on this about potential next steps? Or is it going to be, is it just at this point another discussion in the SSC report?
Through the chair, Mr. Twait, there was not discussion at the SSC with members or representatives of AFSC. So in other words, we did not ask Dr. Ortiz about that. She actually wouldn't be the right one to ask about survey prioritization. And so it hasn't come up in this ecosystem context, and it would have to come up probably in a different context with a different AFSC representative to be able to speak to possibilities about that. The 30 ESR for the Gulf of Alaska, there were a number of things that were noted. Gulf shelf temperatures remain near their long-term average, and there are mixed, the indicators for productivity were mixed on pelagical feeding conditions for adult groundfish. There were no elevated ecosystem concerns for any of the stocks in the risk tables. And as we've noted, there's an expected transition to El Nino and warmer conditions during early 2024. The ESR presented that groundfish may be vulnerable in 2024 due to warm temperatures and reduced zooplankton quality, and those could impact larvae and age 0 juveniles of Pacific cod, walleye pollock, and northern rock sole. The SSC really appreciated the addition of the vulnerability synthesis to this ESR, which looked at which species may be at the highest risk and most vulnerable, and what for predicted 2024, and which appear more resilient. We then moved on to, we got a presentation from AFSC staff on stock prioritization, and this is a follow-up to conversations that had been had in February and in October. We received a presentation that detailed the 5 proposed assessment types, the definitions from each, and trigger points for moving between these assessment types and what the expected level of review was. The SSC really appreciated receiving this presentation and the effort that went into that. We supported the definitions with some considerations, and we reiterated that any assessment with major model changes be reviewed at both the September and November plan teams, October and December SSC meetings, and we had minor suggestions for improvements. One other thing is, as we just discussed about having a common understanding and that takes time and conversation, the SSC gave some feedback in individual stock assessments on sort of the line between full and update assessments, given the definitions. And so we started to provide some feedback back to the plan teams and authors on, our perspective, and we expect this conversation will continue to clarify. For harvest specifications, you've received presentations on this. I've named the assessments in each of the areas. No stocks were subject to overfishing. And for tier 1 to 3 stocks, none are overfished or approaching an overfished state. The SSC recommended harvest specifications differed from the joint and Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands plan team recommendations. And you can see that for bold values in the table, but the table is so small that it's sometimes hard to see. So I will note that there were only changes for the Aleutian Island Pacific Cod ABC. Everything else, the SSC supported the plan team and authors. I'm sorry, the SSC supported the plan teams. For sablefish, this was scheduled for an update assessment. We received what we believe was a full assessment. There were changes to input data and some structure changes. You've heard on these slides, we give some background in usually the top 1 or 2 bullets, and I'm going to skip that in most of these because I believe you've heard that in your previous presentation. It's there for your reference if you wish. The SSC recommended model 23.5, agreed with the author and the plan team. We felt that the model updates were consistent with previous requests and current best practices, and they had minor effects on stock status and reference points. The tier is in stock 3A, and we agreed with the recommended OFL and ABC, no reduction from max ABC. The SSC supported the plan team recommended area apportionments, and this is something that we've been working towards for a number of years, and we are now at the 5-year moving average of biomass in each area. The SSC had a few recommendations, and that is clarifications and potential changes to projecting catch through the end of the year, improvements to the combined longline and pot gear CPUE index, and some technical improvements. The SSC highlighted that elevated fishery performance score concerns were associated with rapid changes in the fishery, and we highlighted as part of also our ESP general discussion the need for additional socioeconomic information specifically for this stock.
Reading through the slides, sorry about that. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. What is updated socioeconomic information on sablefish? How was that discussion characterized, and what were the suggestions for obtaining that information?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I'll take a first stab at it, and then I will actually go to Franz as well, because he'll be able to help me with this one. So there were, in our minutes, we lined out, so there was an elevated fishery performance concern. I believe it was level 2 for sablefish. And we highlighted the reasons given. There were 3 of them. Franz may be able to tell you what those were. We noted which one impacted ABCs, and that one had to do with selectivity. And we explained how we got information on changing fleet dynamics as far as the use of pot gear. And because of that, selectivity is different than for pot gear than for longline gear. And so that was something that we considered at the ABC level, and that had to do with these fishery performance concerns for information that did come through to us. Two of the considerations were based on socioeconomic information, and those were actually not available at this time. They would not be used for ABC setting, but they could be informational for you for tax setting. And so if it's okay, I would go to Dr. Muter and see if he can add some additional clarification.
Yes, this is Franz Mieter again. I don't really have much to add to that. I mean, the three concerns that were listed in the stock assessment by the GPT related to fishery utilization or underutilization at this point. And we did think that through a little bit. That does impact the ABCs, and primarily because in the projections for determining next year's ABC, you have to make assumptions about how much catch is going to be taken this year. So the authors have, and that relates to the methodology that Dr. Dressel talked about earlier for projecting catches to the end of the year. And we had some questions about how that was done for sablefish this year, because it assumed a fairly high ABC or catch for 2023, that then has impacts on the estimates from the stock assessment model for how much biomass there will be in 2024, and therefore on the ABC. So there's some link between fishery utilization or underutilization and the ABC. In this case, it would lead to, if we overestimate the catch for 2023, it would lead to more conservative ABCs for 2024. So it's not a concern in that sense. We didn't act on it. The changes in the fishery from longline gear to pot fishing gear were the other concern. I think Dr. Dressel covered that in terms of that affecting the selectivity in the fishery. So what size classes are being caught, and that has potential implications on the ABC. And then the third category that was mentioned in the fishery performance index in the assessment had to do with market concerns, and we noted in our report that that does not have any ramifications for ABC, and suggested removing that. It was in our general comments and also specific to this assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Muter.
The next chapter that included both the Gulf and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands was the sculpins, which is an ecosystem component. No FLs or ABCs are set for these. The SSC recommended authors continue using the REMA model to produce biomass estimates, and this gives us some idea, like in the first bullet, of whether the population is increasing, decreasing. The SSC also recommends author of this section works with ESR authors to expand ecosystems considerations, as sculpins are an important benthic forager. The next assessment is for Eastern Bering Sea pollock. You've received information on this already. The SSC recommended model 23.0 in agreement with the authors and the plan team. And this includes important improvements over previous models and has updated data. And this results the stock was determined to be in Tier 1A. The SSC agreed with the author and groundfish plan team on the recommended harvest specifications. So the OFL from Tier 1A and maximum ABC are from that calculation. The ABC itself was reduced from the maximum by 18%. And this is based on, I heard just a little bit of your conversation this morning. This is based on the Tier 3 calculation, or the difference between the Tier 1 and Tier 3 calculation. And the reasons were for elevated ecosystem risk and uncertainty about future selectivity, which for this stock is very important. The SSC made some notes. We didn't consider fishery and management related information that was in the document for determining the ABC, but we acknowledge that it can be considered for tax setting. So I know you talked some with us about to the author, and the SSC recommended that the next stock assessment how's this? We'll take it just a little bit of a step back. The SSC for a number of years has recommended a reduction based on the risk table for sablefish. The guideline for risk tables, or the SSC recommendation for risk tables that were in a 2021 SSC report, say that risk table reductions should be done sparingly. And if they become more commonplace, that you should examine the assessment and the harvest control rule, because that's really where we want this information to be. And because of that, we were acknowledging that we have made a reduction from max ABC for a number of years for this stock. And so our recommendations for next year are trying to find a way to essentially not base, to not continue this, a buffer, a reduction from max ABC in sort of a continuous way. And we came up with 2 suggestions. And instead of applying them this year, we decided to name our ideas back to the authors and the plan team to see where they would get with this, with sort of the overall intent that we really would prefer not to continue to make a reduction like this. And so the ideas that we came up were a constant buffer based on factors outside the assessment, and that's such as ecosystem function. What this would mean then is that the risk table approach could continue to be used, and it would only affect deviations from that. And the second way was asking the author if there's a way to provide a better representation of uncertainty in the Tier 1 harvest control rule calculation. And I guess a little bit more specific with that, there's a spawner recruit function in this model, which is part of being in Tier 1. But the steepness or the shape of that curve is highly constrained. And so we don't have, the author would be able to describe this better than I am, but I'll take a shot for you. That we asked if there could be a better understanding of uncertainty in that, because that will actually affect what the ABC would be coming out of Tier 1. And so if there was a way to better characterize uncertainty, the Tier 1 ABC would likely be lower than it already is. And that addresses part of the concern that the SSE is dealing with each year in making a reduction, in this case, to the Tier 3 calculation.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On this point, I guess to summarize, because we did get to hear from Dr. Iannelli some of his potential approaches, but the SSC did not come down on kind of one way in which to move this. You recommended the status quo approach, I guess, that the stock assessment author put forward for this year, but you're asking for a couple of different discussions or evaluations for next year to see whether either there's like 3 approaches blended in there might be more appropriate or more transparent. Am I getting that right?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct. The other thing that I will note is we don't know how these will work, what the feedback will be. One way that the SSC has, we don't name that these are the only things that we would consider next year. And while this wasn't in our minutes because it wasn't stated directly at this meeting, one of the things that the SSC has considered in the past is Pollock, should Pollock be in Tier 1 or should it be in Tier 3? And if it actually was in Tier 3, then you would not have this reduction from max ABC every year. I mean, that's another way to make it consistent. We did not talk about it this year, so it's not in our minutes. But it's not, like you said, it's not exclusive as to what we would look at next year.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. It's my recollection that we have a harvest control rule work group or workshop coming up. Would some of those some of these questions potentially be addressed or informed by that work group or workshop? Or am I not remembering correctly that we're doing that?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. So we don't have, I completely understand this mix of things. So one of the topics coming up at the next national SSC meeting is harvest control rules. And because of that, I believe that either you heard before or you will hear that I think part of the proposal for IRA funding includes coming up with case studies for this national SSC, and then potentially trying to apply them in our region. And you'll get that report from the SSC later today sometime. One of the things I can give you a preview, and that is essentially the SSC did say that since the IRA funding is very specific to end in 2027, and there will be a lot of analysis to change the entire harvest control rule tier system for our area. The SSC does not expect we could make a huge overhaul by 2027, but that specific species or specific issues might be tackled. We had not raised this as one of them, but I can see where you're going with that.
That's a helpful clarification, I hope, for people other than just me. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Dressel, a couple comments and then a question. One is just as I felt fortunate that I was actually able to just sit there through much of this discussion, and it was one of those SSC at their finest kind of moments, at least from my perspective, in terms of the quality of the discussion and the robustness of the discussion. And I really appreciated the SSC's reaffirmation as expressed in the bullet here too, about not confusing these issues with the risk table. And I just think that's extremely important. The risk table is still a relatively new tool for all of us, but it fairly quickly, I think, gained a lot of credibility as a tool and a lot of utility as a tool because of the way it's designed and because we've been disciplined about how we use it, staying true to those objectives. And I just really appreciate the SSC's understanding of that the value of the risk table is in sticking to those objectives. The question that of many that I continue to struggle with as we move forward on this is if we were to do over the next year, say a constant buffer, would that in essence be a very simplistic rule curve adjustment, just without changing its shape or its inflection points or its slopes, just reducing it by a uniform value all the way across it, or is there more to it than that if you employ that constant buffer approach?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I think that these, as you know, the SSC has discussed this for many years. So clearly we are wrestling with it as well. And I think that these two bullets actually they're trying to get at the same concerns, but they do it in two very different ways. So one of them, the second one actually is looking at the spawner recruit curve, which feeds into the tier 1 harvest control rule. And that I think matches what you were talking about, is trying to include something in the assessment and then keeping the harvest control rule as it is and not taking a reduction for max AVC annually. The other one, we really struggled with this one. The other one is we don't know whether we're going to be able to, whether the author and the SSC and the plan team are all going to agree on a way to better represent that uncertainty. So another option was using what was termed a constant buffer based on factors outside the assessment, and risk table is also things outside the assessment. And the constant buffer would really address ecosystem function of pollock. And so pollock are very unique in the ecosystem. And so what the goal of doing that would, and some of that actually also sort of overlaps with risk table considerations that we've talked about in the past. And so the goal of that was actually, it's different than the risk table, but it's also different than anything we've used for any other stock. And we're wrestling with a new issue. The benefit of something like a constant buffer would literally just be to reduce from max ABC every year by blank percent based on the important ecosystem function that walleye pollock have. The benefit of that is it would be predictable. Council, public, stakeholders would know that that was going to be implemented every year. So it would provide transparency, which is one of the goals of the risk table. And then it would also mean that any changes to that would be more similar to sort of the risk table for other species, where it happens only in very unusual circumstances, or based on model concerns. The drawback to it is that we don't use that for another species. So now we're using the word buffer. This is my personal opinion as a description. I think one of the challenges that got us in a circle, and that will probably continue to, is that a constant buffer, that a buffer or a reduction from max ABC is what we're doing in the risk table. And so it's going to be, how do we describe that that's different? And how do we communicate that? And how do you come up with whatever this set reduction would be? And those are all difficult. I don't know how we would do them, but those are the benefits and the drawbacks. And that's part of why we didn't go ahead with something this year, is because I don't believe that we could answer that or agree to that clearly within the time that we had at this meeting. I realize that was a long description. I'll take any follow-ups if you have.
Thanks. I can't really follow up on that, just because it was a really great answer. I think just a couple additional thoughts. One is, I think what you just described really, I think is a great reason for thinking strongly about pollock in the process that you described in your answer to Ms. Vanderhoven. And the only other, as you were talking through that, I was remembering also the discussion about, if you were to change it to a tier 3, and I just as one council member, but if pollock were actually termed a tier 3 species, I would have no idea what the tier system means. If one of the world's most well understood, most studied, most data rich groundfish species is not tier 1, then what is a tier system at that point? And that's just a comment as an individual council member, but it seems to me it undermines the basic integrity of the tier system, or the credibility at least.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just one last question on the idea or approach of a constant buffer. When I heard that SSC discussion, it talked about a constant buffer, but I believe it said, but it could be changed. And so I wondered about that dichotomy. If the idea is to provide both more transparency and kind of more planning ability, I guess is what I heard. Do you have any comment on that, and whether that buffer always works in one direction? It's always a reduction, or whether there's, anyway, I'll stop with, I don't want to be Bill and add 10 questions. I'll just stop with those questions. Where's the dichotomy on providing more transparency and stability if it's a constant buffer that can be changed?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I understand your consternation, and I actually don't remember that. My best recollection is perhaps that's what we stated as a description of this constant buffer plus occasional changes based on the risk table, which would achieve your goal in the constant buffer being constant and being transparent. I'd kind of like to go to Dr. Muter and see if he remembers that, though. That's okay with the chair.
Yes. Dr. Muter?
Yeah, sure. I can maybe add to that a little bit. But in our discussions, in my recollection anyway, we definitely thought of this, and this came up relatively late in our discussions, but we thought of this constant buffer as truly being constant. As much as things are constant in our system, it would certainly be, require some justification for the magnitude of such a buffer, if that's the best approach. But it would be potentially reevaluated as information changes, or as we get a better understanding of the ecosystem role and how to properly translate that into a buffer. But the idea was certainly, like Dr. Dressel said, to partition out some of the concerns into an ecosystem related constant buffer over time, and more responsive risk table consideration when there are particular concerns in a given year. And I'll just add one more thing. I mean, we didn't spend a lot of time on thinking about whether a constant buffer really is necessarily the best approach, and so this is perhaps more just my opinion right now too. But I think in the context of some of the discussions at SCS 8, for example, we could certainly creatively think about other ways to reflect those broader ecosystem level concerns that we've always kind of had in the background, in being uncomfortable with the tier 1 ABCs for Pollock. And there's other ways of trying to account for that, in terms of maybe leaving a larger biomass in the water on average for Pollock to meet some of those ecosystem needs, or other approaches that we could think about in the upcoming SES 8 meeting or other workshops. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. That is actually very helpful. And I appreciate the latitude to ask a lot of questions on this, since it's really our only interface before we see these new approaches next year. So appreciate that. Thank you.
The next species was EBS Pacific cod. And as a little bit of background, I'm guessing you heard some of this. I'm not sure what. So I'm going to apologize if some of this is a repeat. The authors did recommend moving away from the 4-model ensemble due to poor performance of that. And I've got 4 reasons here that describe that performance, or the reasons. The author did begin with a simplified version and then added factors sequentially, which I'm guessing you likely got in the presentation. The SSE did recommend model 23.10D, and that places the stock in tier 3B. And this is in agreement with the authors and the groundfish plan team. And the SSE also agreed with OFLs and ABCs with no reduction from ABC max. There are a number of recommendations from the SSE for the future, and those include considering whether time varying survey selectivity is truly necessary, integrating fishery age composition data, fitting conditional age at length data within the assessment, looking at a likelihood profile, exploring environmental linkages with the bottom trawl survey catchability. And the last one was that the SSC did request a conceptual discussion. We did not ask the authors to do anything, but we asked for a description and a conceptual discussion of how the 3 Alaska cod stock assessments might be restructured in light of recent tagging and genetic information that suggests connectivity between these regions. The next one was Aleutian Island Pacific cod. And this was a full assessment where there was the tier 5, which we've used in the past, and 3 tier 3 options. These options and projections showed a wide range of potential management advice and stock status, and we appreciated the model explorations, but like the groundfish plan team did not feel that there was adequate time to review them for this cycle. And so the SSC recommended the tier 5 random effects model and was consistent with the plan team in that recommendation. The SSC did support, both the author and the plan team said if tier 5 is used, that they recommended a reduction from max ABC. And the plan team recommended one way, and this was to use the OFL from one of those new tier 3 models, which we didn't fully review and vet yet. And so the SSC actually moved away from that, and because we were concerned that would suggest we actually endorse the model that we just said we didn't have time to vet. And so instead we recommended a 10% reduction based on, like I mentioned in the ESR section, concerning environmental conditions in the Aleutian Islands, some of which were the same as preceding the Gulf of Alaska PCOD decline, and the fact that there was an off-season survey this year, so we didn't get information, relative to those conditions. So the SSC thanked the author for making progress on these tier 3 models and had a number of suggestions in our minutes for how to focus on a parsimonious tier 3 model for next year with detailed rationale for each step of increased complexity. The SSC next took up yellowfin sole. The female spawning biomass, there was the second lowest survey estimate on record, and it was a large decline in total biomass, but it was only a 1% decline in female spawning biomass. And this female spawning biomass is still greater than BMSY. And so there were a couple of models presented. The SSC recommends model 23.0 in agreement with the author and the plan team. It was simpler, had improved fit to the data, and this puts the stock in tier 1A. We also agree with recommended harvest specifications, no reduction from max ABC. And like I mentioned again in the ESRs, there was an elevation in the risk table for but the SSC did not believe that there was sufficient evidence to warrant reduction from max ABC. We had a number of recommendations for future work, exploring natural mortality, investigating a mismatch in body condition indices, and to further investigate a sharp decline of the 2017 year class. For northern rockfish, we received, it was a tier 3 update assessment, and there were minor changes and updates to the data, and the SSC agreed with the plan team and author to support the updated model. We also agreed with harvest specifications. The risk table score was level 2, but no reduction from max ABC was recommended since catches are consistently well below the ABC, and there weren't any apparent concerning population trends. There was a notice about, due to recent genetic information, suggesting that there is population structure for northern rockfish. The SSC recommends continuing to monitor this stock for signs of local depletion and concentrated fishing effort that could potentially lead to that. There's no evidence this is an issue at this time, but the research suggests the population structure. For the octopus complex, it's been an SSC recommendation for the author to update. It uses predation-based estimate of natural mortality from Pacific cod stomachs. And the SSC has asked for that data to be updated. It was last updated in 2012, I believe, 12 and 13. And so the AFSC and the authors went through a lot of new data, which we really appreciate. We agreed with the author and plan team. And that's why the specifications are different this year than they have been in the past. So the SSC agrees with the author and plan team recommended OFLs and ABCs. We asked for the author to link this documentation from the past so we have a record of it. And we noted that catches are very low relative to the OFL. For skates, the Alaska, it's a complex with Alaska State, other skates. There were updates to modeling platforms, modeling software versions, but otherwise, no large changes to that assessment. We recommended the models, same with the authors and plan team, Tier 3A for Alaska Skate, Tier 5 for other skates. We agreed with harvest specifications and then had a number of recommendations, exploring catchability, exploring natural mortality, and updating a stock structure template as has been a previous recommendation. We then got harvest specifications. We've named the species that are there. We supported the OFLs and ABCs for these stocks. Catch reports were new this year, and we reviewed these catch reports and we appreciated the updates and the work that went into producing those. And that, I actually do have one more. For the forage species, and again, no OFLs or ABCs are set for these ecosystem components. There were a number of things that at least one of was touched on, I believe, by the plan team, and that is the abundance of EBS forage fish was generally low, including some all-time lows for capelin, Yukon, and a forage index. Herring prevalence based on the Eastern Bering Sea survey and the basis surveys declined in 2023, but those two surveys have shown increases in herring since 2018. And we noted that while this is positive for herring predators, it obviously is constraining for fisheries because there's been elevated herring PSC since 2020. We also noted that squid catches are double their historic maximums since 2019, and that is since squid was moved out of the fishery into an ecosystem component. We had a couple of suggestions, including data sets for the future, and we supported new directions from the author that link forage to environmental conditions. That's the end of my presentation. Welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Not seeing any additional questions. Thank you for fielding our numerous questions throughout the report and for all of SSC's work this meeting. Appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Muter. So we are, I think, ready to transition to our AP report. Before doing so, let's take a 10-minute break. Please come back promptly at 11:15, council members and members of the public wishing to testify on agenda item C3. Please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, so we are on our AP report for agenda item C3. Last reminder to the public, any members wishing to testify on C3, please sign up before the end of this AP report. Thank you. Mr. Ritchie.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Brian Ritchie, AP Chair. The AP motion reads, the AP has reviewed the 2023 ecosystem report for the Eastern Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The AP greatly appreciates the work put into this detailed report each year. The AP recommends the council approve the 2023 BSAI stock assessment and fishery evaluation report. The AP recommends the council approve the final 2024 and 2025 BSAI ground fish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the taxes shown in the attached table 1. The Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod tax have been adjusted for the state water cod fisheries. Additionally, the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands tax for sablefish has been reduced in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands by 5% to accommodate the state water GHL fishery. The AP recommends the council approve no reduction from max ABC for the 2024 and 2025 ABC flatfish reserves. The AP recommends the council approve the 2024 and 2025 PSC limits and apportionments as assigned to the respective target fisheries as provided in tables 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 with adjustments to tables 15, 16, and 17. The AP recommends the council approve the halibut discard mortality rates for 2024 and 2025 as shown in table 19. There were 3 amendments. Amendment 1, add an additional TAC column to table 1. The AP proposes to add an additional TAC column in table 1 for the council to consider that would reflect the changes below. A, Bering Sea pollock, change from 1,300,000 metric tons to 1,320,000 metric tons, an increase of 20,000 metric tons. B, yellowfin sole, change from 195 metric tons to 180,000 metric tons, a reduction of 15,000 metric tons. C, arrowtooth flounder, change from 14,000 metric tons to 13,500 metric tons, a reduction of 500 metric tons. D, flathead sole, change from 35,000 metric tons to 35,500 metric tons to 35,000 metric tons, a reduction of 500 metric tons. E, Alaska place, change from 21,000 metric tons to 19,000 metric tons, a reduction of 2,000 metric tons. F, northern rockfish, change from 16,000 metric tons to 14,000 metric tons, a reduction of 2,000 metric tons. Amendment 2, the AP proposes the following adjustment to the TAC columns in table 1. Bering Sea sablefish, change from 9,500 metric tons to 7,996 metric tons. Amendment 3, the AP recommends to increase place by 752 metric tons and increase northern rockfish by 752 metric tons into both TAC columns and to bring the total to 2 million metric tons.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I'll see if there are any questions on the AP motion. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. In looking at the rationale for Amendment 1, the AP noted if there are people who can harvest and sell the fish and it's at a sustainable level, they should have that opportunity. But I didn't see that in your discussions for Amendment 2 regarding sablefish. And so I'm curious if you had that conversation about using that that approach consistently across the 2 stocks where there seems to have been controversy.
To the chair, thank you for that question, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think that there was some discussion on that in regards to Amendment 2 and the sablefish tax. It wasn't extensive. I think most of the discussion at the AP around that was or around decreasing the sablefish tax was regarding the benefits or the pros and cons of market considerations in tax setting currently. We had a lot of focus on that, and yeah, I guess I would leave it at that.
Any other questions on the AP report? Mr. Sakata?
Yes, through the chair. I'm looking at the opposition rationale to Amendment 1. I'm always interested in the minority position. Here it says one of the comments was setting the BSAI TAC at 1.3 will provide stability for the fleet, crew, and the coastal economies. Given that the difference is about 1.5%, I was wondering, and seems awful small in my view, I was wondering if you could give me a little flavor, additional flavor of how that discussion might have gone.
To the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Sukata. I think you essentially characterized the discussion there. It was a very, very short discussion. That rationale was given, and that's essentially as far as it went.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
So we will move on to public testimony. We have 17 people signed up. As a reminder, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations, 6 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen. If you exceed your time, I'll provide a friendly reminder and offer you or ask you to offer a summary comments. For those of you testifying remotely, please ensure that you have good connectivity and you will be unmuted when it is your turn to speak. So we'll begin public testimony with Robert Alverson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and council members. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We're a trade association. Our members fish all of the sablefish areas off of Alaska, federal and a number of the state areas. We're here to support the advisory panel's recommendation to keep the TACs in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands the same as the year before, 2023. And here are our concerns and support for that action. The current harvest strategy for sablefish is referred to as a maximum catch strategy. And we ask ourselves, how does a maximum catch strategy, does it complement the life science and life cycle and the migratory pattern of this resource? We don't believe your maximum catch strategy does. And this resource is spawned largely in the Gulf of Alaska. It floats out to the Aleutian Islands. Those fish hang out there for a few years and they come back. Indeed, in your executive summary on page 6, it shows 25,000 tons of potential harvest in the Aleutians and Bering Sea, and 80% of those are sub-spawners. They're very young fish, and you can't catch them, you can't kill them twice. You either catch them in the Aleutians and Bering Sea, and they do not contribute then to the spawning biomass in the Gulf of Alaska. The spawning biomass is very important to the fixed gear industry because that's large. We target a larger fish, usually an older fish, the spawning size fish. We don't see this maximum catch strategy complementing rebuilding that segment of the resource in the Gulf of Alaska, hence shorting the pot, hook and line, and trawl fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska. We see this as an OY decision, very allocative in nature. And then we ask, does this maximum catch strategy maximize the economic value of this resource? Clearly, it has not last year, and we don't see that it will do that in 2024. So we recommend a more precautionary stance. We believe that the resource is better suited with last year's TAC levels and not being so aggressive. In fact, I think the Bering Sea would increase by almost 40%, the Aleutians by another 35%, total of about 7,000 tons, close to 16 million pounds. Recognizing the Aleutian probably won't be caught, but still your action when your final day on a Monday comes, your action on all these harvest limits are almost instantaneous to the sablefish market, as well as the pollock and codfish markets internationally. The Japanese market, the Asian market, they start contemplating what might end up on the market. And it's a important aspect to when you set these quotas. So from the standpoint of economics, complementing the life cycle of this resource, rebuilding the spawning maps in the Gulf of Alaska, we believe a more conservative action should be taken, and we support the advisory panel's recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Twyton.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alverson. Tracking your testimony, but I am left wondering, is there any harvest strategy that would have maximized economic opportunity last year on sablefish?
You know, we have a supply issue up and down the coast. And so I see that as a 3 to 4 year problem for the industry to sell this fish into new markets. So I'm not sure that with the current, it's going to take 2 to 3 years for the industry to absorb all these increases. It's not just Alaska. Washington, Oregon, and California is going to triple their quota, go from 8,000 tons to almost 27,000 tons in 2025. So we have a 3 to 4 year marketing problem as an industry, whether you're trawl or you're fixed gear. Most of our arguments, Mr. Twyte, have to do with the life science of this resource and the migratory pattern. And so those are what we were testifying today, not just the market implications.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Next up is Nels Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. Hello, I am Nels Evans, Executive Director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association. I represent a mixed gear fleet of largely under 60-foot vessels operating in Southeast, Gulf of Alaska, and the Bering Sea. The majority of our members longline for sablefish throughout the Gulf of Alaska as part of their widely diversified fishing businesses. We support the sablefish tax set by the AP based on both market and stock composition considerations. Sablefish are a long-lived species, yet 75% of the current stock is under 10 years of age. The 2014 year class is the leading edge of the large recruitment years that we have been seeing, but these fish are not fully mature leading to low genetic diversity, which is a concern that's been voiced by both science and industry, with the Joint Groundfish Plan team noting that age truncation is still an issue that warrants monitoring. There's no way around harvesting these young fish when we put our hooks and pots in the water because of the sheer volume out there. But we can set tax so that we are not setting ourselves up for failure in the future by putting a disproportionate amount of pressure on young, small fish. By putting more and more of the harvest pressure on a stock that has not reached sexual maturity, not only are we risking the further destruction of our markets, but also risk harvesting the young biomass before they get a chance to reproduce and contribute to future stocks. It does not make sense to see increased tax and harvest pressure on largely young, newly mature, or immature stocks, particularly in the BSAI, where a large proportion of the fish are small and sexually immature. By increasing harvest pressure on these fish, we are saying that we are comfortable harvesting fish that are likely not going to contribute to the spawning biomass and are relying heavily on a continuing trend of record recruitments. This seems very short-sighted in the context of future stock health, a concern that was voiced in the Joint Groundfish Plan team's assessment, which stated that an additional management consideration is that a maximum catch strategy will likely maintain long-term downward trend if recruitment reverts to average conditions. The seafood market as a whole is down, but sablefish stands out among the pack as one of the most concerning fish when it comes to marketability. This is because so much of the small 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 pound fish are on the market. That is beginning to drag down prices in the 3/4s and 4/5s. It is getting to the point where it is potentially unprofitable to go harvest sablefish, with average prices for fish in 2023 being in the $2.30 range, depending on your port of delivery. This average price does not reflect the differences in the size splits, where the majority of the fish that we are harvesting are smaller fish that see drastically lower prices. From the last delivery that I personally made of my own Southeast sablefish in the beginning of September, the price breaks went as follows: 45 cents a pound for 2 and unders, $1.20 a pound for 2 3s, $1.65 a pound for 3 4s, $2.65 a pound for 4 5s, $6.50 a pound for 5 7s, and 8 pounds for 7 ups. We see a lot of value in those larger fish, but the issue is that they make such a small proportion of the overall stock, so we are not able to harvest many of them. Those are numbers from the beginning of September, before the majority of the seine fleets were able to get their hooks back on board and go harvest the rest of theirs. Throughout the fall, when more boats were participating, that price continued to drop. I heard talk from fishermen that were receiving only 3 to 5 cents a pound for those small fish. That shows that there's basically no market value for these small sablefish. It became increasingly hard to sell the fish, where markets were closing, processors were no longer buying, and unless you had an established relationship with a processor, you were not going to be able to sell your product. If we continue to raise sablefish tax, we will likely see the market decline continue throughout the 2024 season. To clarify the impacts of a raised TAC on the sablefish market, I will use the example of Bristol Bay sockeye, a fishery that I personally participate in. Bristol Bay sockeye, like sablefish, have been returning at historic levels over the last 7 to 10 years, and we have seen strong markets and weak markets throughout that fluctuation. After back-to-back record harvests, however, we saw the glut of sockeye left over from one year to the next, leading to a 65% drop in base price from 2022 to 2023. The market conditions looked dire this fall until the 2024 season projection was announced, showing a fishery level returning closer to a historic norm. The market saw that and no longer were expecting to have huge surpluses of product, and the market is looking in a positive direction instead of continuing down in a downward spiral. If we set tax at an increased rate or an increased level for sablefish, we are sending a big sign to the market that we will have another market surplus this year while the markets are still trying to move through the backlog, continuing to drive down the price. We will also be harvesting the large, valuable fish that are producing to the future stock generations while killing the young ones before they get a chance to contribute. In summary, PVOA supports the sablefish TACs as recommended by the AP for both stock and market considerations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Evans. See if there's a question. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just one quick question. The previous testifier mentioned the fact that Pacific Council down south raised their TAC, if you will, by 300%, if you look at it that way. How do you interpret what that will do to some of the market discussions that certainly we've already that we're having here right now?
I think that'll exacerbate it. So if we raise ours on top of the West Coast raising theirs, it's just going to continue to send to the markets that expect a lot of sablefish. You're going to have more than you can handle. So they can raise theirs. We right now have the opportunity to not raise ours.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Paul Clampett. And after Paul, we will be taking Megan Williams and Teresa Peterson. Unexpected issue came up with one of the testifiers and she has to be on a plane during this testimony. So we'll go to Paul and then Megan and Teresa. Paul, do we have connection with Paul?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good
Thank
morning.
you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council. My name is Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association, and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. We are recommending to not raise the quota in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands for sablefish. We feel that the market is saturated, and that quota wasn't caught anyway, and it's a perception issue. If the market perceives that there's going to be another 7,000 metric ton increase in the overall sablefish quota, it's just going to exacerbate the problem we already have with moving sablefish. We're not asking for a decrease, although we wouldn't oppose that, but we certainly don't want an increase. And the other issue is, we're concerned that these fish in the Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea are small. Eventually, they'll move into the Gulf and mature and enter the spawning biomass. And at the moment, I believe the majority of them are undersized non-spawners. And for conservation purposes alone, we should be conservative of what we do out there in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And so there's going to be increases elsewhere in the next year or two, and off the coast of Washington and California. And we just, we need time to develop these markets, to find a way to move this fish domestically. I mean, at the moment, we are in the middle of a perfect storm where there's geopolitical issues, interest rates, inflation. I mean, we're getting hit from all sides. Our costs are going up and our market is collapsed. And there's going to be boats that will go bankrupt. It is very, very serious. So you're going to hear more of this in other testimony. And we just hope you don't raise that quota out there. So that's really all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us this morning. It looks like we have a couple questions for you. We'll go to Mr. Twite and then Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Clampett. As he discussed the same sort of dynamics, Mr. Alverson indicated that he's kind of at least now seeing a time frame of at least 3 or 4 years for some of these dynamics to really change and maybe stabilize. You indicated that it needed time as well. I'm wondering if your view of the time frame necessary for some of the stabilization to happen and market development to happen is is similar to Mr. Alverson's, or if you've got a different view of it.
Through the chair, and thank you, Mr. Twight, for the question. Absolutely, I agree with Mr. Alverson. I don't have a crystal ball. Nobody can predict the future, but it's not going to be fixed overnight. That's for sure. And you know, the only thing that I'm holding on to is that this is a resource that it's a great resource. It's you know, loved in Asia. It's starting to be loved in America, and you know, we're producing a great product, and so I got to believe it's going to turn around, but it's going to take some time.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I just needed a reminder of where your members fish. Is it in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea?
Yes, it is. We do have a couple members fishing in the Western Gulf and in the Bering Sea. Most of it's fishing in the Central Gulf and East, but we have, I think, 2 members that fish out in the Bering Sea.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Megan Williams. I think she'll be joining us remotely, and Teresa Peterson.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for bumping us up a little bit in order. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council, and with me online is Megan Williams with the Ocean Conservancy, and Megan's going to go ahead and kick off our testimony.
We don't have her online yet.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and start reading.
Oh,
wait, do
we
we
have
have
her
you,
now?
Megan? We're testing stuff here.
Oh. Megan, can you try to unmute yourself by pressing *6?
*6.
Hi, I should be coming through.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that was multiple iterations of *6 that we got there. Apologies for the delay, and thank you for making time for us today. We'd really like to start off with a few positive notes regarding the work plan and the groundfish specifications process. We are encouraged by the proposed IRA fund allocations and the relevant timelines as described, as we think there are a number of opportunities within that process that have the potential to enhance the application of ecosystem-based fishery management in the specifications process. A few items in particular that we look forward to working with the council on and the associated bodies include the likely SSC workshop and sablefish, the SSC national workshop on harvest specifications, and the CCTF scenario planning workshop. And of course, we support the programmatic moving forward to evaluate those cumulative impacts of fisheries and opportunities for climate resilience and traditional knowledge and management. We are also encouraged by the application of the risk tables this year with some more explicit links to predator trends. And most recently, we were intrigued by the ecosystem status report presentation, specifically Dr. Thorson and Dr. Siddon's work to quantify some of the linkages among the ESR indicators, and then hopefully taking that to management. So we see all of these as really positive signs. Groundfish specifications, especially tax setting, can and should become more about broader ecosystem, broader community and subsistence, and a more precautionary EBFM or ecosystem-based fishery management approach in tax setting will result in a more climate resilient approach overall, both for the resources and for fishing and subsistence communities. And this is in line with the recommendations and the ecosystem matrix concept that we presented to the council and the CCTF about 2 years ago now. The group that presented that matrix still meets, and we still continue to work to advance EBFM in tax setting and other management processes. Overall, we hope that the efforts mentioned above lead to specifications and tax setting with stronger links to ecosystem and community indicators and diverse ways of knowing that have direct and equitable management on-ramps. We have been encouraged by a lot of the conversation at this meeting. Ecological, economic, and social considerations are important components of the council's charge when determining optimum yield. which is all fundamental to the TAC process. And thank you. I'll hand it over to Teresa.
Thank you. As we're well aware, every action in commercial fishing harvest activity contributes to a downstream reaction that ripples through habitats, food webs, and human communities with socioeconomic implications, all critical aspects of ecosystem health. PSC is one important indicator of ecosystem impacts from fishing effort. When considering TAC amounts for ground fish species, it's important to acknowledge the associated PSC with the harvest amount. In the AMCC letter provided under the specs process, you can find a TAC sheet that includes the 2022 reported PSC associated with each target species. In future tax setting, it would be helpful to have a column with the associated PSC rates for the ground fish targets on the tax sheets to increase overall understanding of the harvest implications in a transparent, understandable manner. It's another way of looking at how harvest decisions contribute to PSC, which is critical when Western Alaskan chum salmon are under extreme stress and Chinook are at an all-time low in the Three River Index. This is especially important when salmon conservation is focused on the number of fish returning to rebuild struggling runs as it is now. In this context, each individual fish taken as bycatch carries increased weight. The cultural value to salmon-dependent people carries a far different weight than the weight of the individual salmon. We encourage the council to acknowledge the value of each salmon when setting the pollock TAC. Changing gears a bit, each year, the closed-door negotiations from trawl representatives result in TAC recommendations that treat the 2 million ton cap as metric ton cap as a limit to push up again. This is especially concerning this year as crab and salmon stocks and overall primary productivity in the Bering Sea are at all-time lows. Other industry participants are not involved in those discussions, and it's incumbent upon the council to balance the interests of all user groups, Alaskan Native peoples, and the ecosystem. Notes from the most recent joint meeting of the Groundfish Plan team on halibut DMR indicate that when marine mammals are reported as feeding on discards, the condition is reported as unknown. Accurate accounting of fishing-related mortality is undoubtedly essential for sustainable fisheries, and we encourage the council to work to address this issue. Whale behavior is changing, and we're seeing increased predation and resulting death of whales without a process to factor how the predation influences the deck sorting viability averages. Also, the council review of information on marine mammal bycatch in fisheries is a real gap in management that should be addressed and quickly. In closing, we know from the ecosystem status reports, which were presented yesterday, that there are changes in temperature in the BSAI and that the persistent warm conditions come with a wide range of effects, including low benthic productivity, biological dynamics, low chlorophyll concentrations, and overall low primary productivity. All of these variables illustrate the need for precautionary management, which factors in broad ecosystem considerations. We must strive and recognize the interconnectivity of our large marine ecosystems and the people that depend on the balance of these systems. And thank you again for taking us out of order.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Williams or Ms. Peterson? Yes, Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Two questions. First one, I think, is mostly for Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, when I was listening to the Bering Sea ecosystem status report, and they presented that sort of examination of linkages between the indicators, I have to admit, I was thinking of the effort that you and others had done a couple of years ago. So I was heartened to hear that you, in your testimony today, that you were going to take some of that into account as you continued to work on developing indicators and linkages. And I was wondering if you could give us just a little bit more of your thought about what that may look like when we see that again.
Sure. Am I still coming through? I just want to double check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you through the chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, as you noted, when I first saw that report from the ecosystem status report, I saw a lot of parallels sort of in concept to what we were hoping to do by looking at the relationships between different indicators. So when there are a lot of different components, as the work by Dr. Thorson and Dr. Siddon is inherently more quantitative in nature, but I am interested in exploring if we can actually take some of the matrix concepts and add some of that quantitative element to it. So, and I've been fortunate enough to actually talk with him about some of the methods of that approach and see if it is applicable, and it may very well be to a certain extent. One thing that's really important about the matrix that's also been inherently challenging about it is that it is comprised of a diverse group of stakeholders. So, in terms of making sure, and one of the big goals is making sure that we can bring in different ways of knowing and diverse data. And so I don't want to go too heavily quantitative and lose the potential to bring in traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge in an important way. So there are some things that are still in flux with that process sort of for our group internally, and hoping that we can come together as that larger group and diverse group with really different backgrounds to come forward with something that is uniquely encompasses a diverse set of indicators and value systems. So we're there. We've also been exploring looking at climate vulnerability as well as the relationships between the indicators. And then of course, bringing in fishery aspects as well. So there's some differences, but parallels. And mostly I think it's fantastic that to see that work going on in the ESR, and we hope that we can learn from it and build on it a little bit to put out something that may be useful in a different format that linked to that approach.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And Ms. Peterson, you presented a proposal from AMCC that we think about modifying the TAC tables in the future to include sort of expected rates for bycatch to have a sense of what any given level of directed harvest might produce in the way of bycatch. And as I was thinking about that, I was thinking, well, that assumes then that we actually have some accurate knowledge of what those rates would be. And it strikes me at least that we don't. You can, of course, you can always calculate an average, but with bycatch, the picture that we get is there's very few actual average years. And we don't understand well at all the differences in counter rates between different years. Some years, the chum seem to be really intermixed with pollock. Other years, they're almost absent from the pollock schools, but herring are there. Or some years you go to a certain area for yellowfin fishing and it's clean. Other years you go to that same area and it's not clean at all. There's a pretty high incidence of halibut. There's huge amounts of interannual variability in these patterns. And so, and it seems to me an average, the only thing we know for sure about an average in that case is it's going to be wrong. And usually it's going to be really pretty wrong in terms of predicting bycatch. So I guess I'm questioning and would like you to describe a little bit more the value that you see in projecting a number that could be sort of wildly off in one direction or the other. Could either be indicating a lot of bycatch when we end up having none, or vice versa. Tell us that we've chosen a pretty good number with low bycatch, but we end up at the end of the year with high bycatch. What value do you see in that?
Thank you. And thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. I've been thinking about that a little bit. I thought, trying to, well, how would you most accurately capture that? And unfortunately, all we have to gauge on most often is hindsight. So I thought one way to do it would be to have maybe a few columns. You'd have last year's average, and then perhaps a 5-year average and a 10-year average. So just a range, so it's not necessarily projecting this is what the average rate is going to be for the following year, but just a way to kind of look back and get a sense of what it's been. And I think it would be pretty critical to have some averages in there and recognizing all the variables that you just highlighted. But I think having kind of a snapshot, okay, here's last year, here's a 5-year, here's a 10-year, would be pretty informative to not only to the council, but to the public when kind of working to understand the dynamics of what the harvest amounts can mean in terms of PSC. And just another source of information that I think would be valuable in this process. So kind of, I was thinking about the same thing, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you both. So I'd like to get through a couple more testifiers before breaking for lunch. So next up, we have Therese Vicente, followed by Bernie Burkholder. And Therese, I believe, is joining us remotely.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
My name is Therese Vicente. I am with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And you've heard a lot of information yesterday and today on this agenda item. So I want to bring you back to the Eastern Bering Sea Ecosystem Status Report, specifically pages 131 to 133, and the Fish Commission's contribution on factors affecting 2023 Yukon and Kuskokwim chum salmon. This visual is now on the screen thanks to council staff. It's also attached to my sign up, and it's printed as a handout, which I believe Teresa Peterson is passing around for you since I'm not there in person. The Fish Commission contributed to this portion of this year's ESR to demonstrate in a small way how community observations and traditional knowledge can be used as part of a holistic suite of information for decision making. You can see those observations in that brown box on the top right of the graphic. I'll quickly flag that I am not a traditional knowledge holder, but I have great privilege of being a part of this work, and I've been asked to speak to it today. And I'll also flag that this co-production of knowledge approach you see in this contribution and its inclusion of traditional knowledge reflects the Fish Commission's processes and use of holistic data sets when our tribes co-manage Kuskokwim salmon fisheries. In her presentation, Dr. Sidden flagged 2 of these observations and brought forward how you might consider using them in decision-making. I want to circle back to one of these and highlight key takeaways of 2 others. So I'll point you first to the first observation, the top one, which Dr. Sidden noted and read in her presentation. And as she said, this observation from our communities highlights the interconnectedness between marine and freshwater environments, as well as how climate change is one of many factors affecting salmon down to the level of snow in the mountainous headwaters of our rivers. It also highlights how we consider the salmon that do return to our rivers are survivors of climate change, which they experience in both their freshwater and marine stages. And that to us means we ought to protect every one of them, to be precautionary, to be protective with the factors we can control, because they're so vulnerable to climate-driven ecosystem changes. I'll bring you next to the last observation, which comes from a late Kuskokwim elder, and I'll read it for you. Quote, "This used to be a chum river. In the old days, their uses were multifold. We ate them and our dogs ate them, and I still think of what the old people say. You use them, they will come back in numbers." There are a few contexts and values underlying this observation that I want to speak to, knowing we can't separate this knowledge from the values and way of life of this elder. And I'll focus on the last phrase in particular, that if you use chum, they will come back in numbers. This elder wisdom is twofold. First, it implies the Yupik knowledge that if a fish or any other animal presents itself to you, you are meant to take it, and it's rude to not take it. The less you take it, and thus the more you offend it, the less it will appear. So part of the context behind this is that the prolonged subsistence fishing closures on the Kuskokwim go against TK because people are told they're not allowed to take fish while the fish are in the river, presenting themselves to fishermen. Secondly, This elder is implying that fish that are used properly, meaning with respect, using kind words, producing no waste, those fish will come back. And to the Yupik, Chupik, and Dene people of the Kuskokwim, salmon bycatch is not a proper use of salmon. The discard of salmon is waste that, among many other factors, including the climate-driven ones, is contributing to salmon declines. Because in addition to taking the spawner potential out of the ecosystem, it disrespects the life gift of the fish. And you'll note in box C on the graphic that the best genetic information indicates that between 2021 and 22, over 200,000 Western and interior Alaska chum were taken as intercept between Area M and bycatch in the Bering Sea. And those fish may have returned in or around 2023. Area M fisheries are outside your control, but the decisions you're making during this meeting about fisheries in the Bering Sea are, and these impact Western and interior Alaska in-river fisheries. The observation listed directly above this one, number 4, signals this linkage too. I'll read it again. Quote, "When the chum returns were good, it was just stink, and fish were everywhere. I don't think people realize the importance they have to the ecosystem, the river's health, the plants. I think of all the bears, and if they have no fish, they're eating berries, but that's not going to hold them off, so they have to eat more baby moose. And then we get back to where we are still, trying to conserve moose up here." What this observation tells us is that it's all connected through salmon, and the Council's decisions for next year's fisheries, because they affect salmon, are connected with the land, the water, and the communities all the way up into the headwaters of our river, which is 700 miles inland. Salmon bring nitrogenous marine-derived nutrients, signaled by the smell of their decomposing carcasses. The lack of those nutrients leads to ripple effects throughout the wider ecosystem. And when we're managing fisheries and ecosystems, we ought to be thinking about how the absence of chum affects other species, many of which are critical for subsistence fisher, hunters, and gatherers. So we hear often at the Fish Commission from our middle and upper Cusco communities about how bears are eating more moose because they're hungry without the salmon, which inhibits the years of moose hunting moratoriums that communities, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have set to try to rebuild moose populations. So it's all connected, and that's what our tribes and our elders' knowledge tells us, and that's what the Fish Commission wants you to remember when you're making your decisions on groundfish specs for the next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesereau?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Therese, for your testimony and this document. I thought it was an interesting way to incorporate traditional knowledge into a document with Western science. But what I found the most helpful was your explanation of how those words fit into Western science when you were explaining what the meaning of the words were. And so I guess my question for you is, do you anticipate when we start incorporating this kind of knowledge system into our way of managing fisheries that there would also be some explanation of those words to help people that are not familiar with the meaning behind the words understand it? And also, the second part of my question would be, do you think that there are other benefits to incorporating this in these kind of reports or in ecosystem-based fisheries management in general? Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau, and through the chair. I appreciate that question a lot, and I'll speak to the latter part first. There are certainly benefits of incorporating traditional knowledge, local knowledge, subsistence information into your ecosystem reports and management. I think there's several ways in which LKTKS information can be used, and those folks that created the protocol that you recently adopted could speak to this much more eloquently than I could, as could our elders and tribal citizens. But I think some of the ways in which it could add to your ecosystem-based fisheries management are bringing that interconnectedness among species and ecosystems that's not found in conventional Western scientific models, as well as the longer time series. And Dr. Siddon spoke to this in her ESR presentation. And I've been told, and this sticks with me, that traditional knowledge has been peer reviewed for over 10,000 years. So you think of that time series compared to the data that we have for the North Pacific ecosystem, it would greatly increase the amount of information you could use to inform your decisions. It also brings in some of the human dimensions, and I'm thinking especially about how in Dr. Ortiz's Aleutian Islands ESR, she includes school enrollment in Aleutian Islands communities as a measure of community stability. And in a sense, transferring that to Western Alaska and the EBS region, you could see salmon health as one indicator of community stability. So I think that's another way that knowledge from communities could add to your decision making. As for incorporating traditional knowledge into your processes and into Western scientific information, I think it's really important to remember that traditional knowledge is its own distinct way of knowing, and it can't just be cut and pasted and fit into existing Western scientific models, management processes, in a way that's very easy. I think there are ways to kind of explain some of the contexts behind it, and those will be best explained by people who live, who were raised, whose ancestors were raised in the regions where the knowledge is held. But it's just important to remember that it's distinct, and it should be held in tandem with Western science as another form of data set that has distinct observations, hypotheses, and information that can be used for decision making. And I even think too, so much of the knowledge is passed on in traditional languages, and there are so many words that we have, say, in our English language that don't directly translate into Yukton or into Denaki or into any of these other languages because they didn't need those sorts of words to describe their way of life. I think of sustainability and climate change. These words don't have direct translation. So trying to just pull it and put it into what's already in place, you may find that futile, but I think there's certainly are ways to hold them together in tandem and use them to find gaps in the data that could be addressed, or different ways of understanding what's happening. That was a very long-winded answer, but I hope that helps.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Vicente.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take testimony from Bernie Burkholder if he's online, and then we will break for lunch.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm here today to speak in favor of holding Bering Sea Aleutian Island black cod tack to the AP's recommendation, but treating all areas of the Gulf of Alaska the same. I think it just simplifies it. That being tack equal to ABC or ABS or some lesser portion thereof. Yesterday, we heard in a council presentation that up to 70% of the black cod ABC should be considered in the spawning biomass. I agree with this in the Gulf of Alaska, but not in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. The larger amount of immature but growing fish in the BSAI needs to be more carefully considered. From my perspective, spawning biomass in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is probably closer to 25 to 30%, but it certainly needs to be more closely looked at before we move forward. Over-harvesting smaller immature fish could potentially disrupt this traditional migration and growing area, as well as the socioeconomics of the fisheries to the south and the west. This issue should not be seen as a trawl versus fixed gear issue. We are all fortunate to have the black cod stocks we presently have. I would hope we could all work to manage these stocks to meet everyone's fishing needs. Presently, market conditions for black cod in both the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska are extremely challenging. They are dismal, to say the least, but this is pretty much the case for all species in Alaska right now. Prices have been reduced to fishermen by over 60%. Negative effects on the market, including but not limited to unfavorable trade policies, exchange rates with Japan's and other countries, and increased interest rates all contribute. Additionally, increased costs, especially labor, are hurting processors and the communities they do business in. I realize many of these factors are largely out of our control, but there are factors that council can better affect control over. And setting quotas and tax are certainly one of those. I respectfully ask the council to always weigh the needs of all fisheries, but particularly the trawl and the fixed gear sectors. Act conservatively in increasing catch limits in all management areas, but most specifically in areas that have historically served as growth and migration spaces. That concludes my remarks, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Burkholder. As I've been listening to the really thoughtful testimony we've gotten so far regarding the market issues that I think, you know, fairly well without precedent, or at least recent precedent. One of the things that's occurring to me is that there may be a balancing act that we have to think about as a council as we think about the impacts that the TAC levels that we choose could have. On the one hand, over the next few years, there are going to be a fair number of essentially experimental attempts by industry to try to develop new markets. And we're going to need to leave some headroom in the TAC for those attempts. At the same time, what we're hearing is as well that the more headroom we leave, the more we sort of feed misconceptions in the market about how many fish will actually be become available in the next year. And that has a negative effect on everybody widely. And so I guess I'm hearing these things as to some extent conflicting needs that we may have to balance. And I'm wondering about your perspective on, first, do you see both of those as kind of conflicting needs, or do you have a different view? And how would you balance those two fairly different dynamics?
Mr. Dwight, through the chair, thank you for the question. I think that they are truly both legitimate needs, and to some degree they conflict. But when you look over time at the amount of fish that are still available, you know, after the season's over, I think there's plenty to go around. Every marketer that I talk to, it's like, my God, you know, we've got downward pressure on the marketing. Sales are falling. And then we come out and we say, oh, but we're going to give you 30% or 20% or 50% more fish next year. And they just automatically take that as it's going to be caught and it's going to come to the market, and their inventory is going to be devalued because of that. So they've got to buy lower. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more we get into that circle, the conundrum is just, how do we get out of it? So I think most marketers that I hear or that I talk to is like, let's stop the increases so that we just can't get that thrown in our face every year, and then utilize the fish that we are allocated and we can catch and catch it and harvest it. So I don't know, that's probably maybe around the tree answer, but it is a difficult situation from your perspective. But I think there is enough fish already loaded into the system to equate for the uses that people are going to need. I may be wrong on that, but I think that's the case.
Yes, second question.
Not a question, just an acknowledgement that I asked you an around the tree question. So, but I really appreciate your answer. That helped me understand those dynamics a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. So with that, I think oh, excuse me. Bernie, I hope you're still with us. Mr. Williams has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and I'll ask a not a roundabout question, but Mr. Burkholder, we've talked here today, and I fully understand the issues that are very real to the market. The question I have and a worry that I have is that if you step away from what literally the science really says about what you can or cannot harvest, and you start trying to manage for the market, if you will, by setting TAC at certain levels, where does that end? I worry that at some point in time that can come back around and bite us. Do you have any concerns that way, or give me your thoughts on what I understand the market impacts? I really do, and they're very real. But at what point do we step away from the science and eventually maybe get bit again by working that way? I'd appreciate your thoughts.
And Mr. Williams, through the chair, thank you for the question. Certainly, I don't advocate, or I'm not proposing that we, dislocate ourselves from the science or step away from the science. I'm just saying that let's take a more conservative approach. Let's kind of pause this to the degree we can. Don't abandon your science. Don't say that, hey, I'm going to leave. But if you just simply look at spawning biomass in the Bering Sea being 2 or 3% less, well within margin of error, I think the changes in what's being asked for are, they fall within the parameters of the science. But again, I don't think you can take the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and turn it into a body that makes decisions based on the market impact that they might have. That would be a huge error, and we'd be stepping backwards big time. But to the degree you can look at a more conservative approach and keep it within your scientific parameters, I guess I'm asking you to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your time. So with that, we will break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:25 and reconvene public testimony on C3, beginning with John Warrenchuk. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. So we will be resuming public testimony on agenda item C3. Next up, we have John Moranchuk, followed by Brent Payne.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Moranchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. We're an ocean conservation group. We've been attending these council meetings for a long time, and we're here to comment today on your Bering Sea and groundfish TAC setting process. You know, every year annually, this is one of the biggest impacts to the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska and Aleutian Islands ecosystem that the federal government manages. Every year, the federal government authorizes groundfish fishing, including trawling for a bunch of species in the Bering Sea and Gulf. This action is one of the single most biggest environmental impacts that the federal government has in a given year. You're authorizing the removal of millions of tons of biomass from the food web, thousands of square miles of habitat disturbed and impacted and even destroyed in some cases, and many other impacts. We sat through several days here of environmental and ecosystem reporting reports, indicators and such. I'm challenged to think that you'll be able to absorb that all and make some sort of decision to adjust the tax in any sort of way that would minimize or reduce those impacts, because you haven't really been provided with some very straightforward indicators to do that, and that's difficult. I understand that. However, there is a very straightforward indicator that's happened this year, and I talked about this earlier, and that's the bycatch, the deaths of orcas occurring in the deepwater flatfish fishery in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands along the Bering Sea slope. We've only heard about it because of some, for lack of a better word, leaks. You know, we wouldn't usually get this kind of rapid feedback or reports about what's occurring on the fishing grounds in terms of orca bycatch. However, it was an unusual case enough that it rose in prominence throughout the industry, and people are very seriously addressing it, from what I understand. However, you know, we cannot sit here and in good conscience say that authorizing a fishery for directed targeting of deepwater flatfish and sablefish with trawls is a responsible decision. You've seen what happened this year. There was unprecedented and an increasing trend of orca bycatch. This is, you know, this is not responsible fishing, and it's a direct link to the deepwater flatfish fishery, a very specialized target fishery, pretty specialized market. I will remind the council that optimum yield, you know, is a range, and whether or not you have deepwater flatfish fishing, you would still reach optimum yield, because optimum yield is the range of 1.7 to 2 million metric tons. And so there isn't such a thing as optimum yield for any one particular fishery. It's for the groundfish fishery as a whole. And even if you didn't allow, say, trawl targeting of sablefish in the Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands, you would still reach optimum yield in many ways. And so, you know, I mentioned all this, that you could take this into account as you set tax for sablefish in the Bering Sea, for turbot, for Kamchatka flounder, or any one of these deep water species complexes, to perhaps provide less incentive to go and target them and have all those associated impacts. as I was looking through the bycatch records for these types of targets, and there are vessel names tied to bycatch rates of all your prohibited species, crab, halibut, salmon, and that's something that this council has wanted to see and has authorized NIMS to release. Leaving orcas aside for a minute, you're also seeing some spikes in things like other king crab, which I don't know if that's golden king crab or blue king crab, but that showed up in some of the sablefish and deepwater targets, and that's a conservation concern. Some of those weeks targeting sablefish, some of the vessels had 200 pounds of sablefish for every 1,000 pounds of, 200 pounds of halibut for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish. So around a 20% discard rate of halibut. Take all this into account cumulatively. You know, this is what you're supposed to do during this part of the process, is to take all these environmental indicators, factors, concerns, social concerns, economic concerns, and adjust your tax downward. And I think there's a lot of both evidence and direct correlation between some of your actions here and what you could prevent from happening in this upcoming fishery season. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for Mr. Warrenchuk. Seeing none, thank you. But next up, we have Brent Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the council. My name is Brent Payne, the Executive Director of United Catch Your Boats. With me is Susie Sikorsky, the new interco-op manager for the catch vessels that deliver to the mothership and shoreside sector cooperatives. So we want to make some comments to the Bering Sea specifications today, but first I want to kind of go through the process, talk a little bit about the process, how you have the decision information in front of you to make an informed decision on a management measure. And then talk about recommendations for the TAC, primarily for pollock and cod, our directed fisheries. And then thirdly, talk about PSC tables for that affect the trawl fisheries, table 15 and 16, I think. So, and so I wanted Susie to come up here. So if you have any questions about some of our salmon management measures or just pollock harvest information, she's here to answer you. She's the expert. So we had a good pollock season. You know, the 55 or 60 boats that fish in the mothership sector and shoreside harvested roughly about 600,000 metric tons. So we just want to talk a little bit about that too. But in terms of the process, Jimmy and Ellie showed the picture of the two catcher boats doing the bottom trawl survey. Those, I work for them. I talked to the crews and the captains that man those boats. They're very excited about doing bottom trawl survey work for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So we take a look at the survey information that comes in. Oscar Dyson next year for the Bering Sea, then attended the two plan team meetings that took place this fall, and then also participated in the SSC discussions 2 days ago about the Bering Sea TAC. And then I took a hard look at Kristen Holzman's multi-species model, took a hard look at Elizabeth Snedden's ecosystem considerations chapter and the presentations that they gave you in the SSC. And then the plan team's presentations by Dr. Steve Barbeau to you. And then lastly, Dr. Jimmy Anelli's presentation about the pollock stock assessment. And in saying all that, we are truly blessed with the best group of scientists that give you guys, you 11 that vote on this every year, what the harvest specifications should be. They give you, who are going to make a final proposed rule, the best available information you can possibly have to make an informed decision. I just got a copy of the amicus curiae brief ENGO groups that are signing on to the lawsuit that the agency is involved with about the harvest specifications. And I'm hard pressed to figure out what violation of NEPA has occurred when you have all this information in front of you then you're the decision makers to vote on this 2 million metric ton tax sheet. What environmental information is missing? And what should go into a NEPA-based document? You guys are the ones that are making this decision based on the best environmental and economic information that you have in front of you. And again, I'm hard pressed to figure out what is lacking when you make that decision today. And if it is lacking, please stand up and say what it is. It's really disturbing, because I think this is world-class cutting scientific information that helps you guys make a decision on the 2 million metric ton tax sheet. So in saying that, I turn your attention to the AP's recommendations for the TAC. United Catcher Boats Board of Directors, I presented to them Dr. Yanelli's assessment after the second planting meeting. And we had a good conversation, and they asked me to present to you a Bering Sea poly TAC of 1.3 million. Obviously, there's two recommendations on that AP recommendation, to 20,000 ton difference. I got to say, a population of over 10 million metric tons of animals out there, and you look at the conservative nature of the tier 3 status and what we call, guys can't call it a buffer, but it is a buffer of 18% between tier 1 and tier 3, and then the risk matrix table that's used. We get an A on 3 categories, we get a B on the 2nd category. So we know the lipid content of the zooplankton that the pollock are eating. We know that the condition factor analysis is the pollock are a little bit skinny this year relative to previous years, but that's biology. But in terms of the boat owners and what they want, my board said 1.3 million metric tons. Now, if you ask me what the difference between that is and 1.32, what's the price of tea in China? It's not, it's a blip on the radar screen when you're talking about so many animals that are out there and the stock of pollock. We are fishing on a very large 2018 year class, and that's decaying as natural mortality kicks in. So there you go on that. Last point I want to talk about is PSC. We were very disappointed in the ADF&G estimate for the biomass of herring in the Eastern Bering Sea this year. It's dropping by 26% from last year. Susie worked very hard to make sure we didn't close the winter herring savings area, so we didn't have an area this going into our A season where we find really clean pollock fishing. Had we were 6 to 7 tons shy of closing that savings area, with a 25% reduction from a biomass estimate. We get 1% of the biomass estimate. That's going to be huge on the pollock fishery to try and work so hard not to trigger the summer savings areas, which is really important to the inshore pollock fishery. If we trigger those areas, we're going to have 25% less herring to deal with no TOEAC directed fishery happening. We're going to be hard pressed to try and work really hard to keep our salmon numbers down. So that's a problem. And I guess we can look at it. Can't fix it right now, but I hope the council has a will to look at the herring PSC management measures. So my time's expired. We support the AP's tables on PSC distribution amongst the trawl fisheries, and I'll stop there. And if you have any questions for Susie and I hope we can answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for Mr. Payne or Ms. Zorski. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Payne, for your testimony. Just a quick question. I think I heard you right. You were recommending a pollock TAC of 1.3. Was that correct?
1.30, yes, through the chair.
Thank you. Can you elaborate? You said there was really no difference between 1.3 and 1.2, but can you elaborate just a little more for me on why 1.3 and why not 1.32? I mean, just a bit more of what the thinking is there.
Right. I'll let Susie take that one.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, for the record, Susie Zagorski, UCB and Interco-op manager. So we had a lot of discussions with our board members. Those board members are vessel owners or managers of the fleet, of both the inshore shore-based processor, catcher vessels that deliver to the shore-based processors, and then also catcher vessels that deliver to motherships. And the biggest theme that came out of that is 1.3 is, in their eyes, knowing the day-to-day operations, is stability for them. And We also saw as the 1.3, as you saw, there is a balanced tax sheet for it, that column. We saw this as a collaboration with the rest of the amendment or with the rest of the groundfish sectors. So a lot of our vessel owners and a lot of our vessel owners also have vessels in other fisheries. And so this was not only for them to run their plants this year, their vessels this year, it's also a collaboration with the rest of the groundfish sectors. And then lastly, there has been a concern with the thinness of fish. And so when you see fish condition be brought up at like stock assessment plan teams, it's a little different at the plant level, right? And so after having worked out on a vessel and we're constantly looking at the fish as it's being processed, as we're catching it and coming in, and seeing that quality, we see thinness also with like gel strength and just the fish not seeming as healthy. And so a lot of our members also think that, you know, with the thinness of it and the whole ecosystem, we want there to be enough, I guess there's concern for the breeding stock, considering that this is a big year class, but we don't see many year classes behind it as well. And so those are the discussions that we had at the board, with our members, with our operators, our fishermen, co-op managers. So, and I hope that helps.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony. Next up is Chad C.
Sorry, just turned it off. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Chad C. I'm the executive director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. FLC represents the hook and line CPs that participate in the Pacific cod fisheries in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, as well as the Gulf of Alaska. We're almost entirely dependent on the Pacific cod fishery for our operations and the livelihoods of our captains and crew. I will be providing brief comments on the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island cod specifications, as well as a few other species of interest for our fleet. All recommendations that we are presenting here are consistent with both scenarios put forward to the council by the AP earlier this week. So first, with Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Pacific cod, we recommend setting TAC to ABC after accounting for the state water GHL. The reason here is that cod is not just important to freezer longliners, but also to all sectors that operate in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Island groundfish fisheries, both in federal and state waters. Setting cod to ABC is supported by the work of the assessment authors and the SSC to identify sustainable harvest levels for these stocks. Regarding the Bering Sea, FLC submitted comments and testified to the SSC, commenting on the strong analytical data-led approach of the Bering Sea cod assessment and its author to develop the model and the OFL and the ABC recommendations for the stock. As you've heard on the Aleutian Islands, the max ABC for that fishery was carried over for 2023, but the SSC applied a 10% reduction to the max ABC to account for some of the ongoing factors identified with the risk table, building a further buffer for sustaining that stock. Setting the TAC to the ABC will also help alleviate the early closures of the Bering Sea cod fishery that has become the norm in recent years and has forced our fleet to adjust our operations and leave fish in the water. Likewise, we believe that maximizing cod harvest is one step toward addressing cod predation of crab, as it facilitates greater removals of cod from the crab grounds. Second, on turbot, we recommend also setting the TAC to the ABC on that species. We're hopeful that council's action to provide for the use of the longline pots in that fishery for freezer longliners will be implemented by August of next year, based on the Alaska Region's comments in the October meeting. So should this happen, FLC members do anticipate having that opportunity to participate in that turbot fishery next year and to harvest at least a large portion of that, our portion of that TAC per our agreement with the other participating sector in that fishery. So setting TAC to the ABC for turbot will ensure the most opportunity for participation in this fishery by our fleet. Lastly, wanted to comment on skates. We will support increasing the TAC to 30,519 metric tons, oddly specific. But that is a machination of the negotiations on the 2 million ton cap. But also it's reflective of an increase in that skates TAC that is similar to the increase you see in the cod tax as well. Typically, when we are harvesting more cod, we'll also encounter more skates in that fishery. And so it's our interest in seeing that TAC be increased to avoid non-retention of that high value species. And just on that too, we typically encounter rates by skates to increase. As I said, the rates are not wholly consistent with the percentage increase in cod, but the level that we support with the AP spec sheet is enough to avoid, from our perspective, moving to discard status on that species. So we'll support that. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
And next up is Stephanie Madsen and Austin Estabrooks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Stephanie Matson, Executive Director of the ATSI Processors. And with me, I have Austin Estabrooks, who is our Natural Resource Analyst. First, Madam Chair, members of the council, I hope you had an opportunity to read our very lengthy letter that we submitted. We felt it was really important to document the process that is used that will culminate in today's meeting. It's a year-long process. As you know, they meet, the peak group meets, the ESP group meets, the plan teams meet, the surveys take place. We have ESR reports both at the October and November plan team meetings. We look at different models. We're getting better at looking at the risk table and understanding the ecosystem considerations. So we really do have a robust process that looks at all of the information all year long, including the fishery performance. So we felt it was really important to document that, and we hope you take a look at that, and happy to answer any questions, and feel free to use it if you need to. Madam Chairman, it seems like maybe there's a fight amongst the pollock industry. That's not really the case. We just have differing opinions about what is available out there to harvest and when we're able to harvest it. So again, my group is solely vested in Alaska in pollock. So we have invested a lot to make sure that we understand the pollock models, the pollock impacts, the everything that goes into developing the science and the TACs and ABCs, OFLs. So we're very aware of it. So when my board meets, they also have a debate about what they think the science says and what the science would support. They have insights that I don't about what maybe is going on globally. And we'd had that same discussion. We actually had members that were hoping that we could get a little bit more than 1.32. They think that the science supports that, and really 1.32 is a compromise in our group, and it was a unanimous view. And I just want to highlight, I know I didn't put the sheet up there, but when you look at the 2023 ABC, it was 1,910,000. If you look at the ABC for 2024, it's 2,313,000. So, but yet there's some that are recommending no increase in TAC. So that's a 2% increase in the ABC, and some are suggesting that there be no increase in total allowable catch. Madam Chair, the 2018 year class is probably going to prove up to be one of the largest year classes in the time series. They are aging out of the system. We can't bank them like some fish species. They will age out of the system, and they will be not available to the fishery. Are we concerned about fish condition? Yes, we're concerned about fish condition, but leaving them in the water is not going to make them fatter. There's enough difference between the ABC and the TAC for the ecosystem considerations. There's a lot of fish out there for the birds and the fur seals and the other species that need pollock. So we're not in a conservation concern for pollock. So my question is to the council is if there is not an increase in pollock in this scenario, in this environment, when can the pollock industry ever expect to see any kind of an increase in pollock? We believe some of the skinny fish it results in density dependency. There's too much pollock out there. There's not enough food. So, but yet there's some that are advocating that we not remove any more from the system. So, Madam Chair, I think it would be a mistake to say stability, only because you have 3 sectors that fish on this pollock. And if there are some sectors that would like to have a different stability or don't want to go out and fish it because of economic conditions in that sector, I can certainly understand that. But don't penalize the catcher processor fleet who can go out there, does have markets for it, and can make money on this, because we would be limited in our ability to have any more access to pollock if you kept it stable. I also think that there may be some misunderstanding about what stability is, because I would just remind you that the Russian fishery in the Sea of Okhotsk and the Western Bering Sea take more pollock than our Eastern Bering Sea pollock. So a 20,000 metric ton increase in the Eastern Bering Sea is likely to have very little impact on a global situation. So I think I've covered my points. I'm almost out of time. I appreciate your patience and would like to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions from council members. Mr. Sakata.
Thank you. And through the chair, that was one of the questions that I had asked the AP, was one of the opposing arguments for the amendment to add the 132 was this stability. And I was a little surprised to see that in an industry so large as pollock that 1.5% was considered not stable. Are you saying that that's not true for the catcher processor fleet, that 1.5% you would consider stable versus unstable?
Madam Chair, Mr. Rudy, I still have trouble with your last name. I would say that stability was not part of our conversation. As I mentioned, there were some members of mine looking at the science and looking at the fish that are out there now that would have liked more. So we're not concerned about stability. As I mentioned, it's a global market and we have the ability to harvest that. I would add that the alternative 2 that was presented by the AP was discussed during our industry discussions. So the other industry groups did have a chance to look at those numbers. They may not support my pollock number, but their concerns are addressed in alternative 2.
Second question. When I had first heard about like the thinness and some of the, the concerns about the thinness of the pollock, I also was concerned about it on the tax side, but my understanding is that's included in the ABC, the biological side of thing. But then I heard some testimony from UCB that I had not thought of before, and that would be at the tax setting level. I think we are allowed to look at socioeconomic type things. And the gel strength argument of thinner fish, I just wasn't aware of. Have you heard that from any of your members?
Madam Chair, Rudy, no, I have not heard that from my members. That was not part of the discussion. I think you have to recognize that you have 3 different modes of operations here. And so the economic structure of those 3 modes of operations are going to be different. So that concern did not come to my attention.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Linda Bankin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, of course, shockingly on sablefish. In recent years, the council has set sablefish ABCs at max ABC and TACs equal to max ABC. We've shared our concerns with you about both parts of that process. We're encouraged that the council and the SSC are interested now in taking a look at the harvest control rules. I'd like to draw your attention just briefly. This was put up in front of you during the plan team presentation, but just to this slide and to the statement that we've seen over and over the last few years, that a maximum catch strategy will likely maintain the long-term downward trend if recruitment reverts to average conditions. That's the trend we'd like to reverse. And that's why we would have been asking to look at some different harvest strategies. And also, while we're waiting for this information to come back, to not increase TACs from a biological perspective. Please remember that council has quadrupled the sablefish tax since 2016, and that the Bering Sea ABC tax has increased from 1,300 metric tons to over 5,500 metric tons. And those taxes have not been taken. And yet the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands ABC is scheduled to increase another 36 and 47% going into 2024, respectively. I want to focus on that increase for a minute. As you heard yesterday, the sablefish survey in 2023 was flat, no increase overall, but the Bering Sea relative population numbers were down 8%. If you could put the next slide up, thanks so much. If you look at this slide, you can see that the relative population weights, which are a measure of biomass, have gone down in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Western Gulf. The ABC increases are being driven by our apportionment process, which is averaging biomass proportions across the areas over 5 years. And as these fish start to move out of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, it's going to take a while to catch up with this lag. We also can see that in some of those eastern areas, there actually was an increase in biomass, but those TACs are going down, those ABCs are going down. We're fine with that. We want to see decreases. We just don't want to see increases, particularly in these areas where the biomass has dropped. Before leaving this point, I've heard this concern that we may drive discards if we don't raise the TAC. I just want to again say the projections are that there are less sablefish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands going into 2024 than we saw in 2023. The tax weren't taken in 2023, and some of the key species that Amendment 80 is targeting are level or down. It doesn't seem to me like there's likely to be a TAC achievement and not an incentive to have to or forced regulatory discards. Would remind the council that NS1 does direct you to manage stocks for optimum yield, which is MSAY modified by ecological, social, and economic factors. In this case, all are at play with the socioeconomics right now hitting us over the head. You've heard prices have dropped from $4 per pound on average to $2 over the last year to nothing when the markets closed. Quota shares tumbled in Southeast from $36 a pound in Southeast down to $8.95 a pound with no takers. The markets are flooded with no value small sablefish. Processors are warning they won't buy sablefish in the beginning of the season at best. If they buy it, they will be putting their fleet on limits and causing boats to schedule deliveries. Small boats fishing based on delivery schedules instead of weather windows is not safe. And it's one of the reasons we went to an IFQ program to try and avoid boats fishing in unsafe conditions. I would note from the SSC minutes, their concerns about fishery performance in the sablefish fishery suggest that there is particularly acute need for socioeconomic information to be available for consideration when management decisions are made for the sablefish fishery. In the absence of that information, we're here to relate the socioeconomic pain that our fishing families in our communities are struggling with. We have an oversupply issue. Every year you're brought a tax sheet from the trawl industry saying how they want to divvy up their tax in the Bering Sea to stay under your metric ton cap,
but also largely based on market considerations from what we hear when they come to the table. It's not new for you to consider market considerations in setting tax. We're asking for the same consideration in our fishery at this time. You certainly can't solve all the problems of the market or all the problems our fisheries are facing right now, but you can make it worse if you raise the tax, and you can provide a measure of relief by not raising the tax. Alaska does dominate the sablefish market, same as it does the salmon market. You can't bank salmon, but you can bank sablefish. We're asking that you not worsen the market catastrophe that we're already in. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. It's a second time that I haven't asked you to better define what you mean by a lag in the apportionment. I felt like this was the first year we were in the full apportionment that equated to the survey biomass. And so is the lag this 5-year average problem, or is there something else that I'm missing from your testimony?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, it's just that when you're taking an average, that I think when we went to a 5-year averaging, that was before we had seen all these big year classes coming. No one expected to see the kind of movement of sablefish that we're seeing right now. So the juvenile sablefish, as I'm sure you know, show up first in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, but especially the Bering Sea. As they start to grow, they move into the Gulf. That's what's happening. And really in the last year or so, they've finally made it to Southeast West Yakutat. They've made it all the way across. So there's sort of this pulse of fish that's been moving. But when you average 5 years, instead of having that apportionment be based on the snapshot we're seeing there this year, it's going to take a while to catch up with the movement of that fish. So rather than being real time, what's there right now, we're averaging it, and it's going to take a little while before the apportionment reflects where the fish are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay. Next up is Heather Mann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. My members fish for pollock and for cod in the Bering Sea. I'm also a member of the advisory panel. I'd like to advocate for a sablefish TAC of 9,500 tons versus the AP recommendation to hold steady as status quo from the previous year. Recommending a TAC of 9,500 is well below where it could be set, what science says it could be set at. The stock assessment author, as well as out of the plan team, when we had our report in the AP, said everything, quote, looks really great with sablefish. So it seems to me that we should be setting that at least a little bit higher than status quo because we have an increasing biomass. I'm concerned that pollock vessels and Amendment 80 vessels may be running into sablefish. We did have a problem with sablefish a few years ago. We haven't recently, but as everybody keeps discussing, the ocean is changing. Fish are showing up in places they haven't before, in amounts they haven't been seen before. The West Coast has already made the decision to raise their sablefish TAC by close to 300%. Down there, they're calling sablefish a climate change winner, if that's a phrase, but that it's doing really well and it's really prolific. So we really want to avoid any kind of regulatory discards, and there are markets for this incidentally caught fish. We also heard testimony at a previous meeting from a freezer longline company that actually has a market for the smaller sablefish. And I think he testified in front of the council as well as the AP. I'm the one in the AP that said if you can sustainably harvest a stock today and market it and sell it, then you should be able to do that. In today's economic environment, where every fishery has really struggled, it's been a perfect storm of misery in a lot of cases, then we should be harvesting that fish sustainably and getting it on the market. So I apologize that that bullet point didn't make it into the sablefish discussion, and that was that is my fault. I overlooked it, but I am the one that said it, and we did have that conversation about sablefish. So I apologize for that. Finally, I would just say that, in addition to not wanting to see regulatory discards, when we talk about the release of small sablefish action, the primary reason for that consideration is small fish everywhere on the grounds. That they're running into small fish no matter what's happening. And that's for the directed fishery to be able to release small fish. If that is the case and it works and it's a justification for moving that action forward, I would humbly submit that it is a reason to bump up the TAC so that other sectors don't find themselves running into a stock that is everywhere, forced to discard it, and then being maligned for doing so. So instead of raising that TAC up as high as it could be, we're not advocating for max ABC. 9,500 is actually, I believe, a 19% increase in the TAC compared to, and I hope I have this number right, a 43% increase in the sablefish ABC. And I think that that's a good compromise. So I would respectfully ask you to take that into consideration. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. So in order to stay balanced, if we were to change from, say, the AP to what you're advocating, where do those fish come from? What gets decreased? And can you sort of walk through, at least from your perspective, what the implications are of that kind of a swap?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I would advocate for the second sheet that came forward that included a 1.32 for pollock. That sheet was negotiated. The 9,500 came out of some Amendment 80 line items where they were willing to give some of that fish up to make it all balance. I don't have the sheet in front of me. I do believe it is in the AP motion what those numbers are, but that's how I would advocate to balance it out.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Brett Roth. Yes.
Apologies. It's a pleasure to be able to be here in person, testifying before you today. Thank you for the opportunity. Briefly, to understand why I care, you have to understand the promise that the Bering Sea represents to some IFQ fishermen and state waters fishermen, specifically the black cod fishery. We're trying to make a start in the industry, and I'm one of those. I bought my first Bering Sea black cod quota 3 years ago in 2020. In 2020, we also came to you concerned about trawl bycatch. And the council responded with the discussion paper. Thank you. It now appears, as the study suggested, we can hope encounters in that fishery moderated and represent basically a response to a large recruitment event. The prospect of a directed bottom trawl fishery for sablefish taking more than 7 million pounds on the grounds I fish is terrifying to me, and completely a different beast from managing black cod as a bycatch species, or even with community-based trawl fisheries. Most of all, I'm concerned about how this will impact the benthic environment and certainly my future fishing opportunities in the Bering. I've testified before this council before in support of increased tax in the Bering. I stand here now with plenty of new concerns. When I'm not fishing, I like to watch baseball with my kids. Baseball and softball fans are probably familiar with the pickoff attempt. There's a version where the pitcher throws a ball to an infielder trying to catch a runner off base. There's a version called the hidden ball trick, where that infielder will throw the ball back towards the pitcher, but not actually throw it. And then if a runner's not paying attention, they get tagged out as they lead off the base. And this feels a little bit like that to me. And it's not illegal, but it can be exhilarating for the fans of the team that succeeded with the hidden ball trick. But it sure is embarrassing for the base runner and can completely change the course of the game. As a directed fixed gear fisherman, I feel a little bit like the Rube and the NIMS version of a hidden ball trick, even if it wasn't intentional on the part of NIMS. I'm just now becoming aware, and shame on me, but I'm just now becoming aware that there even was a directed trawl fishery for black cod this year. I just now found out. And as I read the NIMS posting that justified the fishery, it literally said there was good cause to waive prior notice and opportunity for public comment. Okay, again, good cause to waive prior notice and an opportunity for public comment. It stated that industry was consulted, but I wonder, with the glut of sablefish on the market, if the processors were consulted. I know as a directed IFQ fisherman, I was not. And I think this is where the council shines. I realize I'm running out of time. I don't think that tax setting is the right place to address this, but I have concerns about this fishery, and I would like to be involved in the council process and have opportunity to comment in the future on this particular fishery. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Just quickly, thank you, Mr. Roth, for your testimony. If you could reiterate, you're an IFQ fisherman in just the Bering Sea, or are you also in the Gulf?
A little bit of 3A halibut in the Gulf and some black cod in Prince William Sound.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Roth. I just want to make sure I'm clear on your recommendation. When you say you would like to be involved in the management of this fishery, were you referencing NIMS's in-season management of the 2023 groundfish fisheries in reference to the in-season announcement that you read? Can you give me a little more detail on that?
The in-season, yes, thank you for the opportunity. The in-season announcement that I read recently, and I should have read it earlier, obviously, but it stated that we had 10 days to comment, and we could comment with writing to an address. I would appreciate, I think, more public comment on that specific fishery from industry. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Appreciate it. Next up is Chris Woodley.
Let's see here. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum represents 17 non-pollock trawl catcher processor and 1 catcher vessel operating in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. I want to thank everybody involved in the room who's given presentations ranging from the surveys to the Groundfish Plan Team, the SSC, for bringing us to the point of making TAC recommendations which are based upon world-class fishery science and management practices. With a couple of exceptions that I will note in a minute, Groundfish Forum supports the BSAI tax sheet alternative 1 approved by the AP, with pollock being set at 1.3 million metric tons. We support the cod tax being set at ABC in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, minus the allocations to CDQ and the State of Alaska GHL fishery. We support flatfish tax for the Amendment 80 allocated and unallocated species be set to similar levels as last year, but in some cases tax have been adjusted downward, particularly yellowfin sole, primarily to accommodate the increase in Pacific or Bering Sea cod. ACA mackerel tax recommendations are up slightly in the Bering Sea in 541 and down slightly in 542 and 543 as a result of ABC reductions, and consistent with stellar sea lion regulations, the Western Island ACA mackerel tax is reduced by 35%. Pacific Ocean perch tax recommendations are set to ABC, consistent with past years. And again, the Western Aleutian Islands POP tax has been set below the ABC as a means to reduce black spotted rough eye catch in the Western Aleutians. Where Groundfish Forums request deviates from alternative one is for the tax of Bering Sea sablefish, Bering Sea Aleutian Island Alaska plaice, and Bering Sea Aleutian Island northern rockfish. Groundfish Forum is requesting the tax for BSAI sablefish to be set at 9,500 metric tons, which is precautionary, 17% below the ABC. We request this modest increase as a means to continue reducing regulatory discards of sablefish. In 2023, the trawl sector took 81% of the Bering Sea sablefish tack, and within our sector, we retained approximately 90% of that catch. This is in response to Mr. Twight's question of Heather Mann. To offset this slight increase in sablefish, we propose reducing Bering Sea Alaska plaice and Bering Sea Aleutian Island northern rockfish tack by 752 metric tons each to 21,000 metric tons and 16,000 metric tons respectively. Lastly, we support the AP approved table for herring PSC catch. I've got a couple of minutes here, so I wanted to circle back around on the discussion of sablefish. Sablefish stock assessment documents state that the stock is healthy and harvestable biomass has increased substantially. Surveys and fishery catch data clearly show that a large portion of that biomass occurs in the Bering Sea. We encounter sablefish in our fishing operations. When we encounter sablefish, we are able to fully retain it when it is open to directed fishing. NIMS provides for directed fishing when the tack is adequate to support incidental encounters in our fisheries and other fisheries, such as what is experienced or has been recently experienced in the pollock catcher vessel sector. From 2017 to 2022, when directed fishing was closed, retention in the Amendment 80 sector was less than 50%. And we made reports to this council trying to help you better understand why those regulatory discards were occurring. This year, when the directed fishery was open, retention was set at 90%. A moderate increase in the tack to 9,500 metric tons would increase the likelihood that those Amendment 80 fisheries, which have sablefish as incidental catch, can remain open for a longer time, thus reducing regulatory discards. Looks like that's all I have, Madam Chair, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woodley. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Woodley. Can you describe to me the kind of the difference in behavior of your boats when they're encountering black cod between fisheries that are where it's still bycatch even though it's retained, and hauls that are actually end up being tagged as directed? Can you describe what they're doing that results in that difference?
That is a complicated answer, and actually Mr. Loomis is going to come up and speak to some of those issues. So if you could withhold that question, we specifically talked about that, and I would note that the online database that has been referenced many times in this conversation regarding directed or targeted fishing of sablefish, that database is not designed to answer that question. There is a lot of nuance that goes far, far beyond the scope of what's in that database, and you really need subject matter experts like Ms. Farunas or Steve Whitney to explain it. And I think that Mr. Loomis can explain it in the context of what it means to our sector.
Thank you for your
All
testimony.
right, thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Todd Loomis. And he's joining us remotely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd Loomis testifying on behalf of Ocean Peace, Inc. I'd like to support the comments made by Chris Woodley and the tax sheet that he just presented. When A80 was implemented, there were several goals: reduce bycatch, minimize waste, and improve utilization of fishery resources. A critical component to achieving these goals is having tax high enough to allow fisheries to be open so the fish can be retained. For AI sablefish, where the trawl sector receives 25% of the TAC, we have achieved that balance and we are not seeking a TAC increase. For the Bering Sea, where the trawl sector receives 50% of the TAC, the sector continues to have high encounter rates, and we've been subject to sablefish closures and in some years, PSC closures. For these reasons, we support a modest 1,500 metric ton increase in Bering Sea sablefish to try to get to the point where regulatory discards are minimized. One or more trawl sectors continue to have high sablefish encounter rates, and we're asking for a modest increase, not to maximize sablefish, but so we can reduce regulatory discards and sell the fish we are catching. Consistent with the goals of Amendment 80, we're attempting to get tax that will reduce and hopefully eliminate regulatory discards. This year's Bering Sea sablefish TAC did not allow us to achieve this goal. Fisheries close before tax or sector apportionments are reached, and the modest increase we're requesting will result in fewer regulatory discards. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Loomis. Looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Loomis. Did you hear the question I asked of Mr. Woodley?
Yes. It is a complicated answer. So, depending on what you're looking at, the definition of directed fishing is fishing activity that results in retention greater than the MRA. And for sablefish, that is a very low bar to clear. In most of our fisheries, the MRA is 1%. In some of our fisheries, the MRA is 15%. So it does not take very much sablefish to fall into the regulatory definition of a regulatory or of a directed fishery. And there's a bunch, I don't want to speak to the specifics of the NMFS targeting algorithm, but that follows a different path for figuring out directed fishing, but both of those are not consistent with what I would consider and what most people would consider actual directed fishing, which I do not believe is happening in the sablefish target by trawl gear.
And second question.
So what I'm hearing is that a skipper will commence fishing in an area without the objective of having it be a directed sablefish fishery, but then when the catch comes on board and it exceeds one of those, it may well end up being, or when the catch comes on board, it may well end up being labeled a directed fishery, but that's not what the skipper was trying to aiming for. Is that correct? Or is there some amount of deliberate choice? I guess, is it completely up to the system that labels, or does the skipper have some choice or some control?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. So we have the ability to catch sablefish. We are not maximizing that ability by any means. We have been tracking sablefish very closely. Vessels have requirements to report to the cooperative what their sablefish catch rates are, the fishery that they're getting it in. And if you start a trip at a week ending and you have sablefish, could even be the predominant species in a hull. If a hull is small, sablefish can be predominant. You will get tagged in the sablefish directed fishery, even though for your actual fishing trip, sablefish might be a small component of the catch. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Mr. Loomis, that brings up another question, and I'm sorry if I'm making you repeat yourself, but we discussed this during the last meeting, and you brought up some of the challenges with the definition of the trip, and and how the complexities of the Amendment 80 species. And I think we've agreed to look at that. Do you think that that ongoing work will help address regulatory discards for sablefish, or do you think that this is going to still be an ongoing challenge outside of that work?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I think the regulatory changes to the trip triggers that we are seeking will help in this regard, because we wouldn't be under the instantaneous MRA management for the 1% and 15% MRAs. The proposal would not address those actual MRA percentages. It would not change them. So, in the interim, I think the only way to reduce regulatory discards is to set quotas such that directed fisheries can be open and you aren't subject to the low MRA amounts. And it's fish that we're, encountering anyways. So it's not like you're going to change the catch amount by having the fishery closed.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Loomis.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Rhodes. Stephen, I don't think we have you online yet, so we will circle back. We have one more testifier and see if we can reach you. So Maddie Lightsey is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Maddie Lightsey. I grew up in a fishing family in Homer. I am a sablefish quota holder, and my family owns and operates Alaska Boats and Permits, which is the largest marine brokerage in the state. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of the North Pacific Fisheries Association, of which I am a board member. NPFA is a commercial fishing organization based out of Homer, representing about 65 family fishing operations using a variety of gear and vessel types. Our members participate in multiple fisheries throughout Alaska, including sablefish from southeast to the Bering Sea in both state and federal waters. We'd like to express our support for the advisory panel's recommendations to hold the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands TAC at 2023 levels, and the reasons for this are multifaceted. The rapid increase in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands sablefish TAC has had unintended consequences on the directed fishery, one of which is that we've seen another sector opportunistically move into the sablefish fishery, harvesting at unprecedented levels and bringing large amounts of lower quality fish to the market, effectively taking it. While the Amendment 80 harvest isn't outside the bounds of regulation, the socioeconomic impacts are devastating the commercial fleet right now. Was this the original intent of the program? The effect of trawl-caught sablefish on ex-vessel prices has been marked this season. In 2015, the Amendment 80 sector caught 31 metric tons of sablefish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. By 2019, they were up to 1,488 metric tons. This year, they harvested 3,540 metric tons by November 21st, which is an increase of more than 11,000% in 8 years. Due in part to the large glut of sablefish flooding the market, we saw processors stop buying sablefish much earlier than expected this year. Fishermen can deal with low prices, but we can't deal with no prices. In the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and in some Gulf of Alaska ports such as Seward and Whittier, processors stopped buying altogether a month or even 2 months early. In others, such as Kodiak and Homer, the last few months of the season offered spotty and unreliable opportunities to sell sablefish, if any. There were multiple instances in which vessels with full holds were simply turned away. Not only is this a socioeconomic failure, but it is also an egregious waste of fish. Sablefish used to be bycatch for the Amendment 80 sector, but it's recently become a targeted species. This year, we saw an in-season management decision to open a directed fishery for that sector. And again, while this is well within regulations, it is a relatively new development and brings unforeseen consequences that merit further evaluation. Unlike the directed fleet, the Amendment 80 fleet doesn't have to purchase sablefish quota. They don't have to pay IFQ cost recovery fees. They don't pay into the IFQ observer program, and they don't pay the same landing taxes. In addition to the effects of the Amendment 80 sector, the directed sablefish fleet is also struggling with low ex-vessel prices due to the lower market value of the smaller fish. The current stock lacks diversity in age class and is comprised largely of younger and sometimes still immature fish. Although the overall stock does appear healthy and productive, the fishing pressure on these younger fish is concerning to us. Such large removals of fish in a long-lived species presents future concerns and drags down the average price of sablefish deliveries to levels that are unsustainable for the directed fishery. Meanwhile, sablefish quota holders have seen the value of their investments drop by as much as 75% over the last 5 or 6 years, despite a healthy stock. The quota market is so depressed right now that quota isn't moving even at fire sale prices, and quota holders are so upside down on loans that they can't afford to sell even if they want to. We're seeing young people turning away from investing in sablefish. We're already hearing that processors are considering not buying sablefish at the beginning of the season. Many fishermen are concerned that they won't have a market for their fish. Younger or newer fishermen that lack established relationships with processors are having an especially difficult time with this right now. Others are seeing the priorities of the directed sablefish fleet become secondary to those of other sectors and are questioning the longevity of the fishery itself. In addition to further eroding market conditions and affecting the future spawning biomass, any increase to these tax could contribute to processors putting vessels on limits or delivery schedules and/or lead to a race for fish situation in which fishermen rush to get as much sablefish delivered as they can early in the season before the markets become saturated. And this could present new safety and logistical concerns. As noted by the SSC report and in the Joint Groundfish Plan Team report, there is a need for further evaluation of from a socioeconomic standpoint of these new factors affecting the sablefish fishery. Until more is known, both socioeconomically and biologically, it seems prudent to take a precautionary approach. Setting the sablefish TAC below the ABC is not unprecedented. The 2020 TAC was set below ABC based on recommendations from the advisory panel, which took socioeconomic factors into account. In addition, we heard rationale from the advisory panel this week to support setting the 2024 pollock TAC below ABC in light of socioeconomic and market concerns. For all of these reasons, the North Pacific Fisheries Association agrees with the advisory panel's recommendations to hold the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands sablefish tax at 2023 levels. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for Ms. Lightsey. Seeing none. Thank you very much. So next up, we'll circle back to Stephen Rhodes as our last testifier. We have him. Okay. Sorry, it doesn't appear that we are able to reach him online. So I think just note the attachment that he provided for council members. So please do take a look at that. So that concludes our public testimony on C3. I'd like to take a 20-minute stand down and come back for council action at 3 p.m. We do have to take our SSC report by the end of the day because Dr. Dressel is not available. So we will try to start that around 4:15. Thank you. Council, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we've finished our staff presentations and public testimony on C3, as well as our advisory panel reports. I'd ask whether or not the council would like to take action. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I've sent to staff. Okay. The council moves to approve the 2023 Bering Sea Aleutian Island Groundfish Safe Report. The council moves to adopt the 2024-2025 OFLs, ABCs, and tax for groundfish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands as shown in Table 1. The council also moves to set flatfish flexibility reserves as shown in Table 13 to maximize the ABC reserves for 2024 and 2025. The council moves to approve the PSC amounts and distributions as shown in Tables 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. And the council moves to approve the Pacific Halibut DMRs for 2024 and 2025 as shown in Table 19. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the second. Sorry, this is a little bit long. These values represent the best scientific information available on the biological and socioeconomic condition of the groundfish stocks in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and have been vetted by the stock assessment authors, plan team, SSC, and AP. Opportunities for public comment have been provided and received at all steps during the annual process. Council and agency staff have reviewed them for accuracy. The recommended specifications of OFL, ABC, and TAC would prevent overfishing consistent with National Standard 1 because TAC for each stock and stock complex would be set equal to or less than ABC, and ABC would be set equal to or less than OFL. In addition, my recommendation would set total TAC within the optimum yield range defined for this fishery, and these TACs are therefore designed to achieve OY consistent with National Standard 1. Additionally, the plan team, SSC, AP, and Council have all reviewed the ecosystem and economic status reports that inform these recommended TACs. Information from the ecosystems report is compiled in risk tables for each stock to evaluate whether additional reductions from max ABC are warranted based on scientific uncertainty that cannot be accounted for in the model. We have also reviewed the Seattle model, the climate-informed multi-species model for Bering Sea pollock, Pacific cod, and arrowtooth. The council appreciates the ongoing development of this model and its utility in accounting for climate effects on harvests, specifically for species with strong trophic interactions such as pollock. Therefore, having considered biological, ecological, economic, and social considerations, these recommended harvest specifications are consistent with our FMP and national standards. I've proposed using alternative 1 of the tax sheet as approved by the AP and their motion with minor edits to account for rounding errors, which I believe this tax sheet, I believe, does provide the best approach for balancing the concerns of individual sectors and the social and economic considerations that are consistent with the goals of the fishery management plans. Tables 13 through 19 are from the AP motion and also with minor edits to account for rounding errors and include the 15 metric tons of halibut PSC moved from yellowfin sole to pea cod to accommodate the increase in pea cod TAC and decrease in yellowfin sole TAC, and the 20 tons of herring moved from yellowfin sole to rock sole category to buffer the herring PSC limit that was exceeded in rock sole in 2023. Federal regulations for tax setting direct that TAC determinations are based on both 1, the biological condition of groundfish stocks, and 2, socioeconomic considerations. First, and consistent with what I mentioned at the outset, the resource assessment documents prepared annually for the council, primarily the safe chapters for each stock, ESRs for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and economic data reports, including ESPs, inform the final tax and provide key information on assessments of the stock condition of each target species, assessments of the multi-species and ecosystem impacts of harvesting the groundfish complex at current levels given the assessed condition of stocks, historical catch trends, and alternative harvesting strategies and related effects. Second, we weigh socioeconomic considerations to the extent that they are consistent with the goals of the fishery management plan for the groundfish fisheries of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and in consideration of a number of factors. The need to promote efficiency in the utilization of fishery resources, including minimizing costs, the need to mandate for the optimum marketable size of a species, the impact of groundfish harvests on prohibited species and the domestic target fisheries that utilize these species, the seasonal access to the groundfish fishery by domestic fishing vessels, the commercial importance of a fishery to local communities, the importance of a fishery to subsistence users, and the need to promote utilization of certain species. The final tax recommended here account for the utilization of fishery resources, efficiencies, and costs across the sectors, seasonal fishing opportunities, and the commercial importance of access to these fishery resources. I will touch on other aspects of these regulatory factors as I speak to specific issues with the Eastern Bering Sea pollock and bycatch. For Eastern Bering Sea pollock, my proposed TAC of 1.3 million metric tons is well below the already conservative Tier 3 ABC of 2.3 million metric tons. Eastern Bering Sea pollock is a Tier 1 stock, but using the Tier 3 status to specify ABC represents a conservative or precautionary approach that the SSC recommended explicitly to acknowledge the environmental uncertainty identified in the ESR regarding changes in productivity and fish condition. The age 3+ biomass is estimated to be more than 10 million metric tons in the current stock assessment. Ecosystem impacts from the pollock fishery are reviewed in the annual stock assessment process and regularly during the EFH 5-year review process required under MSA. We are scheduled to take final action on this EFH cycle later in this meeting. The current fishing effects model informing that EFH review continues to confirm that any environmental impacts from the pollock fishery in the Eastern Bering Sea are temporary and minimal. We have heard calls and public comment to reduce the pollock TAC in recognition of the current salmon crisis in Western Alaska rivers and the devastating impacts that that crisis has on subsistence users and Alaska Native cultures. But the best scientific information available does not support the assertion that relatively small adjustments to the pollock TAC will measurably or significantly increase salmon escapement to Western Alaska. Sorry. There appear to be no strong correlations between the pollock TAC and Western Alaska bycatch, and therefore returns as increasing or decreasing the TAC does not automatically translate into changes in bycatch. Analysis of bycatch levels have shown there's large interannual variability in the level of bycatch when compared to the level of pollock harvest. The reasons for this amount of variance are not understood, but are thought to reflect differing ecosystem conditions. The large amount of interannual variance does mean that there is no scientific basis for the assumption that relatively small adjustments in pollock TAC will have any effect on levels of salmon bycatch. Regulatory requirements derived from Amendment 91 and Amendment 110 require the fleet to avoid Chinook and chum bycatch at all levels of abundance, and annual reporting requirements required of the fleet demonstrate that the fleet takes that commitment seriously. This council and the industry continue to look for ways to further reduce bycatch of Western Alaska salmon, as demonstrated by our ongoing efforts being developed and analyzed under the Chum Salmon Action that we'll review again at an upcoming meeting. At any rate, the harvest specification process is used to manage harvest of species in the FMP. NMFS has previously commented that, quote, changes to bycatch management of all PSC including Chinook and chum, are best accomplished through the council process to recommend FMP and regulations that NIMS would implement if consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the FMP, and other applicable law, end quote. I agree with NIMS. Their statement is supported by our approach to Chinook bycatch management. Our Chinook bycatch management program, which was developed and implemented by amending the FMP, has demonstrated that it minimizes Chinook bycatch at all levels of pollock biomass and Chinook abundance, which could not have been accomplished through the groundfish specs process. For sablefish, I've recommended Aleutian Island TAC be set at ABC less the state water GHL set aside, which is the same percentage as it was for 2023. In the Bering Sea, I recommended the same TAC that was approved in 2023, which is also well below the ABC for that sub-area. As noted with pollock, these TACs acknowledge the environmental uncertainty for the stock and concerns for the current age structure of the stock. After considering all of the public comment regarding Bering Sea Aleutian Island sablefish, I've suggested these TACs to minimize regulatory discards and to maintain access for those harvesters who continue to utilize the allocations they have access to. In the Bering Sea, the TAC was nearly all harvested this year, and while there was a big amount of TAC left in the Aleutian Island, the trawl fleet used 3/4 of their allocations. As an additional management measure for the TAC for POP in 543 has been reduced from maximum allowable, as industry has recommended in recognition of the ongoing concern for black-spotted rough-eye rockfish bycatch in the eastern Aleutian Islands. The council appreciates the ongoing focus by industry and the stock assessment author, the plan team, and SSC to understand and reduce the impacts to the black-spotted rough-eye stocks in the Aleutian Islands. And finally, regarding herring, it was unfortunate that no biological information such as age data was collected in 2023 absent a commercial fishery, and no full stock assessment was possible. The 2023 Forage Fish Safe Report indicated high herring biomass, but the PSC limit has dropped sharply due to a change in assessment methods. The council hopes that next year the state may return to their previous assessment methodologies to better assess what appears to be continuing increases in the Togiak herring stock rather than the decline as indicated this year. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you for your motion and rationale. Ms. Vanderhoven, I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Maybe just a quick one to get out of the way. I'm sure this is just a typo in the Greenland Turbot Aleutian Islands TAC for 2025. The ABC is 430 metric tons and the TAC is set at 195,000 metric tons. So I'm gathering that's just a typo that would require a quick amendment.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Circle back on that. Any other questions? Any, Mr. Down?
Yeah, thank you. Noting the typo that Ms. Kimball brought up. So an amendment for that would that just require the moving the ABC to the TAC column? It would be the same number, or does the 2025 total have to end up at a 2 million metric tons? Is there some other things that would need to happen there, Ms. Vanderhoven, to make the 2025 TAC column equal? Is it just a simple changing that one number, or would an amendment require more detail than that to end up at the 2 million metric ton cap for 2025?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Down. Looking at it, because it currently totals to 2 million, I think we would need to do another adjustment so that it balances.
Do you have another question, Mr. Down?
I don't have another question. Just, I wouldn't be prepared to offer the amendment because I'm not sure where to put this other fish in to make that equal. So it may, I'm just asking Ms. Vanderhoven if maybe she might I think this may require a little bit of time to get that, make sure that you get that correct. Is that right? Or I'm just, I would offer an amendment, but I don't think I'd get the amendment correct. I think it's going to require somebody that's been working with this sheet to advise us on that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I think it might require somebody who's better at math on the fly than I am. We might need a little assist there.
Ms. Kimball.
Maybe we could just ask staff if that is just a typo and it actually does total to 2 million metric tons, or whether we need to do the reductions that Mr. Down means to do.
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's just a typo and it's not being summed in there. It's summing across the BS and the AI, not the total.
Any other questions? Any amendments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I would amend the Greenland Turbot Aleutian Islands TAC for 2025 to be 430 metric tons, to be consistent with the SSC and AP recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you for the second, Mr. Dunn.
I don't believe I need to speak to it. I think it's just a typo.
Yep. Thanks. Okay. I think everyone's on the same page with this, but I'll quickly ask if there are any clarifying questions on this. Okay. Any opposition? Okay. Seeing none, that amendment passes without opposition. Okay. Any further amendments? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for your motion. I support it. I probably could have supported some other motions within the same realm that we're discussing, but I do end up thinking this is probably the best of several of what I thought were reasonably good, compelling numbers that were all in within a pretty small range when you step back a little bit. And I found myself a little surprised at just how difficult this was, and to some extent how heated the debate got around some, again, viewed from a distance, fairly small numbers that probably don't have many of the impacts that we're all really worried about and that have all kind of rocked us over the last year, but I think are mostly or last quite a while in some cases, like the salmon numbers. So I think it is unfortunate that things got sort of this pitched. And so I guess I'd like to talk about a couple of reasons why I will support this motion as probably the best of a fairly limited set of good options across a fairly limited range. 2023 was unpredictable in a lot of ways. I don't think there's any reason to think that 2024 will be any less unpredictable. And when you're going into when you're navigating unpredictable waters, I think it's sort of prudent to hedge your bets as much as possible. And I think this motion, as Ms. Vanderhoven describes, really, to some extent, distributes the TAC across as broad a group of species as possible, any of which could either be a market failure or could be a market success from the market perspective, many of which could have serious bycatch problems or have no bycatch problems. We just don't know at this point. And so the fairly even spreading within the range that we were looking at is what sort of appealed to me most. I agree completely with the rationale that Ms. Vanderhoven spoke to in support of her motion for many of the other dynamics that we're trying to balance this year. And at least from my perspective, I hope that as we walk away from this and confront 2024, that we not forget a couple of basics, which are these discussions, these positions are all on a platform of a sustainable fishery. Our SSC described at length and I'm to this, I may be repeating some of what Ms. Vanderhoven said, but I'd like us not to lose sight of these, that one, the ecosystem, in spite of all the turmoil that we've been through and the sudden lurches at the moment, isn't throwing us any more curveballs. Not to say that we won't get some, but they're not seeing any. The principles that we have that underlie how the stock assessment process works and how we take those results and turn them into TAC appear to still be durable principles of sustainable fisheries, and they've been followed this year. You've heard the SSC grappling with issues around, are we taking the right approach? But we're all agreeing on being conservative, in part because the 2 million metric cap forces us to make conservative choices. And that's a good thing. And finally, I just think about the brand of Alaska Seafoods. We've all worked so hard to ensure that the rest of the world, as well as within these walls, sees Alaska fisheries as still the gold standard. And as I think about what we're doing at this point and what that represents, to me, the choices that are made, the balances that are made in here are still based very much on the principles and on the approach that has Alaska as the gold standard. And I hope none of us lose track of that as we talk about the challenges that we're going to be facing, some of which we maybe see correctly, others of which will catch us totally by surprise, both in 2024 and beyond. I hope we don't lose track of the fact that the rest of the world looks at us and wishes they were in our position. It's a good place to be in. I don't want to sound like I'm sanguine about the future, but I think this balances the risks as well as we can at this point and balances the potential benefits as well as we can at this point. And we'll learn from 2024 just as we learned from 2023. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for steering us through an always difficult process.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other comments? Mr. Mesereau?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. This was a different tax setting process than we've had recently. It was a lot more pressure, and I'm sure it was not easy to balance the concerns of everybody, not only in the Bering Sea, but from other parts of Alaska that have come here and expressed their concern. And, you know, I don't think it's been bad, though. I think we've had really good public testimony. People have traveled a long way and waited their turn and called in and provided their perspectives to this council in a way that we don't always see with tax setting. And I think in the future, we'll probably see more scrutiny on every aspect of what we do. And I think when you actually scrutinize it and you look at these presentations and the breadth of scientific information that were presented before these decisions are made, it will provide an opportunity for the public to realize that there's little that's arbitrary about what we do here, and that you know, sometimes we do allocate less fish to certain fisheries because of a variety of concerns. And I think this tax setting illustrates the fact that the public's engagement and their comments helped shape the process that we did here. And people should be proud of coming here or calling in from a long way away and tying together, you know, the whole picture of what's happening in the Bering Sea. And so I appreciate the time that this has taken and the effort. I'll support the motion. And again, thanks to Ms. Vanderhoven for weathering the storm and coming up with a reasonable, measured, thought out approach to get to the 2 million metric ton cap.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I was surprised when the AP was unable to come forward with one recommendation. Ms. Vanderhoven took the time and worked with everyone and got us to a place where we have a recommendation that I intend to support, but I have some concerns that go around that. I'll start with the sablefish discussions. I heard over the last several days a lot of different reasons why we should hold the TAC level at 7,996. Most of them that I heard, I interpret as being part of something we hope to do in influencing or at least not making worse the market. All the market issues are very real. I understand that. But I think we as a council need to be very careful not to use our tax setting as potentially a way to try and influence a market. I know that happens, but I think that's a dangerous place to get started, and then it can come back around and bite you. There's a lot of discussion with Pollock 1.3 versus 1.32. That's not much difference, although I heard a lot of different folks indicate that 2 was very important. And certainly the TAC that we set is well below, as Ms. Vanderhoven said, the biological thresholds ABC that we work with. One of the things I heard said was, well, we got to be concerned about our salmon bycatch. Ms. Vanderhoven spoke to that as well. It's clear to me, because I asked several times over the last couple of days what that relationship was between the TAC level and salmon bycatch rates. And everyone I asked said there is no relationship there. So that is not really a factor, I don't think, in terms of setting it. I think we could have set it at 1.32 and probably not influenced that in any way. The only other thing I would add, I should have said it earlier with my comments on the sablefish. We heard about what the Pacific Council did with regard to their tax and the very large increase that they made down there. I think the market, and I'm not a marketer, but I think the market, if it was going to react, probably started to react to that big number also much earlier, probably ahead of us. So anyway, I intend to support the motion. I think we could have been a bit more liberal and still stayed well within the science. That is something that needs to be our goalpost. But I understand some of the concerns, and I do appreciate all the well thought out testimony that was given that's got us here where we are today. So I'm going to support the motion. I just had a couple of things I wanted to add to show my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Mr. Vanderhoven. It was well thought out, and I know it wasn't easy. I appreciate your rationale on keeping the TAC down to 1.3, especially pertaining to the salmon. I really appreciate that. I've been involved in trying to figure out ways to make that better, and this may or may not help, but 20,000 metric tons is a way to, in that proper way, in that direction. And also your sablefish piece, I appreciate that. So thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be supporting the motion. I wasn't quick enough to ask this in a form of a question, so I'm going to put it in my comments that we received a lot of great information through the ecosystem status reports and the additional information from the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. And I think that had a lot of weight going into especially the ABC setting process at the SSC. The SSC also identified some additional information they'd like to be able to review to make sure it's in front of the council during tax setting, socioeconomic indicators and such. And that's not included in this motion, and I understand why. It's very direct on setting the harvest specs. But I do expect that we could come back to trying to address some of the things that the SSC would like us to address in a later motion, potentially after Gulf specs. So I'm in support of the motion. I really think the improvements that we've made in the level of information that comes to the council, not just through public testimony, but through these ESRs and other information is just rapidly improving. And I'm buoyed by that. I'm probably not as optimistic about the Bering Sea productivity as Mr. Twite, but I do note that we got, some signals that we're moving in the right direction in the Bering Sea, albeit much slower than the Northern Bering Sea, and that we need to continue to monitor that as closely as possible to ensure that we're not missing any signals that we should be keeping track of, not just for groundfish, but for crab. So I'll support the motion. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief and picking up on one of Ms. Kimball's points. But first off, I wanted to thank Ms. Vanderhoven for the motion, for the careful consideration of all of the information that came to us through our plan teams and SSC, as well as the public comment. It was a lot to take in, and it was clear in your rationale, the balancing that you did there, and I will support the motion. But just really for the public, I just wanted to pick up on one of Ms. Kimball's comments and something we heard in public testimony. This action that we're taking here is really the culmination of a year-long process that I hope members of the public will begin to familiarize yourself with or seek assistance in understanding the opportunities for public participation and information available throughout that process, because that really is essential to get us here today. And I just wanted to, I know that's obvious to council members, Madam Chair, but I just really wanted to make that point. Thank you again, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you. And so I tend to fall along the lines of what Mr. Williams was saying, that I'm very appreciative of Ms. Vanderhoven's efforts on this. I do believe that the science certainly points to the fact that we could have been higher on the ABC. The ABCs were higher on many of the species, but I also know that there are adjustments that need to be made for factors outside of the biological factors on the ABC. And I appreciate all the public testimony. Given that, I will be in support of the motion. I do not believe that the differences are large enough to oppose anything. I would just emphasize that, part of the learning process for myself here, I have a slightly different take than Mr. Twite, in the sense that given the tremendous value that we see here in the Bering Sea ecosystem, that we could have differences of opinion and still in a couple of days come up with a very science-based tack that while not always everybody can get what they want, I believe that this is a very strongly science-backed process, and was a lot more complex than I would have ever expected. I certainly would recommend that the public, trawl. Okay, there's all sorts of different trawls. Pollock, there's inshore, mothership, catcher processors, and they definitely all have their different factors that they need to look into. So it's a learning process. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for working this out for us. And once again, because of that, I will be in support of this motion.
Thank you. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't address issues that other council members have spoken to, but I did want to note the agency did receive a request for tribal consultation from the Association of Village Council Presidents and the Chiefs Conference. Unfortunately, we were not able to connect and actually carry out the tribal consultation prior to council final action. And I just want to reiterate that we have been making a lot of efforts to improve our process for tribal consultation and to try to ensure that when tribes and tribal consortia and so forth are interested in talking to us, that we do that before the council takes final action. We made a number of attempts to reach out, and unfortunately we're not able to make those connections. But I think this relates directly to Ms. Baker's point that the process that leads up to setting the annual harvest specs is a lengthy process with lots of opportunities for engagement and input. Although tribal consultation is important, There are other avenues for input, and we will continue to reach out to our tribal partners, continue to honor our obligations for tribal consultation, but definitely encourage input from our tribal partners and at other points in the council process. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Mr. Dowd.
Thank you. I think that completes the cycle. So I didn't want to, I wasn't going to comment on this, but I thought I didn't want my silence to be recognized as anything other than my support for Ms. Vanderhoven's motion. I think she worked hard on this. This was contentious, this issue, and I want to thank her for taking on again this year the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish specifications along with all the tables and doing a great job with working with everybody. I just wanted to note that although we had comments from a few council members that maybe the pollock number could have been a little higher. We've had comments that maybe the sablefish numbers could be higher, but the fact is that we're allocating 2 million metric tons, and so we're allocating and approving the removal of the same amount of fish as we do most every year, and when we do that, there has to be a balance there. So you can't just add more pollock or add more sablefish without taking away something else from somewhere. And I think we'll know somewhere this time next year about how close we came to taking that 2 million metric tons. And my guess is going to be very similar to the amount of removals that we have done. So we're not allocating less. We're just allocating less to certain species and more to other species. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Okay. Seeing no further comments, would also like to extend my appreciation for Ms. Vanderhoven for the work that you put into this motion and the public engagement. And also for all the thoughtful public testimony that we received on our harvest specification process. So with that, I think this will entail a roll call vote, and I'll hand the mic over to Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on the 2024-2025 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish harvest specification. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Curlin.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 11-0.
Okay. Any further action on agenda item C3? Okay. Seeing none, I think what we'll do now before we take up agenda item C4, we have Dr. Dressel still here with us in person, so we'll take the remainder of the SSC report.
Thank you to the chair and members of council, and thank you for taking me early. I know that it's a challenge to remember this whole string of things, especially before you get a presentation. So for the record, my name is Sherry Dressel. I'm co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to give the balance of the SSC report. So the SSC received an update on the IRA funding proposal, as I believe you may have, to enhance the council's climate readiness. And it involved two components: the programmatic EIS and analytical work and workshops. And the SSC supports these proposed projects and notes, as I mentioned earlier this morning, the scope will obviously need to be limited to meet the, tightly constrained timelines. And the example that I gave was instead of having a overhaul of the entire harvest specification and tier system, we might be able to do examples or something like that. But look forward to being able to dig into these. We have, the SSC suggests that there be an hour-long workshop. Well, we'll see how long it takes, but a SSC workshop in February 2024 to outline case studies. And this is to go to the National SSC meeting. The SSC also suggested an additional abbreviated workshop in April to focus on how to include socioeconomic information for sablefish in a climate change context. And this is it's a maximum economic yield model, and it's trying to provide, we're trying to see what it would take in order to undertake this. And also then it would be sort of an option for the council to examine. The other thing that came up in this meeting was that a suggestion that we may be able to extend this concept and the time in April to talk about spatial considerations such as apportionment. And the example again was sablefish. And it was an idea that we'll see timing wise how this works out. For plan team nominations, the SSC considered nominations for Dr. Lucas DiFilippo to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team and Mr. Ethan Nichols to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Crab Plan Team. And the SSC finds these nominees to be well qualified and recommends the council approve their nominations. Like for Bering Sea, an overview for the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications, naming the number of assessments that we have and what type of assessments. For the record, no stocks were subject to overfishing, and for tier 1 to 3 stocks, none are overfished or approaching an overfished state. The key that the important piece that I think that you'll want to hear are the stocks where the SSC recommended harvest specifications or area allocations different from the GOA groundfish plan team. And there were 3 of these: Gulf of Alaska pollock, short raker rockfish, and other rockfish. I do want to specify here that we had internal confusion over an SSC recommendation for rough-eye black spotted. And because of that, the difference, a number of us interpreted the SSC recommendation to be using the same values for 2024 and 2025. The SSC recommendation actually was to use the same method for achieving those values in 24 and 25. The only difference is about 4 metric tons. However, the numbers are different. And so the numbers that we provided to the AP actually were not the ones that you see now in this SSC spec table. And so the motion from the AP will also be different. And I wanted you to know why. And we'll talk about it a little bit more. But in the table, as before, the bold values are ones that differed from the plan team. For walleye pollock, and this is going to have the same thing, the top bullets are going to be mostly for reference, and I'll go down to the bottom. This was an annual full assessment. Spawning biomass is higher than last year, and it's split into 2 portions: Tier 3A for the Western Central and West Yakutat areas, and Tier 5 in Southeast outside. The SSC recommends Model 23.0 for the Western Central West Yakutat area in agreement with the authors and the plan team. There was a change to a new modeling platform, and we're excited about the possibilities that that one brings. The SSC supports the author and plan team recommended OFL for the Western Central West Yakutat side, and both the ABC and OFL for the Southeast outside. But we did recommend a reduction for max ABC for the Western Central West Yakutat side that was different from the groundfish plan team, or that they did not recommend. And I can explain that here. So for walleye pollock, the SSC was concerned with mixed signals from the abundance indices, and there was a really rapid increase in the biomass and the ABC in 2024, and then there was a drop in 2025. And we looked into why these may occur, and we believe that there's some uncertainty, and there was a really big jump in the ABC in 2024. And so because of this uncertainty, we recommended an 18% reduction from max in 2024. We accepted everything from 2025. And you can see the justification there. It was halfway between the 2023 ABC and the max ABC in 2024. The SSC agrees with the previously accepted methodology for portioning the ABC between areas and between the A and B seasons. The SSC also had a number of other recommendations regarding biomass and catchability, recruitment variability, and evaluating the inclusion of fishery weighted aid. This new modeling platform, you can actually do some kind of exciting things. And so this was one of the recommendations to see how to do that. For Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, this is an update assessment. And the bottom trawl survey index and longline survey index both increased, suggesting an improvement in stock status, although both indices remain below their long-term average. The authors presented two models. One was a strict update from last year, and the other one had slight changes to weighting of conditional age at length samples. The SSC recommends the alternative model in this case, 19.1B, in agreement with the authors and the groundfish plan team. And because of this correction to previous weighting of the conditional age at length data. We also agreed with recommended harvest specifications, the ABCs and OFLs, as well as area allocations. And we agreed that with the plan team on no reduction for max ABC. There were a couple of recommendations for Gulf cod, and the first one was to consider whether information from the IPHC setline survey and the NMFS longline survey, along with the bottom trawl survey, may provide an improved basis for apportionment recommendations. And this is actually a little bit similar to a couple of the rockfish species that you'll hear about, where this year for the first time they used both the longline survey and the trawl survey for apportionment. And that was rough-eye black spotted, and it was proposed for short raker, and I'll explain why we delayed on that one. The SSC supports the groundfish plan team recommendation also to work up maturity data. For this one, in the Gulf cod fishery, there's an increasing proportion of pot fishery catch, and there's relatively low observer coverage in this fishery. And so observer coverage priorities for the different Gulf cod fisheries, we recommend they be evaluated in the annual observer deployment plan and by the AFSC FMA program. We also recommended the author do a reevaluation looking at survey selectivity and catchability. For deep water flatfish, includes Dover sole, Greenland turbot, Kamchatka flounder, deep sea sole. Catches were low relative to the OFL. The SSC agreed with authored plan team model. There were no changes to the tier 6 methods. We agreed with OFLs and ABCs as well as the area apportionments. I'm not going to go through these research recommendations. We had a number of research recommendations for the deep water flatfish complex that are in our minutes and on this slide if you want to look into it further. For Pacific Ocean perch, this is an update assessment. We again supported the recommended model, ABCs, OFLs, no reduction from max ABC. We supported the area allocation. And the one thing that you will hear in the plan team report on this was this year at the plan team meeting, there was a recognition that currently we had an OFL, two separate OFLs for Pacific Ocean perch. And the science community, the groundfish plan team, as well as the SSC do see the Pacific Ocean perch stock to be on a Gulf-wide status. And so to be consistent with other species in the MSA, we recommend applying a single OFL across the Gulf of Alaska for this stock. Yep. So for short rake or rockfish, it's a tier 5 assessment. There were two different models presented, and in the short raker assessment, which is tier 5, the rough eye black spotted assessment, which is tier 3, there were moves for both of them to include the longline survey index in the model and in the apportionment. And so the SSC agreed with the groundfish plan team and author to include this new weighting approach. I should clarify it. It was the weighting approach that changed in model 23.3. We agreed with that. And this addresses actually an SSC recommendation to reweight the survey indices. The SSC also agreed with the Gulf-wide OFL as well as the Gulf-wide ABC for this stock, and no reduction from max ABC. However, the SSC ended up disagreeing with the author and plan team on the apportionment method used to set the sub-area ABCs. And this was actually not a disagreement in concept. We actually agree with this method. Instead, this was actually a delay on the part of the SSC because we heard through public testimony that, let me say this. So at the plan team meeting, it was recognized that by using the two indices, the longline index and the trawl index actually go in different directions, which is part of why we suggested using them. But when you apply both of them, your apportionment will change. And the apportionment in specifically the Central Gulf changed by 9%. And at the plan team, they heard that this would constrain fisheries. And so they considered the conservation, any potential conservation concern for the species. They realized they didn't believe that there was for pelagic species. There's information that they are distributed throughout the Gulf. The plan team, I realize I'm speaking for them, but I know that I'm speaking before them. So the plan team can certainly correct any of this, but this is my understanding. So what the plan team, because there wasn't a conservation concern, what they did with the apportionment is they took a stair step essentially to only change the apportionment some and not all the way. Well, we then heard at the SSC that even that stair step was going to constrain fisheries. And so the SSC went through the same process and discussion. And we too did not believe that having the current allocation, which is based on the trawl fishery, we did not believe that having that allocation across sub-areas would pose a conservation concern. We do agree in concept that we would like to move to both indices. But in light of possibility of constraining fisheries, we delayed completely. And so what we suggested or what we recommended was to use the old apportionment method for this year and just to wait on including the second index. The next part of this is we really struggled, which let's see. Yeah, this is where, let's see if there's anything else. Great. So we covered that. The plan team recommended that the council consider engaging in step 2 of the spatial management policy for this stock. And sorry, I had to do this presentation pretty quickly. I want to clarify, the plan team recommendation, as I understand, was that the council consider engaging in step 2 of the spatial management policy for shortacre and for other rockfish. The SSC expanded that, so that first bullet isn't quite accurate. However, the SSC struggled because the spatial management policy says to raise things if they're a conservation concern. And neither the SSC at this point does not have a conservation concern with a sub-area allocation. However, we knew it constrained fisheries, and we recognized that from a management perspective, the council or fisheries might be interested in changing the sub-area, how many sub-areas there are. And so essentially, the SSC, we support in concept bringing this forward in the spatial management policy. Essentially, what we are asking the council is saying that because we do not see a conservation concern with shortacre in particular, there may be flexibility on how many sub areas there are. And an example of this is other rockfish, for which the SSC has recommended combining sub areas. However, the management information, fisheries information for that would be helpful. And so that is where we sort of see this spatial management policy applying. If the council would like to if the council disagrees with going through the spatial management policy, we recognize that that's yours to do. And if you want to give us direction on clarity so that we can bring this forward to you clearer in the future, we're open to that as well. So should the council choose to look at options in the future for the sub areas, the SSC did suggest that the DSR spatial management paper was a really helpful way to do that if the council chooses. Let me go back to
Dr. Dressel, before you move on, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know if are you still working within that section? More to say?
Through the chair, I should probably add one more thing that I'm guessing will touch on lead to your question. So, when this came up for shortacre, you've already seen issues for other rockfish where we're dealing with the sub areas and trying to align sub areas with levels of spatial structure concern. It was raised in public testimony that the similarity between shortacre, rough-eye black-spotted, thorny heads, and other rockfish, in that they're all incidentally caught species, they all have different levels of spatial structure, and there may be constraints on fisheries. And so the SSC in our minutes is raising these 4 to the council. If there's information that the council sort of wishes to share with us through the spatial management policy or not, we may be able to align the way we look at sub areas, answer questions on sub areas together. There are also options because obviously you've already taken action on other rockfish, and we have another requested action on other rockfish. We've already started that one. So whether we would look at all 4, whether we would look at shortacre, rough-eye, and thorny heads and leave other off since there's also action going. Essentially, we were open to each of these, but we're bringing those 4 forward. And
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And I was trying to sort through all the incidental rockfish species and the SSC's recommendations. And so even though you've my first question is, even though you've recommended an apportionment for other rockfish, you're saying that could be included in the spatial management policy steps and go forward, include that with these other rockfish if we'd like. But there was not a conservation concern identified with the proposed apportionment, I guess. That's my first question.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yes, if we're going to be considering multiple incidentally caught species, compare the biology of all 4 of them, which are slightly different, and any potential concern and spatial structure to these, it makes sense to look across all of them. However, since we've already started action on other rockfish, like you said, we don't have conservation concern, and we know that work time is limited. So if the council would wish to not explore other rockfish any further, we were certainly open to that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my second question is just on using the spatial management policy, which I appreciate, just the SSC trying to find ways, if there's going to be a change that might affect management or regulations, to come to the council and make sure it doesn't have some negative impact that you didn't know about. But usually we invoke the spatial management policy when we've got a proposed change. So like a proposed change in spatial management, usually smaller boxes for short raker rockfish or for rough-eyed black spotted or for thorny head. And so when I looked through the presentation, I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, a very explicit proposal from the SSC, like, we are looking to do this. Does it have negative management implications or something in regulation that we are not anticipating? Is the SSC asking for just a general discussion of stock structure on these 3 species, given some new, evidence on stock structure, or do they have a proposed change for each of those 3 species?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, clearly from my description, you can tell we struggle both with the spatial management policy and these incidentally caught species, and the fact that we're already in action for some of them. I think the answer to that is we had difficulty proposing a change to you and asking for information, because I believe that there's 2 sides to the current apportionment for these species into sub areas does not, in the SSC's view, it does not cause a conservation concern. Because of that, we actually don't feel a need from a science perspective to change the sub areas. And the reason I say that is for 2 reasons. There's enough science that says that there is not spatial structure that we could consider changing them from sort of a management perspective or for fishery considerations. However, the other side of that is there's actually from the biological side, there's a benefit to mitigating risk for keeping these sub areas. So in other words, if there's currently not enough information, say for short raker rockfish, to suggest conclusively that we need sub areas. However, if the science information is always developing, and if the conclusion is, how do I describe this? Having the sub areas is actually, it mitigates risk in case we're wrong about not having stock structure. So from the SSC science perspective, we could keep all of these sub areas. We're not asking you to change, saying that we want to change them. And that's why we don't really have a proposed split for you. But at the same time, we see that we made a change for other rockfish, for fisheries reasons, and now we realized that if we use another index in our apportionment for short raker, which is a science-based decision, all of a sudden we're going to have management implications. And so do we think you have to have sub areas from a science perspective? No, but if you ask me, can I prove from a science perspective that for conservation we have to have sub areas? I would also say no. And so it's beneficial from a science side, but it's also problematic from a management side. And so what we're trying to do is figure out where does that lie? So in other words, if the council wish to consider taking away all sub areas for all incidentally caught species, we could come back and evaluate the biology for all of them and evaluate and sort of balance out the conservation risk and give you a recommendation based on that. But we don't have necessarily the impetus without sort of a management direction.
Thank you for that. And so I'm understanding that to mean by setting the sub area ABCs for these 3 species, we're being more conservative than maybe the stock structure evidence says we need to be, but there may be reasons to still do that. Is there a management implication that's come to the SSC around the sub area ABCs for more than just short raker, or did something come forward on rough-eyed black spotted? Did something come forward on thorny heads?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, no. So we've already started for other. We just ran into this. We were going to make, it made complete sense to us to make a change for this index in rough-eyed black spotted until we realized that it was going to cause a management concern. There have been we're not aware of management concerns for thorny heads. We're not aware of them for rough-eyed black spotted, but we also know that we're not the council and we may not be aware of things. And so aware of these management concerns. And so I guess we decided it might make sense to bring all of these just to find out if there were concerns of which we weren't aware.
Thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair, because it seems important, but I guess my takeaway, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Dressel, is it's helping me set the priority, I guess, in my mind for this work that you've suggested, that if by doing nothing, we are more conservative and precautionary, then it makes the work to work through these species a little less urgent, I guess. Not that it's not worthwhile, but a little less urgent, the status. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we're ready to proceed.
And thank you through the chair for allowing me to try to explain this as well. It was, that was easier than doing it in bullet points. So thank you. So for rough-eyed black spotted, there were 5 models that were considered this year. It's a tier 3 assessment. I've laid out the considerations that were taken into these alternative models. The preferred model did improve the retrospective bias, which was important, but it still didn't fit the data very well. And so the SSC supports and recommends the author and groundfish plan team recommended model. It did improve the retrospective patterns. It did address some model concerns. And with that model, the stock is in tier 3A. The SSC agrees with the recommended harvest specifications and recommended by the author and the plan team. And these included an approximately 20% reduction for max ABC. And that is because the changes that were made this year caused a considerable increase in the ABCs and OFLs. And due to the difficulties and challenges that we're still having with this model, both the author plan team and SSC agree that there's enough uncertainty to make a reduction for max ABC. And then for 2025, we actually, I hesitate to call that a stair step. It was actually calculated as half the value, and we're recommending the exact same values for 24 and 25. And this was based on the risk table. There were poor fits to the data and the other data sets. And because of that, there were assessment concerns. The SSC had recommendations for the authors. The authors are already planning to investigate selectivity, weightings of compositional information, and the SSC supports those and encourages continued investigation to skip spawning for this species. So other rockfish is the other one that's a bit complicated. I'm hoping it's not quite as complicated as short raker. This was a full assessment. As you know, there are species with tiers 4, 5, and 6. I've got models listed there. You'll hear more details from the groundfish plan team. We agreed with the groundfish plan team in the models. The models were transitioned to new software. We agreed with that. The tier 5 had a modified calculation of natural mortality. We supported that as well. And then the authors did a lot of work and moved. This may have been, we may have given you some preview in October, but they moved 12 species to tier 6, and we supported that as well. The SSC agrees with the recommended OFL and max ABC. And again, we were fully in agreement with the groundfish plan team. And then we heard in public testimony that what you included in your motion in October essentially what we were going to do is, so other rockfish, your motion included splitting DSR out in the western and central regions from the other rockfish complex. And in addition, combining some of these sub areas. And you responded to our request in October, made a motion to do this all next year for next year's assessment for the 2025 fisheries. And we heard in public testimony that, again, these sub areas for other rockfish, I believe that the ABCs have been exceeded maybe in the last 2 years in the central and I believe in the western and central area. And because of that, there was a request that we make the switch of combining sub areas before we split out these species. And so we looked at all of the species, all of conservation concerns, all of the boxes that would happen, and the SSC does not believe that splitting these out this year would cause a conservation concern. Therefore, we're changing our recommendation and we provide this table, hopefully, because me running through these verbally will be a little bit tricky. And so essentially what it would be doing is last year, other rockfish, there were 3 sub-area ABCs, as well as DSR in East Yakutat and Southeast outside. In 2024, what we have recommended is that the sub-area ABCs, there be 2 of them, and that is the Western Gulf, Central Gulf, West Yakutat, and East Yakutat Southeast for other rockfish. And then in 2025, those sub-areas would stay the same for other rockfish. DSR would be moved out of the other rockfish complex for the Western Gulf, Central Gulf, West Yakutat area. And then DSR, so then other rockfish would not include DSR. DSR would have its own, they would have exactly the same sub-areas. That's the summary of my SSC report for other rockfish in case there are questions. Okay. I believe it gets a little bit easier from here on. For skates, it was an update tier 5 assessment. You will hear about population trends. This is a tier 5 assessment, and the SSC recommends the author and groundfish plan team recommended model and apportionment methodology. We also agree with the OFLs and ABCs with no reduction from maximum ABC. The SSC does recommend coordinating with the BSAI skate author to investigate natural mortality parameterization and updating a stock structure template, given recent work that shows connectivity for skates between the Gulf and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. For harvest projections and catch reports, we receive them for these species. The SSC supports the author and groundfish plan team's recommended OFL, ABC, and area apportionments for these stocks. And my summary for catch reports is very short. Catch reports were reviewed, and we really appreciate receiving them. That's the end of Gulf of Alaska specifications. And I believe then we have one agenda item after that. Okay, so for D2, Bering Sea FEP Climate Change Task Force, the SSC appreciates the opportunity to comment on the CCTF proposal for the climate scenario planning workshop to occur in 2024. The SSC was impressed by the amount of thought that's already gone into the planning for this workshop and is really looking forward to this workshop. The goal of the workshop is to consider potential tools and solutions within and outside the current management process to address climate impacts on marine resources and communities dependent on these resources in the North Pacific. I actually cut out a slide because I thought it had more detail than we needed for this presentation. The bullet that I left off is that there have been workshops similar to this in both the Pacific and in the Atlantic. They've actually been multiple sequential workshops, and the one that we've seen for the Bering Sea FEP Climate Change Task Force, because they're coming to the end of their of the task force, is actually just a single workshop. But there has been a lot of work before this. And so even though what this was supposed to say was, even though there aren't multiple continuing workshops planned, the SSC does believe that useful results will be produced from this workshop due to the pre-planning and the follow-up work that is that was presented to us. And given that, we recommend there be a focus on the planning going up to this with a single workshop, especially, actually, let me just see if, no, we didn't. Okay. In the presentation that you're going to receive, yeah. That's background information. My understanding is that the Climate Change Task Force recommended a workshop in May as a standalone workshop. My understanding is that council staff discussed after that workshop what was logistically possible within the council process right now. And the council staff actually suggested that it may be useful to have this climate change task force workshop as part of the June meeting. So, and obviously, you can correct me if I'm off on any of this. My understanding is that the plan would be to have 2 days of SSC meeting, then to have a 2-day climate change task force workshop where the SSC, AP, and council are not meeting in other meetings, but could actually participate in this workshop, and then to have the AP and council meeting after. And so the SSC's comments actually focused on that idea. And so, and part of the reason that we were talking about the careful planning and everything else is because for a 2-day workshop, it's a really complex topic. It's a really valuable topic, but it's really complex. And in 2 days, we were trying to consider with the presenters, we had a lot of back and forth on how could they convey to everybody attending what their goal is, what they're coming into it with, what can we get out of it to have it be most productive in 2 days. And so that's why we thought that it could be a productive workshop, and we were excited about it. It would take, for a short 2-day workshop, it would take careful planning, development of pre-meeting briefing materials, efficient use of time. And then we also included robust outreach activities following the meeting. And the reason that we said that, and that was actually presented to us as well. All these ideas, I don't believe any of these were new. They were our recommendations. The robust outreach was because almost any time that we brainstormed with the presenters, there were benefits and drawbacks. Some people could come, some people could not come. And so the robust outreach activities following the meeting, we're trying to address people that would not be able to come at this meeting. And that would include people just for timing reasons. It could also include vulnerable communities that are really important to include in the conversation, but that might not be able to attend. So, so that was on the structure of the meeting itself. As far as we were presented with sort of a way to go forward in this task force meeting, and we received a presentation on, there were a 2x2 table, a matrix that had, they will be able to describe it a bit better than I do. One axis for climate variability, the other axis that went across single species management and multi-species management. You'll hear a report on this because I can't summarize it well, but I will say that my understanding from the presentation is the Climate Change Task Force had some difficulty trying to come up with that matrix to convey a structure to the workshop. The SSC definitely had trouble understanding it. We also had trouble coming up with things that were better. And so we came up with a couple of ideas that are more detailed. You will see them in our minutes. Since we had trouble understanding it and we received that we had public testimony on, oh my goodness, please keep this simple. We also came up with suggestions for actually not using the matrix at all and coming forward in case studies. So essentially we gave a few recommendations that had some breadth to it that can be considered by the Climate Change Task Force and yourself. And that's on this slide. We found it somewhat complicated and we just didn't catch on fast. And so we agreed that it was important to simplify. That may be through a matrix or without a matrix. It may be with case studies. And if it's case studies, we suggested these could be hypothetical future case studies, or it can be looking back at actual case situations that have occurred and are occurring in the North Pacific. And this was actually the discussion that I gave you before on plus or minuses of a 2-day workshop. We gave benefits to drawbacks, and to that benefit actually is all the people that would be able to be involved. Drawback we did, as you may be able to tell, I'm a bit fried at the moment, and we recognize that for all of us in the middle of a meeting, having the wherewithal to have a workshop is challenging. It's beneficial, but challenging. And the other suggestion for outreach is that maybe multiple formats, sort of like in briefs and things for the ESRs, might be helpful in reaching different audiences if they were not able to participate or even to summarize. that's what I've got for the SSC report. I'd be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gressel. Appreciate the report. See if there are any additional questions for you. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Dressel, were some of these recommendations for the Climate Change Task Force made in the context of where the SSC saw the work over the next couple of years as going relative to our objectives for how we're spending the IRA money and both in terms of programmatic, but also in terms of, I mean, obviously in terms of climate ready fisheries, but sorry, my brain appears to be almost as fried maybe as yours. How are we setting up? How are we using in the SSC's opinion, how are we using this workshop to sort of set up those next stages of work that we've outlined in the IRA funding work plan?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. We didn't quite phrase it like that, but we did discuss those topics. And I think that, I guess there were two things. So one, with the IRA funding and the planning that's going forward, this is my description, but we're taking large categories and large objectives, like addressing the tier structure and harvest control rules, because those are things that we know we need to work with. However, we're also given a timeline that's what, till 2027. We're at the end of 2023, and I can do math at this point. We've got what, 4 years to get this done? We can't meet such a broad objective in that short amount of time. But at the same time, we've done so far, and you have supported so far, a lot of different case studies, but you hear a lot of the same concerns coming back. And so I think that we've had the issue for the IRA funding is we're trying to find broad context, not just have disjointed issues, but we also realize that we can't achieve that entire broad context. And so within the broad context, we're coming up with case studies. And so that's, in my opinion, it sounded from the presentation that they were struggling with that exact thing. So the matrix was to give us context. Why are we here? Where are we going? How does it fit in? But by the time you convey that information, if you only have a 2-day workshop or you only have 4 years of funding to research this, by the time you get the overall structure, it's hard to dive into something else. And so it's really a structure of, do you look at these case studies and don't talk about how they come together, or do you try to say how they're come together and then use examples? And so I think that council staff have done a really nice job at trying to look at all of our issues, because one of the SSC's recommendations was that due to the short time period and due to everybody's limited capability and money, the goal would be to continue working on projects that have already come in front of the council. And so we've talked about how they all connect. So as far as, did we talk about how this is going to, got it, I know where I was going. So as part of this IRA funding, if it's got the broad context, it ties in very closely with the National SSC Workshop, because the National SSC Workshop is focusing on two things that were also looked at for the North Pacific. And those are ABC control rules in a changing climate, which is what we've dealt with in many different ways, and how to incorporate socioeconomic information, I believe, into ABC setting. And so I do see this as being part of the IRA funding in a couple of ways. My understanding is this Climate Change Task Force, it it itself and the overview may be a case study for the National SSC Workshop. The National SSC Workshop is one of the things funded under IRA funding, and the National SSC Workshop ties together issues that we've been dealing with in the North Pacific. However, and that's why the SSC is trying to address case studies in February, a specific case study in April, doing this with a whole bunch of broad perspective in June, then go to the National SSC Workshop. And all of it is honestly, in my understanding, to come back to you in October after a very tight year for all of everybody involved, and hopefully take what was in the SSC Workshop, take the pieces that apply to our region, synthesize it all in about a month, and come to you with something magnificent in October that we can. And the reason we have to do it that fast is because you only have 3 years with money after that to implement it. So we literally have to have all this planning in the first year so that we can figure out what we're going to do, apply for the money, and then get it done in 3 years. And that ties into why I said that I think the broad ideas are great, but we're only going to be able to do certain pieces, because with 3 years, limited money, limited contract money, you can only do the research for just a couple of things in a couple of years with all of our normal meetings. So I think it totally ties in. Whether you could follow that is a different question. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Appreciate that. I think this will be an ongoing discussion throughout the rest of the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you for your time, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thanks. Safe travels home. So we have a little time before we're scheduled to break for the day. I'm wondering if we can start with agenda item C4, our Gulf of Alaska specifications, and see how far we can get. And if there's a natural breaking point around 5, please feel free to signal that to us. Thanks.
Thank you. While Sarah sets up her charger, just to introduce myself. Co-chair of the Groundfish Plan Team, Jim Iannelli with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And Chris Lunsford's the co-chair, and Sarah's gonna open us up here.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Sarah Kleber, council staff. I'm the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team coordinator. We are here to provide you a report from our recent Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team meeting. At that meeting, the plan team compiles the SAFE report, which, as you know, forms the basis for the Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for the next 2 fishing years. And the SAFE report link on your e-agenda under C4 goes to all of those Gulf stock assessment chapters. And we also have an introduction to that SAFE report, which provides quick summaries for each stock or stock complex. And it also includes our plan team recommendations for OFLs and ABCs. Also included under C4 on your e-agenda is our actual plan team report, which basically provides a more detailed description of our plan team recommendations and the discussion that came up at the plan team. Here today, the council will be recommending Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for the upcoming 2-year period. Those 2024 and 2025 OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the plan team are included on your e-agenda under table 1. And as you just had that SSC report, we had planned to provide or try to highlight where the SSC's ABC recommendations differed from our own, but I'll leave it to Jim if you would like to do that since you just heard that report. So we'll just give you some reminders there. In addition to recommending your total allowable catches as part of the final specs process, You'll also recommend gear and target fishery apportionments of halibut PSC limits. And lastly, in October, you received updated halibut DMR information for the Gulf. But you will also be recommending those for final specifications today. And all of those are included in the additional tables document attached. And I'll walk through those tables at the end of Dr. Iannelli's presentation.
Thanks, Sarah. Just picking up from that, you have this handout. So some of the more dense slides, I will spend a little less time on, unless there are questions. We met from the 14th to the 17th, and here's the team members listed here. The management regions that we're after, these are all in the introduction section, which I highly recommend looking at, because through all of this, you can access from the website, the introduction, and within there, each chapter, and each chapter, these are the chapter summaries, I should say, contain links to the full assessment. And you can see there's 20 different assessments this year with some different naming conventions that we use. Before we get into individual stocks, we present some economic material that was provided to us, this showing just the change in price effect relative to the quantity, and combining those two things give you the net effect on the right-hand side here between 2021 and 2022. So that's about the change. And the figure on the left is just showing the revenue in millions of dollars on the left-hand side by stock category. So much of what we'll present is the change in ABC relative to last year. And this is from this year's change versus our recommendation through to 2024. It was a 43% increase in the roundfish, and overall a 19% in tonnage terms. You see that the total is up on the order of 102,000 tons increase from this year to next year, most of it being in the roundfish. Another way to look at it is by percentage terms. This is just rank for the biggest change in percentage, with the largest decrease being other skates, or skates as a complex, and the increase from the plan team is on pollock, as agreed by the author. Another figure showing the relative change between the ABC this year and next year. Again, biggest increase with pollock, and the line with the dot here is this year's catch estimate. So it gives you a feel for the level of targeting. We have ABCs just expressed another way, the increase on the right with 2024 coming mostly again with pollock. And this is just the breakout by species and stocks, that chapters that were broken out complexes. This figure you've seen from the Bering Sea presentation this morning, but this pertains to Gulf of Alaska stocks. And this was last year with Pacific cod about halfway between overfish status and kind of target level. And this year that's improved, as has the catch relative to our FMSY. We have a number of stocks that are very lightly fished, as you know. The next set of slides are just going to be covering the individual stocks in stock complexes, generally looking more at the changes, the data, and any changes in the analytical approach, and then where the plan team landed on discussions for those things. As I mentioned, there was a change in some of our definitions, and so just the categories, we had 5 operational models that were a full kind of a new data, new configurations, 4 that were just an update, so no new significant changes in the data, just updates, and all of this was to streamline our process. So harvest projections, there's just a few slides on those, and then almost nothing on the catch report. These, this is kind of the introductory slide to each of the SAFE chapters. Our plan team and author recommended a 51% increase in the ABC, and the chair from the SSC's already notified the stair step increase on the current value for this year. For some specifics on Pollock, this is just the catch time series where it's been up and down over 100,000 tons for a number of years, and everything's managed well below the TAC/ABC. Just some of the data that are used in the assessment. This is the winter survey. Here, the lines on these maps are transects, done recordings of echo sounder and the backscatter that's attributed to Pollock. And the red dots in all of these figures are where they stopped to do tows to validate what they're seeing in the backscatter. So that was the winter survey. And we also did a summer survey with the Oscar Dyson this summer and covered a larger area with wider transect spacings. And that was completed successfully, even after some staffing crew level issues getting the boats going. We also had a bottom trawl survey, and this figure is showing those individual stations. This, unlike the Bering Sea figure that kind of looked like this for Pollock, these are stratified random locations and not fixed stations, so that's why they look more scattered. Again, the red stars are where they surveyed and did not find Pollock. But you see fairly good concentrations in the Western Gulf from this survey. Putting all these data into the assessment, you can see that the original line without any of the new data had somewhat pessimistic outlook, but with each incremental addition of new data and model configuration, things were shown to be improving. The author and the plan teams talk quite a bit about the lack of fit. This is something that's not new. It's been happening for quite a while for the Gulf Pollock assessment, where you had 3 years of pretty high, nearly 1.5 million ton survey estimates in Shelikof, and then now 4 years pretty relatively low on the order of 300,000, versus what we see to be an increase in the bottom trawl survey, and just kind of a pretty good fit with the summer acoustic survey series, which has been one of our better fitting surveys. They also use the ADF&G trawl survey, and that's also had some conflict during the mid-2010s. So because of those lack of fit, the author used the risk table to say there was a major concern with those fits, and there was some issue with the retrospective pattern. There's also some concern about there's a period of very low recruitments that was the reason for this categorization. But overall, the other positive aspects of the model fitting resulted in a defensible increase in the spawning biomass, as you see here, and positive indications of near-term recruitment, even though there were some very, very low ones in recent years. Also, given collaborations with our ecosystems group, they were studying some of the environmental effects that are driving Gulf Pollock. As part of the assessment every year, this year, especially because we had a survey, just to remind folks that the eastern Gulf of Alaska, where there's no directed fishing for Pollock, they're treated as a Tier 5 assessment, and that gets a separate OFL and ABC for that region, and that's presented here and in your specs table. The team, as reiterated by Dr. Dressel, really appreciated all the new work and getting on board with some software that's going to help things down the road. We did get some notes from the public during our meeting that the market conditions had degraded in the last couple of years. And we agreed with the author's recommendation and apportionment. And backwards. Yeah, sorry. And that's the kind of summary slide that you've seen for the Bering Sea, showing all of the catch and the biomass trends in one slide. So moving to Pacific cod, a 31% uptick in cod for this assessment. The author noted that as we all know, that the pot catch in proportional terms has increased and become large, and somewhat of a increase in the jig fishery. The main data, again, we have new trawl survey data, but also new long line index. They show somewhat similar trends, yet the model is being relatively conservative in aligning them. So there was some lack of fit for those indices. I'm not texting. I'm looking at what slide's coming on my phone. So I try to keep things going here. One thing the author did, which is shown for the last couple of years, is we've seen this trend in recruitment that's had a pretty steady decline in recent years. We've heard about the warm blob and the impact that it's had on Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod. One thing that the author presented and continue to be discussed is if we are in a new world order and the average recruitment's going to be like recent recruitment, the projection here is just showing that we won't get to above the target where we might expect, compared to the left-hand side, which is kind of our standard way of doing projections, is to use data from 1977 and on, which had some higher recruitments that brings the stock up above the point there, the reference point. So summary, it's only about 15% below the target. We're on the ramp of the control rule. And so for that reason, we're already below, even more so than it's a bigger buffer by order of the ramp in our control rule when the stock is below the target. And we felt that and agreed with the author that the uncertainty in the projections is adequately covered by that ramp in the decline. Even with that, though, the given near-term recruitment, we expect the stock to continue to decline. Our discussions revolved around processing the backlog of maturity data, some technical aspects on how to express uncertainty, and also just the usual agreement, and leave you with the standard figure of total and spawning biomass as projected. Moving on to sablefish, we don't have to, we did that already. We'll go straight to flatfish. Flatfish have made up of these components. The only assessment that was operational update assessment was deepwater flatfish. So we'll touch on that a bit. These are low catch level stocks, about 1 to 3% of the ABC in recent years. But nonetheless, it's quite a complicated assessment that requires quite a bit of detail in the model fitting. These are just some of the data, partly because it's a deep water species, and the Alaska Center has dropped some of the deeper stations in our survey. So I think there's some issues with how they can index Dover sole data. And this is just some more data from the fishery showing a drop in the age composition. But that said, at such low levels of catch, this could be simply where the fish are caught from, as opposed to a real decline in the lust group. Just to wrap up the Dover sole and deepwater flats, these are some model fits to the indices. Those were all quite well done and good retrospective patterns and comparison to the model fits. There were some accounting things with the period used for computing the average catch for Greenland turbot. and also Kamchatka flounder. But we combine all of these different stocks to come up with a deep water complex shown in this table. The apportionment is done likewise, taking into account where they occur in the survey, and that's what's shown here. And then moving on to our rockfish group, 3% increase. This figure is just showing the relative amount within the rockfish group, with a bit of a decline in the Pacific Ocean perch, a little bit of an increase in the dusky rockfish. Here we have 4 full assessments, and they shouldn't take too long. One is a routine update. We had a new survey for Pacific Ocean perch. And just to show you the data for 2023 is a pretty big uptick and continued increase over this period. Yet the model is still struggling to fit that given the uncertainty that exists there. So the biomass and the increase, we had some discussion on that. As mentioned by Dr. Dressel, the treatment of OFL is at the stock level, and this was something that we basically corrected this year, but it's based on the biological definition of the stock. And it was included that there was no real strong biological basis to partition the OFL further. That's the POP time series.
Dr. Iannelli, we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Iannelli, can you remind me about this action here in contrast to how we've been setting specs for some of the other rockfish groups in the Gulf? Does this bring POP more into alignment with our current treatment of the other rockfish, or do we have rockfish that are remaining at and showing more substock structure that OFLs are specified for? Sorry, I just butchered the heck out of that. How many other rockfish already have Gulf-wide OFLs, and are there any that don't still?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Twite. All of them are Gulf-wide OFLs. So it's analogous to what's happened to sablefish recently, where it's an Alaska-wide OFL. And so that's one way to think about it. I just presented the Gulf pollock assessment, where there's 2 OFLs. It's basically split in by rights. That might be something to consider for POP, because they're taken only by trawl, and there's no trawl fishing in the Eastern Gulf, and it might be something that's worth considering as a separate stock. But the original intent before the change in the Magnuson Act was to avoid the Eastern Gulf quota to be being taken, or even the OFL being taken in the other parts of the Gulf. So that's a little bit of the history of it. It goes back to the rebuilding plan when I did my first assessment for y'all. Thank you. Short raker rockfish. It's really nice having Sherry had talked about all of this, so it makes my life easier. But this is just some of the data that were used in terms of reviewing the fishery trends and the catch. The Western, Central, and Eastern are across the panels here, with the color pertaining to the different gear types by region. The apportionment in recent years in the catch is shown here. It's well below any of the area-specific ABCs, and even the 2023 catch is overall down quite a bit from 2022. There's a tier 5 stock, which means we need estimates of the biomass. And for this, we use both the longline RPWs in this case, and trawl survey biomass. So they're apples to apples. We did talk about the changes in apportionment methodology just to show the two indices that are used for those. Some details on historical surveys that had different protocols were removed from the time series, but on the right is the bottom trawl and on the left is the long line survey with the model fits to that. And this is a table that illustrates most of our discussion was about whether we should adopt this new, where by biomass and RPW, read that as bottom trawl survey and long line survey combined. You know, we talked about that and pretty much agreed that the author recommended was the best approach. Where we had concern was there was not much evidence for the need for area apportionments given stock structure understanding and the potential for management concerns. So you've heard that discussion. I hope we don't have to go revisit it. Sherry did a great job going through that. But based on that level of uncertainty, the SSC elected for a status quo apportionment for the time being. On that, along those lines, our recommendations were to look at the area specific exploitation rates and then do some work on the stock structure template, which is our guiding evaluation document for the science behind any apportionment schemes that we might have. So that's something that we asked to put forward. Yeah, and we agreed on the maximum permissible. Given that, yes. And our discussion was that we, as I mentioned, didn't have any biological concern and therefore selected an incremental method, but because there were no real concerns. And just since we're on this specific topic, one thing that I didn't hear that we did talk about quite a bit, and I'm sorry, I don't have it specifically on a slide, that one of the reasons why the apportionment schemes may be seeming to be more liberal. It's mostly because we've split out more and more rockfish species. Several years ago, it was just red rockfish and it included all of them. So we pulled out northerns, we pulled out POP, and they're all done individually now. So that's one of the reasons why things have, you know, on top of, you know, biological basis, there was species specific considerations for those. So that just a little bit more background on some of the discussions that we've been having. It does relate to rough-eye and black spotted. For the Gulf here, we had an increase based on the author's recommended. Here's the long line survey data that she was able to use in the new bottom trawl survey. And as Sherry mentioned, the original model that was approved from the October meeting had some retrospective patterns, so that required some further tuning that we certainly appreciated. To get rid of those, here's just some of the different model fits. It's not doing terribly, but it's still, we do have a kind of a disconcerting decline apparent in the last 4 years relative to the mean in the long line survey, and somewhat two of the lowest points in the time series for the bottom trawl, yet the ABC increased. And for that reason, she called it a major concern from the risk table for population dynamics and for the assessment. And therefore, yeah, we agreed with her stair step or split the difference between last year and this year's ABC. And that's what's being shown here. So 1037 is this 2024's ABC recommendation, and that is just halfway between 1302 and 772. Apportionment was more straightforward. We agreed with the method selected, which uses more data and tended to stabilize some of the variability that might happen in apportioning rough-eye black spotted. The other issue on the concern for the stock in general was about that it's two species, and for that reason, you know, it's should seem like it needs a bit of an adjustment in terms of how it's treated. But we agreed with the cautious approach of just increasing slowly for this stock. other rockfish, it was down 7%. This is something that the council's been familiar with over the last couple of years because we are moving stocks within this complex between categories. One thing to note is the overall catch is about 25% of the OFL, so it's quite low. This figure is showing that there are time series within each panel by gear type, by area. So most of it's in the Central Gulf. Historically, there's been a bit more in the Western Gulf. And these model changes were reviewed in September and October by the council, but first approved in 2021. Some of these changes. It does include a large number of species, and we added 21 of them that had not very reliable survey biomasses to be moved into tier 6. And so this is just some of the summaries of those. There is one tier 4 sharp chin rockfish that's treated separately, and then a complex of tier 5. The top ones are Gulf wide. The panels are Western, Central, and Eastern. Overall, it's just a slight increase. Also have some figures in there relative to the area apportionment, and this was a topic that was covered. And we agreed that we should consider moving it into the same thing we're doing with demersal shelf rockfish, DSR complex for 2025. And the SSC said basically they agreed with that, but let's just do it next year and make the table more straightforward. So this is our summary. There were no apparent conservation concerns. I will say we had a very great presentation in the middle of our discussions on the other rockfish complex about cooperative research that's taking place on trawlable and untrawlable habitat. And we certainly appreciated that. And that's something the council should at least get behind in the sense of improving our surveys, especially for some of these species that are poorly sampled. They don't occur even in some years in our survey. Yeah, and so we agreed with the author from the plan team side. However, the SSC went and basically made the move a year earlier for how the apportionment would take place.
Madam Chair, I also just wanted to provide one clarification from the council while we're on other rockfish. So at the October council meeting, the council recommended the changes to the other rockfish and DSR, splitting out DSR from other rockfish. And as part of that motion, the council stated that the OFL and ABC would be spatially apportioned for other rockfish as one Gulf-wide OFL and separate ABCs. And because, as we've been talking about, OFL and ABC are defined at the stock or the stock complex level, NMFS needs to specify an OFL and ABC that corresponds with that stock complex. So since other rockfish is defined as a Gulf-wide stock complex, NMFS is taking the information that the council presented from that motion and specifying the OFL and ABC to be Gulf-wide for other rockfish, but that separate ABCs would maintain the council's recommendation for separate ABCs. NMFS is taking that to mean that the apportionment of the stock complex is sub-area ABCs. So we just wanted to get that on record for clarification. The only other thing that I wanted to note here for other rockfish is that the plan team's recommendations do not reflect pulling out DSR, since that was supposed to be something that the council had recommended for next year for implementation in the 2025 fisheries. So those will be reflected in next year's table.
Thanks, Sarah.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to and we were going about this a little bit backwards since we already heard the SSC report, but make sure I understand what the potential change is that is proposed for spatial management for other rockfish that we haven't already discussed. The planting recommendation as we go through the spatial management policy. So what is the change that we need to discuss?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the question. So I think the change here is the SSC's recommendation to combine West Yakutat with the Western and Central Gulf.
Through the chair, then, so not a finer stock structure, not more separation, but combining. Okay, so maybe we have a larger conversation at some point, whether we engage in the spatial management policy for rolling up stocks as opposed to its original intent of further stock separation. But I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. Just a few more to cover here, if it's okay, Chair. The skate complex was done by a new author. He did a great job. Basically combining, just remind folks, there's two key species and then the group of all the other skates. And so the presentation is along those lines. Namely, here's just showing the ABC and the catch for big skate, long nose, and long nose skate. Those are the two on the top, and then the other as a group. And I will just show the ABCs and the catch levels relative to each of those categories. This is also the biomass shown for big skate, long nose, and the other category, and the author and the plan team talked a bit about the apparent decline in the other skate category from the survey data. Combining basically what this entails as a complex is separate tables for big skate shown here. This is the standard table with the apportionments built in by ABC. And then long nose skate here. And then with the other skates, which are mainly Bathiraja here. And so those all go into a single category for management. So we did, as with other stocks, suggested looking, or not, well, just for this one, looking at the bycatch rates of skates and in what fisheries they occur. For example, what's the ton of skates per ton of target across different fisheries, just as an informational point of view. The next group are the harvest projections, they used to be called partial assessments. Now they're renamed to harvest projections. These were all done in a common format. And so I'm going to go quite quickly, except a couple are pretty complicated because they get split out by area. But generally speaking, each slide is meant to cover fishery, survey, trends, and any other notes. So first is arrowtooth flounder, shows a little increase over OFL and ABC from previous. It's still mostly in the catches are low in relative terms, on the order of 9,000 tons this year. And appears that the catch relative to biomass is decreasing since 21. Moving to Rexall, also low catches for the period, and continue to be trotting along at flatfish level harvest rates. Shallow water flatfish is one of these that are more complicated because there appears to be stock structure between the central and the eastern, central western and eastern. And there's two stocks, there's two species, southern and northern Roxal. So the author tracks all of that and it does a great job doing that, and basically provides the ABC based on that, but all the catches and for all of these appear to be low and no alarming trends. Moving to flathead sole, again, bycatches, it's mainly a bycatch species and quite low overall relative to the ABC. And dusky rockfish, about 50% of the TAC in recent years. The increase, but there's been a minor decline in the last couple of years. That was an update. Northern rockfish will get an assessment next year after having had one last year. So the projection for the ABC is nearly identical, minor increase. Then our last category are catch reports. And these are ones that are one pagers that the plan team put together at the end of our meeting. And basically the information in each of those sections is basically the OFL, ABC, and the catch. So for analysts to quickly be able to scan, are there any concerns on catch levels relative to the ABCs from the most recent assessments? And that's the way we decided to present it. That's all the detailed information, and Sarah will take over with the specification task for you all.
Thank you for your report, Dr. Iannelli. I will see if there are any questions. Final questions. Ms. Cleaver, I'm hoping we might be able to pick this up in the morning, if possible. Will you be here? And Dr. Iannelli, will you be on the phone?
Okay, I
Available?
will be on the phone if that's okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Great. Thank you. So with that, we will break for the evening and continue our discussion on C4, staff presentation on C4 tomorrow morning. Let's reconvene at 8:30 so we can pretend it's the weekend for half an hour in the morning. And yeah, I'll see you all in the morning.